Pirates, my attributes can increase automatically. Chapter 1 Automatic Training System. Outside a big house in Mount Gorpo, Goa Kingdom, a thin blonde boy was cleaning the floor outside the house with a rag. After cleaning the outer floor, he had to clean the floor inside the house. This cleaning task had to be done once a day, and the house was so big, it was really a bit too much for his thin body. A helpless look appeared on his face. Originally, this task was done by 4 people: Reinhardt, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. But the other 3 had already run deep into the forest. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get annoyed. These 3 people were really bastards, eating but not working. It wasn't difficult for 4 people to do such cleaning work, but now it really took time and energy for one person. In fact, he was a time traveler named Lu Fan. He died of illness in his previous life and traveled to this pirate world. Unexpectedly, the person who came across the world had a tragic life story, and all his relatives were killed by pirates. He was the only one left in the world, and he jumped into the sea in a depressed mood. Although he was saved by Garp, who happened to pass by, he had already stopped breathing. Then Lu Fan came across this body and came back to life again. Afterwards, he was counseled by Garp and fostered by the bandit Dodin, and it has been a month. Others who came across the world either became admirals of the navy or became overlords of the sea, but he became a cleaner after he came across the world, and his life story was still so tragic. Just when he was in a daze, a few bandits came over and said with a bad face, "Why are you in a daze? Hurry up and work. If you don't clean it up, you won't have dinner tonight." Reinhardt took a look at the other party and immediately started to wipe the floor. The other party was a subordinate of the boss bandit Dodin here, and he was still living under someone else's roof. Arguing with the other party would be a waste of time. When the bandits saw Reinhardt start working, they left. The other party was sensible, and they were too lazy to cause trouble. After all, he was brought by the Navy hero Garp. It's okay to bully him occasionally, but don't go too far. Shortly after they left, Reinhardt, who was wiping the floor, heard the mechanical voice of the system in his mind. The host of the world crossing is detected, and the system begins to bind. Binding successful. Reinhardt was stunned when he heard this voice, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. System, is his plug-in finally here? Is he going to turn over? The function of the system determines how he will take off in the future. He immediately stopped the action in his hands and asked the system in his mind. System, what functions do you have? Introduce yourself. The mechanical voice of the system came immediately in his mind. This system is called the Automatic Training System. The default is to automatically train physique, strength, and speed, and increase the attribute value by 1 point in 3 days. You can also set up other training projects and meet the trigger conditions. The host can view the panel to obtain personal information. Reinhardt's face was suddenly ecstatic when he heard this. This system can actually help him train automatically. It is simply a godlike existence. 1 attribute value in 3 days, 10 points a month. And almost 120 points a year, which is going to take off. The physical fitness alone is already very scary. This system can also train other projects. Does it mean that he can choose to practice sword skills? This made him think of the powerful swordsman in this world, who cut off a pirate ship with 1 sword and cut off an iceberg with 1 sword. If he has such strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to become a superior person in this world? If he has the ability in the future, he can also eat a devil fruit, and then automatically train to the awakening state, and his combat power will definitely be fierce. He couldn't wait to open the system panel and check the information inside. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 10 years old. Physical fitness, 5, 20 for adults, automatically training. Strength, 5, 20 for adults, automatically training. Speed, 5, 20 for adults, automatically training. Overall evaluation, weakling. Seeing such a personal panel, Reinhardt's mouth corners distorted. As expected, this body is very weak. Even if he is still a child, his physical fitness is still too low. An adult is 20 points, so a 10-year-old child should have 7 or 8 points normally, but he only has 5 points. Luffy may still be weak at this age, but his physical fitness should be an average of 20 points. He remembered that Ace and Sabo at this age could fight against the fierce pirate leader. Basically, their physical fitness is not worse than that of normal adults, and it may even exceed it. After all, their physical fitness is extremely good. Luffy is the future 5th Emperor of Pirates, Ace is the future captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Sabo is the future Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Let's set a small goal first. At least I can't be a cleaner anymore. This heavy task should be handed over to those 3 people. It will take at least half a year to surpass those 3 people. After half a year, the attribute points can increase to 65 points, which is twice the physical attribute value of an adult. This is not enough. I have to master powerful sword skills. A real man should use a sword. But how can I turn on the automatic training of sword skills? He ordered the system in his mind. Turn on the automatic training of sword skills. The system did not respond at all. After checking the panel, there was no column for automatic training of sword skills. It seems that it was not successful. Let's study this opening condition later. Now he had to clean the floor, or he would miss dinner. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the rag and started cleaning the floor. During the cleaning process, he felt that his body was getting stronger, and the work that used to be a bit tiring became almost easy. It seems that this is the system training that is strengthening his physique and strength. An hour later, he finished the work that used to take several hours to do. He was full of disbelief. This system can also continuously restore his physical strength, so that after he finished the work, his body was not as tired as before. Physical recovery is extremely important. As long as you can persist in the duel, you can use your physical strength to exhaust the opponent alive. With sufficient physical strength, you don't have to worry about the round-robin battle. Chapter 2 Sword Skills Start Automatic Training. After cleaning the floor, Reinhardt sat on the ground and thought about how to start the automatic training of sword skills. What are the conditions mentioned by the system? There is no result from asking the system. It seems that you have to trigger the conditions yourself. After thinking about it for a long time, there was still no result. Before that, I still have to find a sword or a knife. How can a swordsman not have a sword? After cleaning this big house for so long, he naturally knows the layout here very well and knows where there are weapons. Going around the eaves and coming to the back of the house, he saw a pile of sundries piled up in an awning. Looking carefully, he could still see a few dull blades. These are all discarded, and he would not be scolded even if he used them. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Reinhardt finally found a samurai sword with a complete structure and can be used. He held the samurai sword in his hands with both hands. It was quite heavy. It seemed that he needed to rely on the attribute points that were automatically cultivated to be able to wield it freely. Then he stuck the knife on the ground. He kept holding it, which was still a burden for him now. Then he observed the knife carefully. Although the knife was old, it was not bent or broken. Although there were a row of small cuts on the blade, which affected the overall image, it was still usable. This was his first knife, so he had to give it a name. Just as he was thinking about naming the knife, the sound of the system machine suddenly rang in his mind. It was detected that the host began to practice sword skills, and the automatic practice of sword skills was enabled. Reinhardt heard this and was confused. This was turned on. It was really a waste of his previous thinking. Taking action was the key to enabling the automatic practice of sword skills. He decisively opened the system panel and checked his personal information. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 5, 20 points for adults, automatic practice in progress. Strength, 5, 20 points for adults, automatic practice in progress. Speed, 5, 20 points for adults, automatic practice in progress. The sword skills are being automatically practiced, and the progress is 1%, swordsman perfection, increasing by 3 percentage points a day. Overall evaluation, weakling. As expected, the sword skills began to be cultivated automatically. The system shows that the realm reached is the perfection of swordsmanship, so he should be considered a swordsman now. But he may be a very weak swordsman. Increasing by 3 percentage points a day, it will take 30 days to reach the level of perfect swordsmanship. This time is already very short. After all, if a person starts learning swordsmanship from scratch, it will take several years before he can use the sword skillfully. And the most important feature of a swordsman is that he is an expert in using the sword. So if he wants to start practicing other projects in the future, as long as he takes action, the system will set up projects for him. No matter whether it is the Navy 6 styles, the 3 colors of Haki, or the awakening of the devil fruit, it should be possible. Woohoo, take off! The automatic training of sword skills has been turned on, so he has to think carefully about other projects to turn on. The sooner the better, because this automatic training only takes time, and then hang up. And the result is that the automatic training will be successful. If you want to live freely in this world, strong strength is a must. What attracts him most now is the moon step among the Navy 6 styles, which is a skill that allows people to stay in the air for a short time. Who doesn't have a wish to fly? He just jumped up lightly, stepped on the air in the air, and then landed steadily on the ground, waiting for the system's response. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. Maybe the system did not detect that he was practicing the moon step. Unwillingly, he repeated the jump again. The system still did not respond, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Just now when I held the samurai sword, I had successfully activated the automatic training of sword skills. Could it be that swinging the sword is considered as practicing sword skills, and now I am just stepping on the air and it is not considered practicing the moon step? That is the only explanation. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. If I want to learn the moon step, I have to master the method, so that the system can activate the automatic training of the moon step. But now he can't enter the Navy, and even if he enters the Navy, he may not have the opportunity to learn it. But now he has a way to learn it without entering the Navy. That is, when Garp comes next time, if he can let him teach me how to use it. But how can I let him teach me? If I become a Navy, and a Navy with great potential, then the other party should teach me. Besides, the relatives of my previous life were killed by pirates, and if I become a Navy, I can avenge them. Most of the pirates in this world have blood on their hands, and they will not feel guilty even if they kill them. After that, he also experimented with the 3 colors of Haki. Except for the King Haki, which was innate, the Observation Haki and Armament Haki also did not start automatic training. Sure enough, it was because there was no correct training method. Garp also knew Armament Haki and Observation Haki. If he could teach him next time, then with the accumulation of time, these 2 would be practiced to the top level and he would not be afraid to travel the entire sea. Garp had just left for a month, and I didn't know when he would come again. When he came, I had to learn from him. He was so thick-skinned, and I felt that the success rate was very high. Unknowingly, the sky darkened, and it was time to go back to the house for dinner. In the living room, a huge table was already filled with meat and white rice. Dodden and her men had already started eating. She glanced at Reinhardt who walked in, neither greeting nor making things difficult. After all, he was brought by the Navy hero Garp. This kid is a normal child, obedient, and doesn't eat much, so staying here doesn't cause her too much trouble. As for Luffy and Ace, they are extremely troublesome. They also brought back a companion of similar age. Not only did they not help with the work, but they also had a huge appetite, so they had to go up the mountain to hunt every day, otherwise there would not be enough food. Being watched by Garp, she couldn't do her old job of robbing merchants, otherwise Garp would not let her go. Thinking of this, she was helpless and took a big bite of a roasted wild boar thigh. She could only use food to clear her inner helplessness. The other bandits were also busy eating, and they had no time to care about Reinhardt. Reinhardt also came to the table and sat down and started eating. It was obvious that the appetite today had increased. In the past, she would feel full after eating a bowl of rice and a few pieces of meat. But now, after eating so much, he felt that his stomach was not full, so he reached out and grabbed a smaller wild boar leg and started to chew it. He felt full only after eating. He guessed that this was because of the energy used in automatic training. After eating, he leaned on the chair to rest. After all, he had to clean up the dishes after everyone finished eating. It was so miserable to have no strength. Although the automatic training was turned on, without the accumulation of time, the current strength was actually only improved a little bit, which was almost negligible. Although a real man never washes dishes, he is not qualified to say no now. Dodden on the side also noticed the changes in this blonde Reinhardt. Garp once said something about him. This kid has a great appetite today. Could it be that he has recovered? Are you in a good mood? This is better than getting into trouble here and not being able to give an explanation to Garp. It's just a wild boar leg, not a big deal. Chapter 3 Competition. Reinhardt just leaned back on the chair when 3 people came in from the door. They were Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. They were all dirty, and it was obvious that they had been playing happily outside. Dodden was no longer surprised by their appearance. Just provide them with good food, and forget about disciplining them. She was originally the leader of the bandits, and she was too lazy to discipline others. The 3 of them were already hungry. When they saw the rich food on the table, they rushed to the table regardless of their dirtiness, grabbed the food and started to eat. Buffett didn't care about them, and he didn't ask them to start working tomorrow. He really couldn't beat them now. If his tone angered these people, he might be beaten up. When I have the strength, I must make this guy pay double. Time flies, and more than a month has passed. Reinhardt opened the system panel. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 15 points, 20 points for adults, automatic training. Strength, 15 points, 20 points for adults, automatic training. Speed, 15 points, 20 points for adults, automatic training. Sword skills are automatically training, progress 100%, swordsman. Comprehensive evaluation, a little master. Looking at such a panel, the corners of his mouth can't help but bend up. Now his body is no longer weak, but a little stronger, and he can easily swing the samurai sword. His sword skills have also reached the perfect level of a swordsman, and now he has the right to say no to his current life as a cleaner every day. At dinner time in the evening, Reinhardt had to eat 2 roasted wild boar legs to feel full. Dodden was naturally aware of this situation and was slightly surprised. This blonde boy looked much stronger than a month ago, and his appetite was also much larger. It was really strange, but she could still provide this amount of food. Not long after, the 3 naughty ghosts also walked into the house with dirty bodies. As usual, they came to the table and prepared to eat. This time, Reinhardt spoke to them. Luffy, Ace, Sabo, from today on, you 3 will be responsible for the cleaning after the meal. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Dodden's men were full of disbelief. This usually quiet Reinhardt dared to say such words to the 3 naughty ghosts. You know, even they didn't dare to offend them. Not only because Luffy and Ace have Garp as their backers, the strength of these 3 guys is also amazing. Except for Luffy, who is a bit stupid, the other 2 are quite talented in fighting. And the blonde Reinhardt is a weakling. Although he is a little stronger now, he is not seen practicing at ordinary times. Luffy, who is eating, is surprised. No, Reinhardt. I am a man who wants to become the pirate king. How can I do such a thing? Ace also shook his head. I am a man who wants to do big things. I don't have time either. Sabo also didn't say anything. After all, he just came to eat for free. It's not his turn to clean up anyway. Reinhardt retorted. Don't argue too much. Since you are all people who want to do great things, do you dare to fight with me? If you defeat me in force, I will take care of your sanitation work in the future. Luffy said with a smile while biting the roasted wild boar leg. Okay, I will fight with you after I have eaten my fill. You must keep your promise. If you lose, don't let me, the future pirate king, do the cleaning work again. Reinhardt smiled. It was good that the other party agreed. The swordsman's perfect ability was enough to deal with Luffy now. After Luffy, Ace, and Sabo had eaten their fill, Reinhardt said to the three of them. Come on, I'll wait for you outside. He said and walked out of the door, and the other three also followed him out excitedly. In the eyes of Ace and Sabo, although Luffy's strength is not very good, he has eaten the devil fruit after all, and has trained with them for so long, so he will not lose to the other party. After several people walked out of the door, Dodden also came outside with great interest. She wanted to see what kind of strength Reinhardt had to say what he just said. Seeing their boss move, her subordinates followed him out of the room. At this time, Reinhardt was holding a samurai sword and looking at Luffy from a distance. Dodden frowned slightly. Although Reinhardt was a little stronger, it was still too early for him to use the samurai sword freely. The knife can deal with Luffy who ate the rubber fruit, but if it can't hit him, it will be useless. Luffy said confidently. Reinhardt, are you ready? I'm going to attack. With the nod of his opponent, Luffy moved his left leg forward, bent his legs slightly, swung his right arm backward, and then blasted out suddenly. Bazooka! Although the voice was very powerful, Luffy was only 8 years old now and could not effectively compress and control the rubber. The right hand stretched out and blasted out a punch with only a little strength. Reinhardt bent his body slightly to avoid Luffy's attack, then grabbed his wrist with his left hand and pulled it hard. Luffy was dragged over, and Reinhardt swung the samurai sword with one hand, facing Luffy with the back of the sword, hitting a home run. The opponent's body quickly flew towards the big tree in the distance, hit the branches, and then bounced to the ground. This surprised everyone present. The way he swung the samurai sword with one hand did not look like something a child could do. Is this still the skinny Reinhardt? It completely overturned the previous impression. This blow made Luffy dizzy, and it took him a long time to get up. He was very dissatisfied in his heart. How could the skinny Reinhardt defeat him so easily in the past? Let's do it again. I was careless just now. Reinhardt said with a pout. It's not necessary. I just used the back of the knife. If I had used the blade, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to stand up now. Luffy was unwilling, but he couldn't refute it, and his face was uncomfortable. Reinhardt continued. The future Pirate King should keep his promise. The future cleaning work will be handed over to you. Luffy was furious. This guy was so hateful. Would he have to do all the cleaning work in the future? Chapter 4 Advanced Swordsman. Just when Luffy didn't know what to do, Ace, who was standing aside and watching the battle, stood up. Reinhardt, Luffy is still young, and it's nothing to beat him. If you have the ability to beat me, then all the cleaning work will be our responsibility in the future. Luffy saw Ace standing up, and he instantly became confident. That's right, if you beat Ace, we will take care of all the cleaning work. Ace is much better than him, and he will never lose to Reinhardt no matter what. Reinhardt heard what the other party said and laughed in his heart. Even if Ace had some brute force and some skills now, he had not undergone systematic practice after all. With the level of a swordsman, it would not be a problem to beat him. I accept your proposal. Ace saw that the other party agreed, and a smile appeared on his face. He could now defeat ordinary bandits and easily take down Reinhardt. Sabo, lend me your water pipe. Sabo chuckled and threw the water pipe in his hand to Ace. Ace caught it with both hands, then faced Reinhardt and took an attacking posture. I'm going to do it. Then he kicked the ground with both legs and rushed towards Buffett, while holding the water pipe with both hands and slashing at Reinhardt's head. Reinhardt saw that the other party was coming fiercely, and immediately blocked it horizontally with both hands holding the samurai sword. With a clang. Ace was a little surprised that the usually weak Reinhardt actually blocked his attack, but that alone was not enough. He then swung the water pipe and launched another fierce attack, but the result was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that it was a crushing situation, but as the battle went on, he was the oppressed party. Although the opponent's strength was not as good as his sword skills seemed to be quite powerful. Ace became more and more frustrated as the opponent's attack was like flowing water without any gaps, and he could not launch a counterattack at all, just defending. Reinhardt slowly suppressed Ace with his sword skills and beat him violently, and seized an opportunity to pick up the opponent's weapon. Ace's face was ugly. The opponent could pick up his water pipe, and he could also stab himself. He said unwillingly, "I lost. From now on, the sanitation of the house will be left to the three of us. But I don't accept it. This time, it's just that your sword skills are great. After I practice, I will fight you again. Then I will return the sanitation work to you." Reinhardt certainly did not object to Ace's proposal. "Okay, if you win in the future, I will take care of all the sanitation work." He has activated automatic training. And his body will continue to grow stronger and his sword skills will continue to improve. From the moment he surpasses his opponent, Ace will never have a chance to beat him again. Reinhardt left on his own, and today's sanitation work is not his responsibility. Ace, who stayed where he was stunned for a moment, and then called out to Sabo and Luffy. "Let's go, since we lost, we will take care of the sanitation work before I defeat Reinhardt." Although Luffy was unwilling on his face, he also lost to Reinhardt. Sabo was also a little helpless. His strength was comparable to Ace. Ace was suppressed and had no ability to resist. If he went up, the result would not change. Besides, they are three brothers, so of course they will shoulder things together. The three of them immediately returned to the house and started sanitation work and cleaning the dishes. The bandit leader Dodin, who stayed where he was still very surprised that Reinhardt easily defeated Ace just now. Did this kid learn sword skills before? He may have been depressed because his relatives were killed, so he never showed it. It seems that the people brought by Garp are not ordinary kids. When Reinhardt woke up early the next morning, he opened his personal system panel to check. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 15 points, 20 points for adults, automatic training. Strength, 15 points, 20 points for adults, automatic training. Speed, 15 points, 20 points for adults, automatic training. Sword skills are being trained automatically, progress 1%, swordsman perfection, 1 percentage point increase every day. Overall evaluation, a little master. When he saw the swordsman progress bar, his mouth curved, and the system began to help him practice higher sword skills. But it will take more than 3 months to reach the perfect level of swordsman. Now he should have barely reached the level of swordsman, at least better than swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship, he is considered a master in the East China Sea. I remember that the strongest pirate in the East China Sea seems to be Arlong. Even with the swordsman's strength, it should be difficult to defeat the opponent. However, it doesn't matter. This system will continue to improve your sword skills. There is no bottleneck. This is the strongest. As long as you hang up enough time, it is possible to become the world's #1 swordsman. Wait until you are strong enough before going out. Another month has passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, Reinhardt didn't have to take on any cleaning work. These tasks were naturally taken care of by Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. He was happy to be idle. He opened the system panel skillfully. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 25 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 25 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 25 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress 31%, swordsman is perfect, increasing by 1 percentage point every day. Overall evaluation, a slightly stronger little master. At this moment, his body even has a little vest line, which shows that his body is indeed starting to get stronger. Now he must eat 3 roasted wild boar legs every meal to feel full. Although the swordsman training progress is only 31% now, he can clearly feel that his sword skills have made great progress. Just as he was checking the system personal panel. Reinhardt, let's have another match. A voice sounded behind him. Reinhardt knew who it was when he heard the voice. In order not to affect the next battle, he closed the system personal panel, although this panel was only visible to himself. After turning around, he saw Luffy, Ace, and Sabo who were full of confidence. He smiled and said, "You are here, and I am bored, just give me some fun." Ace's eyes condensed slightly. The other party treated them as toys, and he would make the other party regret it later. In the past month, he has undergone arduous training and exercise, and is much stronger than before. And he has never seen Reinhardt exercise. 1 + 1 - the other party will definitely lose. Reinhardt, I hope you can still laugh later. Starting today, the cleaning work will be returned to you. Luffy's face was also full of excitement. His goal is to become the Pirate King, not a cleaner. He saw Ace's progress. As long as Ace defeated Reinhardt, starting today, he would not have to do those tiring and boring cleaning work. Chapter 5 Swordsman Perfection. Reinhardt looked at Ace, picked up the samurai sword, and said lightly, "Come on, I hope you can bring me some fun." Ace saw that the other party he was so angry that he was being made fun of by him. He immediately picked up the water pipe and hit Reinhardt on the head. Reinhardt saw that the opponent was coming fiercely, so he dodged his attack by turning sideways, and then kicked Ace. Ace flew out like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily to the ground. Luffy and Sabo, who were watching, changed their faces. Did Ace, who had increased his strength, lose at the beginning? Ace, who fell to the ground, felt the pain from his body. The opponent's kick was really heavy. He was careless just now. He shouldn't have hit with all his strength like this, and the opponent took advantage of the opportunity. He stood up immediately, resisting the pain. He held the iron rod tightly with both hands and continued to attack Reinhardt. This time he only used 80% of his strength, leaving the rest to deal with the opponent's attack. Reinhardt dodged the opponent's attack this time. Unexpectedly, Ace still had the strength to twist the water pipe and continue to come towards him. Ace was excited at this time. His attack was successful, and this guy treated him like a toy. However, Reinhardt dodged the attack again with his speed, and then pulled away from Ace. It was really a bit dangerous. If it weren't for his increased body speed attribute, he might not be able to dodge this attack. Ace looked a little disappointed. It was just a little bit short, and the water pipe brushed past his clothes. If the opponent took his move, he would at least be slightly injured. Reinhardt said with a smile. "You almost succeeded. Just now you were attacking, now it's my turn." Then he swung the samurai sword and attacked Ace. This time he didn't hold back and used his sword skills. Ace's face was solemn, and he used a water pipe to block the opponent's sharp slash. His mind was shocked. Is this the swordsmanship that people of his age can use? The opponent's swordsmanship was too superb, so he could only defend with all his strength. The recoil of the collision between the water pipe and the opponent's broken samurai sword made his hands begin to hurt severely. He couldn't help but start to doubt his life. Is the opponent so strong? Luffy and Sabo, who were watching the game on the sidelines, were full of disbelief. Ace was still suppressed. Ace's strength has obviously improved a lot, but Reinhardt didn't expect that he would show even stronger strength. In the field, Reinhardt seized a flaw in Ace and used the back of the knife to knock Ace out. The opponent fell heavily to the ground. It's over. I have to ask you three to do the cleaning work in the future. After leaving this sentence, he walked towards the house. Luffy and Sabo ignored Reinhardt's words and hurried over to help Ace up from the ground. Luffy asked with concern. Ace, are you okay? Ace, who sat up, waved his hand and said. It's okay, just a minor injury. He knew clearly that the other party had held back. If the other party attacked him with a blade, he would be seriously injured. He didn't expect that Reinhardt's sword skills were stronger. He couldn't help but guess that the other party was a kendo genius. Otherwise, how could the sword skills improve so much in such a short time? If they lost to the other party, then the three of them would have to do the cleaning work next. He said apologetically. Sorry, I failed this time. The consequence of failure was naturally that the three of them had to do the cleaning work, which greatly slowed down their plan to buy a boat and go to sea. Sabo said comfortingly. Ace, it's okay. If we two take the field, the result will probably be the same. This Reinhardt is really a pervert. He is so good at using the sword. Luffy encouraged from the side. We need to increase our training intensity. We can definitely defeat this Reinhardt. Ace looked at the two of them, and his fighting spirit was also ignited in his heart. That's right, we are all human beings. What Reinhardt can do, the three of us can do. This time, we will increase the intensity of training and train him for 2 months before challenging him. Luffy and Sabo nodded in agreement with Ace's plan. More than 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the sun was shining, and Reinhardt climbed up a big tree with dense leaves, enjoying the cool breeze. He skillfully opened the system personal panel. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 10 years old. Physical fitness, 48 points, 20 points for adults, automatically trained. Strength, 48 points, 20 points for adults, automatically trained. Speed, 48 points, 20 points for adults, automatically trained. Sword skills are being automatically cultivated, progress 100%, swordsman. Overall evaluation, a master. Looking at such a panel, a smile appeared on his face. Now his strength should be considered a master in the East China Sea, which is the weakest place overall. His physical fitness is more than twice that of an adult. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 \\\, U003D2, and it is not equivalent to the combat power of 2 adults. With his current physical fitness, he can probably beat 10 adults. If he is combined with swordsman-level sword skills, even if there are 50 adults, he can beat them. I wonder what the next level of swordsman will be? I am really looking forward to it. Suddenly, a voice came from my ear. Reinhardt, come down. Reinhardt put away the happy expression on his face, jumped directly to the ground, and looked at Dodden in front of him. Aunt Dodden, what's the matter? Dodden's face lit up. This kid is really sensible, unlike Luffy, Sabo, and Ace. The food at home is almost gone. Go to the windmill village at the foot of the mountain to buy a large cart of food. Find the village chief upslap and tell him that Dodden asked you to buy food. He will naturally prepare it for you. Reinhardt nodded. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he went out for a walk. After taking the purse from Dodden, he walked along a path towards the windmill village. Nothing happened on the way, and he arrived at the windmill village an hour later. After asking people about the whereabouts of the village chief, Reinhardt went straight to the only tavern in the village. At this time, there were 2s and 3s of guests drinking in the tavern. There was an old man in yellow clothes and glasses at the bar in the tavern tasting wine. Reinhardt walked straight to his side. "Village Chief Whipschlap, Dodden asked me to come and buy a large cart of food." Village Chief Whipschlap looked at the boy in front of him and said with a puzzled look on his face, "You look like the child that Carp brought back last time, Reinhardt. Are you okay now? Let the past go, and live well in the future." Reinhardt nodded. Of course he would live well. This was his second life. Chapter 6 Automatic Cultivation Speed increased. The proprietress in the tavern stopped mixing the drinks, walked out of the counter and came to Reinhardt, looking at the child in front of her with sympathy. Then she reached out and hugged him tightly, saying sympathetically, "It's okay. Windmill Village will be your home in the future, and everyone will help you." When Carp came to the tavern, he talked about the tragic life of this child, and she felt particularly sympathetic to him at that time. Reinhardt was shocked by his actions and did not think of breaking free for a moment. He felt a little dizzy when he felt the fullness and elasticity on his face. The village chief beside him had an envious expression on his face. If only Makina could let him feel such beauty. Unfortunately, he knew very well that he would not have such an opportunity. Suddenly, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Reinhardt's mind. "Your body feels unusually excited and happy. You will practice more vigorously automatically. Your physical fitness will increase by 5, your strength will increase by 5, and your speed will increase by 5. Reinhardt was stunned for a moment. Is there such an operation? This can actually increase the progress of practice. A smile appeared on his face. Increasing the physical attribute value means strengthening his foundation. The sword skills displayed by a stronger body must be stronger. Just now, the body was happy, so the automatic practice accelerated the progress, so he also had a guess in his heart. He shook his head and kept squeezing the two soft things. Makina's face was slightly red. Why did this little guy like to rub against her so much? It made her a little itchy. However, since he likes it, let him rub it as much as he wants. It would be nice if it could alleviate the pain in his heart. The village chief on the side looked at the two soft things that were constantly changing, and his face changed. Just looking at it makes you feel very happy. If you try it, it would be unimaginable. You can't watch it anymore, otherwise you will be embarrassed and bleed from your nose," he said hurriedly. "I'll go prepare the food first, you wait here." After saying that, he ran out of the tavern quickly. In the tavern, Reinhardt rubbed against Makina for a long time, but this time there was no sound of the system prompting to speed up the practice. He was very disappointed. It seems that this method of infinitely improving the physical attribute value is not very effective. Then he let go of Makina. Makina's pressure was greatly reduced. Although he felt a little relieved, he was also a little missing the passionate feeling just now. Her face couldn't help but blush. What was she thinking about? She looked at the blonde kid in front of her. His little face already showed his heroic spirit. She didn't know how many girls would be fascinated in the future. She stopped thinking about it and came to the counter. "Reinhardt, you sit here and wait for the village chief. I'll get you a glass of juice first," Reinhardt said gratefully. "Thank you, Sister Makina." Then she found a seat and sat down. Makina heard the other party call her sister, and a happy expression appeared on her face. He treated her like a big sister. She was considered to have a good brother. Soon after, the village chief also came back to the tavern. At this moment, he was sweating and panting. "Reinhardt, I've pushed the food to the door with a cart. By the way, why did this guy Dodden let you carry so much food by yourself? That's too much. Did they bully you? It seems necessary to talk to Vice Admiral Garp." Reinhardt waved his hand and said. No, they treat me very well. Neither Dodden nor his subordinates really came to trouble him. When the village chief saw him say this, there was still a trace of doubt on his face, but since the other party said so, he didn't investigate further. Reinhardt drank the remaining juice on the table and handed the purse given by Dodden to the village chief. "Village chief, Sister Machina, I want to go back." After saying that, he walked out of the door. Machina followed him out of the tavern with a little worry. Seeing such a large cart of food, he couldn't help but say, "Village chief, why don't you help Reinhardt to send it back? I'm a little worried." The village chief looked bitter, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, my old bones will be tired again." Reinhardt waved his hands and said, "Grandpa village chief, no need, I can do it myself." He said that he held the front handle of the cart with both hands and walked towards the mountain easily. The village chief who stayed in the original place was a little surprised. This child has so much strength? He was obviously still very thin when he came. However, forget it, if he can go back by himself, he doesn't need his old bones to work hard. Then he said goodbye to Machina and left the tavern. Machina also returned to the tavern with peace of mind. It took an hour to come here, and it took an hour to go back. For his current physical fitness, there is no pressure. After handing the transported food to Dodden, he found a quiet place and sat down. He skillfully opened the system panel. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 10 years old. Constitution, 53 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 53 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 53 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress 100%, swordsman is perfect. Overall evaluation, a master. Looking at the points of constitution, strength, and speed that increased today, he fell into deep thought. Today, because of the pleasure of the body, the speed of automatic practice of the body will be accelerated. After that, he tried again, but failed. I don't know if there is a time limit. Or find another woman. He thought about it, and it seems that there is only one woman here, Dodden. In this case, forget it. After all, it would be a very painful thing to do that. In this case, I can only wait until I am strong enough, and then go out and find a woman to try. Or I can often go down the mountain to the windmill village to find Machina to improve the progress of the body's automatic training. If the body's automatic training speed can be accelerated, then can kendo be done. Making the body happy can speed up the automatic training speed, so how to make sword skills happy? Is it to cut people? I have used sword skills to fight Luffy and Ace before, and my strength is much better than them, so I didn't cut them. If I give the opponent some red knives, I don't know if the speed of automatic sword skills training can be accelerated. After thinking about it, forget it. If I do this, Garp probably won't let me go. That guy is really good at protecting his calf. Then I can only find other people. The goal is also very clear. There are so many pirates in this world. There is no need for me to show mercy to them. After all, the relatives of his previous incarnation were killed by pirates. Since he has taken over this body, it is necessary to avenge them. Chapter 7 Rejecting the Invitation. When Reinhardt closed his eyes to rest, a voice sounded behind him. "Rein, let's have another match." Reinhardt knew it was Ace from the voice. He stood up and said lightly, "Okay." After all, the other party will be a captain like Whitebeard's second team in the future. After more than 2 months of training, he should have made great progress. It's just right for me to try out the swordsman-level swordsmanship. When Ace saw that the other party agreed, a confident and excited expression appeared on his face. "Okay, let's start." After the last defeat, he and Luffy and Sabo started hard training. At this time, his body is stronger, his strength has increased, and his speed has also greatly improved compared to before. This time, I can't say that I will definitely win against Reinhardt, but I feel that I will at least not lose. Luffy and Sabo behind him wisely left the open space, leaving enough space for the two to fight. They are confident that Ace can defeat Reinhardt. After all, the three of them have been training very hard during this period. After Ace defeats the opponent, he won't have to do the cleaning work every day. In the open space, Reinhardt clenched the samurai sword. "Ace, I'm going to attack." As soon as the voice fell, he moved his legs and came to Ace at a very fast speed, holding the sword in one hand and slashing down. Ace saw that his opponent was so fast and came to him in an instant, and hurriedly clenched the water pipe with both hands to block the opponent's attack. The violent collision of the weapons of both sides even produced a spark. Reinhardt was a little surprised to see that the opponent could block his attack. Now his strength is almost the sum of 3 adults. However, this is not a big deal. Then he held the samurai sword in one hand and launched a crazy attack. Ace's face suddenly changed, and he could only resist hard. The opponent put too much pressure on him, so he could only keep retreating. Luffy and Sabo, who were watching the battle, looked like they had seen a ghost. They knew how much Ace had improved, and they didn't expect that Reinhardt could continue to suppress Ace. You know, everyone is the same age, how could the opponent be so much stronger than the three of them? At this time, a man wearing a dog head mask came behind Luffy and Sabo. Luffy looked back with a feeling, and was immediately shocked. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Sabo on the side was also surprised to look at Luffy's grandfather Garp, who was the world-famous Vice Admiral Garp. There are almost no pirates who are not afraid of him. He was naturally a little guilty, because his dream with Luffy and Ace was to become free pirates. Vice Admiral Garp hoped that the three of them would become Navy officers, and he would teach them a lesson with his iron fist of love every time. Garp did not reply to them, but instead focused his attention on the fighting Ace and Reinhardt. He smiled and said softly, "It's really interesting that this Reinhardt actually suppressed the lawless Ace like this. Ace is the son of his old rival, the late pirate king Gol Roger, and he has shown his extraordinary talent since he was a child. Now Ace is completely suppressed by Reinhardt. This Reinhardt seems to be a genius. If he becomes a Navy officer, he will definitely be a powerful Navy officer in the future." Luffy asked fearfully, "Grandpa, why are you here?" Although he ate the devil fruit and had a rubber physique, ordinary punches and kicks could not hurt him at all. But his grandfather could always give him an iron fist that hurt the depths of his soul. Garp responded dissatisfied. "Can't I come to visit my grandson? By the way, are you still holding on to that sinful dream of becoming the Pirate King?" Luffy was immediately excited when he heard Garp's words. "Yes, I will definitely become the Pirate King in the future, and become a pirate stronger than Shanks." Ever since he saw the charm of Shanks' personality, his dream is to become the Pirate King. Only in this way can he live up to Shanks' kindness of breaking an arm to save him. Garp's face suddenly turned black. He really regretted leaving Luffy in Windmill Village, so that he was influenced by Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of pirates. Now he has to correct his mistake. He clenched his fist and was about to give Luffy a fist of love. At this time, Ace was struggling to resist Reinhardt's crazy attack, and he accidentally fell to the ground on his face. Reinhardt pointed his samurai sword at Ace and said lightly, "You lost." Ace was convinced now. He was already exhausted and out of breath, but the other party was breathing steadily. He was still completely defeated in this duel. He was not depressed, but smiled. "I lost. You are so powerful, do you want to become our partner and go to sea together to become a free pirate? You have to find a partner to go to sea, and now there is an extremely powerful partner." His words made Garp, who was watching the battle, look serious. Garp also wanted to know Reinhardt's choice. He has such talent at such a young age, and he will definitely be a great pirate in the future. If the other party wants to become a pirate, then he must use the iron fist of love to understand the other party. But then his face calmed down. This kid's relatives were killed by pirates, how could he become a pirate? Reinhardt was stunned when he heard Ace's words. He actually invited himself to become a pirate. Pirates also have a blood feud with his predecessor? He must be crazy to become that thing. He refused decisively. No need. I advise you not to think about becoming a pirate. Ace asked, a little puzzled when he heard the other party's words. Can't you control your own destiny by becoming a pirate? When he was young, Garp told him about his life experience. He is the son of the Pirate King, and it is impossible for him to become a navy. Garp's request to him is impossible to achieve. Although he hates his father and his own fate, after becoming a powerful pirate, he can control his own destiny and become unrestrained. Reinhardt sneered when he heard Ace's words. Becoming a pirate, being chased by the navy every day. Is this what you call controlling your own destiny? Before Ace could answer, Luffy in the distance said with a face full of dissatisfaction. If the navy dares to come, beat them all away. Reinhardt looked at Luffy with a playful look on his face. This kid is really brave. He dared to say to beat the navy away in front of Garp. At this time, Garp's face was full of black lines. This Luffy was really lawless. He clenched his fist, covered it with a little armed color domineering, and hit Luffy on the top of his head. Luffy suddenly had a small bump on his head, and his head was splitting. He asked with great dissatisfaction. Grandpa, what are you doing? Chapter 8 Navy 6 Style Shave. Garp looked at Luffy with a gloomy face and cursed. You bastard, do you want to beat me away in the future? Luffy looked at his grandfather in fear. How could he forget that his grandfather was a navy? He probably can't beat his grandfather away. Ace also noticed Garp at this time. If Garp is here, it will be difficult to persuade Reinhardt to join them. And the other party just made it clear that he will not join, which is quite a pity. However, it doesn't matter, there will be more partners after going out to sea. If he stays here now, he will be forced to become a pirate by Garp again. If he doesn't obey, he will be beaten by the Iron Fist again. He stood up and shouted to Luffy and Sabo. Let's go. Luffy didn't want to stay here either, after all, his grandfather would beat him, and then followed Ace's pace. Sabo naturally followed, after all, they were three brothers. Garp looked at the backs of the three people leaving, and didn't care about them, after all, his attention was on Reinhardt. He came to Reinhardt with a smile and said excitedly. Boy, do you want to be a navy in the future? Reinhardt was ecstatic. Isn't this opportunity here? I can become a navy in the future, but, Uncle Garp, you have to make me a navy as strong as you. Garp grinned and laughed. This kid is really bold. It is not something that ordinary people can do to become someone as strong as him. After all, he is the one who can chase the Pirate King Roger and make him flee everywhere. However, if this kid is trained well, it is still possible for him to become a powerful Navy Vice Admiral in the future. He said happily. I will teach you everything I have learned in my life. It is possible to become a powerful Navy. As for being as strong as me, it can only rely on your own efforts. Reinhardt chuckled in his heart. He has an automatic training system. His body is constantly training automatically. And the attribute values of various attributes will continue to increase. Already qualified to become a top-level warrior, what needs to be done now is to develop various abilities. The 6 styles of the Navy is an extremely powerful move, and the Moon Step is still very useful even at the top level. Uncle Garp, can you teach me the 6 styles of the Navy, Armament Haki and Observation Haki? Garp was a little surprised when he heard his words. This kid knows a lot. You have a good vision. You want to learn the 6 styles of the Navy that I created. Just watching you fight with Ace, you are quite strong. You can swing the samurai sword with one hand. Your physical fitness barely reaches the basics of learning the 6 styles of the Navy. As for armament haki and observation haki, I can also teach you, but it is very difficult for you to learn at your age. Armament haki is okay, but observation haki is much more difficult. Even in the New World, not many people can master it. Reinhardt said confidently. Don't worry, Grandpa Garp, I can learn it. Garp sighed in his heart. This kid is quite confident. To master these abilities, he needs not only hard work, but also talent. He will know these things in the future. Let me teach you the 6 styles of the Navy first. The first style is shaving. It is to stomp the ground at high speed dozens of times continuously to produce explosive reaction force to move at high speed. It looks like you suddenly disappear from the enemy's eyes. After saying that, he stepped a little further away from Reinhardt because he wanted to demonstrate it himself. Watch carefully, this is shaving. He stomped his legs on the ground instantly, and his figure instantly passed Reinhardt and came behind him. Reinhardt was stunned for a while. The speed was too fast, and the opponent passed by him like a gust of wind. This instant explosive power is exactly what he needs. By stomping on the ground again and again, a stronger reaction is produced. This is the key to learning to shave. At this time, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. The host has mastered the Navy 6 styles of shave, and the automatic training is activated. Hearing this voice, Reinhardt thought to himself that it was true. It is impossible to master physical skills like the Navy 6 styles by practicing casually, and you must be taught by others. There should be no one in this world who is more proficient in the Navy 6 styles than Garp. Garp turned around and said with a smile. This is the Navy 6 styles of shave, the instant burst of increased speed can catch the enemy off guard. In a battle of equal strength, if you suddenly use a speed several times faster than usual, the opponent will have no room to react. I didn't use my full strength just now, and this move is no longer of much use to a master like me. After all, there is no ground that can withstand my destruction more than a dozen times. But it is still of great use to you. Reinhardt nodded. This stage is still a great improvement for him. Garp asked. Have you mastered the technique through the demonstration just now? Reinhardt said with a smile. I have already mastered a little bit. After all, the automatic training has begun, although the speed of improvement may not be very much. Garp was a little bit unconvinced. The principle of this shaving is quite simple. But even the elite soldiers in the Marine training camp will take several days to master the basics. And Reinhardt is still a kid. Did he learn it after seeing his demonstration once? Then try shaving. Reinhardt nodded. It happened that he also wanted to use this physical technique. He walked back and moved away from Garp for a distance. He immediately gathered the strength of his legs and stepped on the ground quickly in an instant. When he felt a strong enough reaction force, his body shot forward like a bow and arrow, and then landed steadily on the ground. At this moment, he was excited. The speed improvement was quite large, which enhanced his strength. Garp, who saw this scene, was surprised. He really learned it so quickly. Could this kid be a super genius? Come to think of it, the sword skills this kid just displayed can be compared to some elite soldiers in the Navy training camp. Interesting, I didn't expect that. I just saved a child who jumped into the sea, but I didn't expect to pick up a treasure. There will be another powerful Navy in the future. Then Garp handed the remaining 5 styles to Reinhardt, explained the training methods to him and demonstrated them once. Unexpectedly, Reinhardt immediately grasped the essentials and could use them. Although the power is not very good, at least he knows it. This made him deeply fall into self-doubt. In order to improve the strength of the Navy, he had spent so much effort to create these moves, and Reinhardt learned them in less than an hour. This is a bit too scary. He now thinks that Reinhardt will definitely achieve great things in the future. Vice Admiral is definitely not the top, he is likely to be an Admiral. Thinking of this, he still hopes that he will be like him, a general, and not serve those rubbish celestial dragons. Chapter 9 Armament Haki. Garp looked at Reinhardt in front of him. He had not planned to teach him armament haki and observation haki today. But this kid easily learned the 6 styles of the Navy. Maybe he can also learn the more difficult armament haki and observation haki? These 2 abilities are the foundation of becoming a strong person, and can be developed and enhanced through acquired training. In theory, the sooner you learn it, the better. Thinking of this, he became interested. Can he cultivate a monster? Reinhardt, now I'm going to teach you how to practice armament haki. It can't really be considered a practice method. Everyone has a kind of chi in their heart. If you can control this chi to strengthen your body, that's elementary armament haki. Stronger, able to wrap around the body or weapon to increase attack power, that's intermediate armament haki. It's worth mentioning that the black swords among the swordsmen are covered with armament haki on the blade, and the attacks they unleash are stronger, so swordsmen are much more powerful than ordinary swordsmen. Since you use a sword, you can try to cover the blade when practicing armament haki, which will make your sword skills more powerful. As for the stronger armament haki, it can already condense the haki into a substantial attack, blasting the enemy like a cannonball, and can also defend against invisible attacks. Now the highest level of armament haki is internal destruction, which can release armament haki and pass through the surface of an object, and even destroy the inside of an object. In this way, no matter how strong the enemy's defense is, it will be severely damaged. Of course, the premise is that your haki can be strong enough to penetrate the enemy's interior. Reinhardt couldn't help scratching his head after hearing this. Fortunately, he has an automatic training system, otherwise it might be difficult to even get started. Seeing that Reinhardt was not as confident as before, Garp felt balanced in his heart. If this kid could learn armament haki instantly, it would be too depressing. He said happily. That's enough of the theory. Let me demonstrate it to you. The most important thing about using armament haki is to sense the energy in your body. Then combine it with your muscles, like this. Reinhardt saw Garp stretch out his huge right hand, and his expression condensed. In an instant, the whole right fist turned black. He couldn't help but feel excited. This is the basic ability that a strong man in the pirate world must have. Ordinary people with armament haki can compete with devil fruit users, and can even contact the entities of nature fruit users, which makes the invincible nature system no longer invincible. Then Garp continued to demonstrate. I don't like to use weapons. My hands are my best weapons. Next, I will show you how to wrap armament haki. Reinhardt stared at Garp's fist carefully. He could sense the terrifying power contained in his fist. Is this armament haki? It's interesting. If it is used on his own sword, wouldn't the power of the sword skills be greatly improved? Just when he was excited, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host has comprehended armament haki, and automatic training is enabled. Reinhardt was stunned, and then ecstatic. Okay, it's done, armament haki is automatically trained. Garp saw Reinhardt's happy expression, and his heart suddenly became refreshed. Watch carefully, I'm going to demonstrate the armament haki. Garp clenched his fist, slightly contracted it, and then punched out, breaking a tree in the distance in half, and then put away his fist. Did you see that? This is the armament haki released, condensed into a substantial attack. To do this, the armament haki must not only be strong, but also have strong enough control. Think about it carefully, and ask me if you don't understand anything. Reinhardt nodded. Although the armament haki attack was transparent, he still clearly saw the fluctuations in the air just now. The thing that caused the space to fluctuate must be the armament haki. After introducing the armament haki, Garp did not let Reinhardt demonstrate it on the spot. Even if he was a genius, he couldn't use it all at once. It would take several months for a talented person to find that energy. More people realized it in the survival war and then gradually perfected it. Now he needs to give Reinhardt some time to absorb the energy. Remember today's experience, and I will. It is easier to activate armament haki. If he can gain something, it will be worth his hard work in teaching him today. After a few minutes, Reinhardt said, Uncle Garp, can you please explain observation haki? Garp said seriously. No hurry, you should understand armament haki first. If I explain observation haki again, I'm afraid you can't consume so much at once. Reinhardt said with a smile. But I have already understood it. What's left is to slowly improve the power of armament haki. As he said that, he stretched out his right hand, looking for the energy in his body, and let it slowly come to his right fist. After a while, a small piece of skin turned black. Garp stared at this scene blankly. This kid actually succeeded in one go. He is simply a genius. No, it can no longer be described as a genius, it should be a monster. This is higher than the talent of his unfilial son Long. He calmed down and coughed. Okay, since you have understood it, I will start to explain the observation haki to you. Observation haki is not the chi in the body, but more like an ability to sense chi. Everything has chi. Even if you close your eyes, you can still sense their existence through chi. The basis of observation haki is to sense the breath of the opponent, and then sense the opponent's movements and attacks. If you are skilled, even if you close your eyes, you can still be aware of the opponent's attack and dodge it. Next, I will show you how to attack me with your samurai sword. He closed his eyes. Reinhardt did not hesitate at all, but used all his strength to swing the samurai sword at Garp. Even if he tried his best, he could not cause any damage to Garp. Sure enough, whether he chopped horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, Garp could block it with his armament haki. What a magical ability! At this moment, the mechanical sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. It is detected that the host has comprehended the observation haki, and automatic training is enabled. Okay, it works again. In this case, he has no interest in continuing the experiment. Chapter 10 Observation Haki. After waiting for a while, Garp did not feel Reinhardt's attack, so he spoke. Why didn't you continue to attack? Reinhardt said with a smile. Uncle Garp, I have already understood this a little bit. Oh. Garp nodded, and then a storm of anger rose in his heart. He understood it. What a monster! Maybe some people can comprehend the armament haki at this stage, but the observation haki is something that no one has ever heard of. Although he only understood a little bit, with continuous use, not only will his proficiency improve, but his observation haki will also continue to increase. He needed to calm down, so he didn't ask for a test. Now the other party has only understood a little bit, and can't test anything. Okay, let's stop here today. Remember what I said and deepen your understanding. I have to give my grandson loving discipline. You don't learn well all day, just thinking about being a pirate. Thinking of this, he had a headache, and then left here to find Luffy and the others. Reinhardt immediately opened the system personal panel. Constitution, 53 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 53 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 53 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress 100%, swordsman perfection. Navy 6 styles, shaving is automatically practicing, progress 1%. Iron block is automatically practicing, progress 1%. Paper painting is automatically practicing, progress 1%. Moonstep is automatically practicing, progress 1%. Storm kick is automatically practicing, progress 1%. Finger gun is automatically practicing, progress 1%. 10 days to improve 1% progress. Primary armament haki is automatically practicing, progress 1%. 10 days to improve 1% progress. Primary observation haki is automatically practicing, progress 1%, 10 days to improve 1% progress. Comprehensive evaluation, a weak chicken before becoming a top powerhouse. Looking at such a panel, Reinhardt couldn't help but feel a little happy. Although the system's evaluation is weak, and there is still a long way to go before becoming a top powerhouse, at least he is truly on the path to becoming a powerhouse. It takes 3 years to complete the 6 styles of the Navy. The speed can't be said to be slow. He will only be 13 years old in 3 years. He can fully learn the Navy's 6 styles at this age, which is rare even in the Navy. Similarly, the primary armament haki and observation haki also need 3 years to be fully practiced. He can also wait. His strength will improve by leaps and bounds in 3 years. Then he can go out and have fun. Early the next morning, Reinhardt woke up early. He had 2 things to do today. After a simple wash, he opened the system panel. When he saw that the sword skills were being automatically practiced, the progress was 100%, swordsman, he was a little disappointed. His sword skills were stagnant and he didn't start the next stage of sword skills training. According to previous experience, it might be because he didn't know how to practice next. After all, he started the automatic practice of sword skills just because he picked up the knife. Now he should find a teacher to teach him before he can start the next stage. Garp definitely can't teach me, he relies on his invincible fists, he probably doesn't know swordsmanship. And he's not going to the New World yet, at most he'll stay in the East China Sea, because it's safe enough. Searching the memories in his mind, looking for a great swordsman in the East China Sea. Coincidentally, he thought of a person who might be a great swordsman, that is Zoro's master Koshiro. Coincidentally, the other party is still running a sword gym, and his sword skills have reached the level of a swordsman, so it shouldn't be a problem to become his apprentice. Coincidentally, Garp is here too, so I just ask him to give me a ride. After thinking it through, he walked towards the windmill village. The purpose is of course to make his body happy and improve the progress of automatic training. After all, the body is the basis of all abilities, the stronger the body, the stronger the ability. This time he quickened his pace and arrived at Makina's tavern in half an hour. Although the tavern was open, there was no one except Makina. After all, no one would come to drink so early in the morning. Makina was also lying on the chair board at this moment. She had just finished today's cleaning work. When Reinhardt saw Makina, he jumped on her. Makina was a little surprised, and after seeing who was coming, he smiled helplessly. Rein, why are you here? You scared me as soon as you came. Reinhardt shook his head and said with a smile. I miss my sister a little bit. As he said that, he put his head down in that round and plump place, and the fragrance immediately came to his nose. After hearing this, Makina felt distressed. Such a young child is in need of care and comfort, but he didn't expect to encounter such a tragedy. It is understandable that he is so attached to her. If she doesn't care about the other party, who will care about the other party? Thinking in her heart, she stretched out her hands and hugged Rein. If you miss your sister in the future, come and see her. Okay. Reinhardt said obediently. Feel the comfortable feeling on his face. It's great that he's still a child now. Carefully feel the plump and soft feeling, but after a few minutes, the system still didn't send a prompt to speed up the progress of automatic cultivation. Reinhardt was confused. Could it be that the body still couldn't feel refreshed? He couldn't help but stretch out his hands to the plump parts, and then closed his eyes and kneaded them carefully. Makina immediately felt the same in his body, but when he saw that Rein closed his eyes and seemed to be asleep, he ignored it. This child came so early, he must not have slept enough and is now catching up on sleep. After kneading for a while, Reinhardt was a little disappointed. It seems that the automatic cultivation speed has not been triggered. Is there a time limit for this? This can only be studied slowly in the future. In such a comfortable environment, he slowly fell asleep. Seeing him like this, Makina felt helpless. In this case, she should sleep for a while. The two slept together in this way. When Makina woke up again, it was already noon. She asked Reinhardt to stay in the tavern for dinner. Reinhardt was a little hungry, so he didn't refuse. Chapter 11 Kendo Hall. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During this time, Reinhardt had nothing to do and ran to the tavern to sleep with Makina. After all, he had an automatic training system and didn't need to practice by himself. Now his body, sword skills, Navy 6 styles, observation haki and armament haki are all automatically trained. What can speed up the progress of cultivation is to make the body happy, and hugging Makina makes his body extremely happy. After 10 days, the system finally came to remind him that the progress of cultivation has been accelerated. So there is a time limit for accelerating cultivation, at least 10 days. I just looked at his personal attribute panel. Constitution, 61 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 61 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 61 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress 100%, swordsman perfection. Navy 6 styles, shaving is automatically practicing, progress 1%. Iron block is automatically practicing, progress 2%. Paper painting is automatically practicing, progress 2%. Moon step is automatically practicing, progress 2%. Storm kick is automatically practicing, progress 2%. Finger gun is automatically practicing, progress 2%. Improve 1% every 10 days. Primary armament haki is being cultivated automatically, with a progress of 2%, and a percentage increase every 10 days. Primary observation haki is being cultivated automatically, with a progress of 2%, and a percentage increase every 10 days. Overall evaluation, a weakling before becoming a top powerhouse. The overall evaluation has not changed, and he is still a weakling. His physical fitness is already better than the sum of 3 adults. The stronger the body, the stronger the sword skills he can display. It's a pity that his sword skills are still at the swordsman level and have not entered the next stage. But fortunately, Garp has agreed to take him to Shimatsuki village. To worship the man who may be a great swordsman as a teacher. The reason is, of course, that the world is so big, and he wants to go around and see it. Garp readily agreed. With the strength of this kid, there is still no danger in the East China Sea. After saying goodbye to Makina, Reinhardt followed Garp onto the Navy battleship. The battleship was heading towards Shimatsuki village. On the splint, Reinhardt looked at Garp, who was frowning, and asked. Uncle Garp, what's wrong? Haven't you persuaded Ace and the other 2 these days? In the past few days, Reinhardt had specially watched Garp teach Ace and the other 2 a lesson. If Ace and the other 2 were not convinced, they could only accept Garp's iron fist of love. Garp said with a grim expression. There's no way. Those 3 guys were all led astray. Even if I infused the iron fist of love, I still couldn't correct them. This vacation is over. I can't discipline them properly. I can only wait until next time. Reinhardt bowed his head and said nothing. This is equivalent to letting them go. They have already formed their own personalities. It's hard to change them. Garp sighed deeply. Forget it, leave them alone. I'll tell you how to quickly increase your armament haki. That is to practice and destroy constantly. There was once a great pirate named Green Pepper, whose armament haki was comparable to mine. I went through hard training to take him down, using armament haki to destroy mountains every day. After I destroyed 10 mountains, my armament haki improved dramatically. I knocked the great pirate Green Pepper's head crooked in one blow. So I suggest you use armament haki to destroy more in the future. Reinhardt nodded. This reminded him that maybe armament haki likes to destroy, which can also improve automatic practice. He really has to try it when he has time. Now he is on the sea, and there is nothing good for him to experiment with. Seeing how obedient Reinhardt was, and thinking of how stubborn that little bastard Ace was, Garp felt depressed. It seems that it is more reliable to train Reinhardt. Rein, don't use your broken samurai sword. A good long sword is still very important. I'll give you a Navy standard long sword later. Thank you, Uncle Garp. It's all trivial. Garp waved his hand and said. One day later, the Navy warship arrived at the destination, Shimotsuki village. After dropping off Reinhardt, the Navy warship set sail again. Reinhardt walked inland. Although this was indeed Shimotsuki village, he had to find someone to ask where the sword hall was. After asking a passerby, he learned the location of the sword hall and immediately set off. When he was about to reach the sword hall, he was a little surprised that he met a green-haired child, Roronoa Zoro. The other party glanced at him and walked into the sword hall. He naturally quickened his pace to follow. At this time, in the hall of the sword hall, a middle-aged man wearing a kendo uniform and glasses was teaching his students swordsmanship. When he saw Zoro and Reinhardt walking into the hall, his eyes narrowed. Because he saw Reinhardt carrying a Navy standard long sword. Is this person related to the Navy? What does the other party want to do in this place? He once provided help to the Revolutionary Army. Did the other party find out about this? But that's not right. If he found out, the person who came couldn't be a kid. Although this kid looks a little different. When he was thinking about it, Zoro with green hair shouted to everyone in the sword hall. Who is the owner here? I'm here to challenge the hall. If I win, I will take back the plaque on your gate. The students of the sword hall present were immediately angry when they heard this. Where did you come from, little brat, to challenge Master Kojiro? Get out of here quickly, or I'll let you crawl out. A short-haired girl in the corner also had an unhappy expression. A little kid dared to challenge the gym. Is this looking down on their kendo gym? Reinhardt quietly watched Zoro's performance on the side. At this time, Kojiro heard the green-haired child's speech without any anger, but smiled and said, I am the owner of this gym, Kojiro. If you win, you can take the plaque of the kendo gym. What if you lose? Zoro thought for a while and said, if I lose, I will join your kendo gym to study until I can defeat you. Kojiro did not expect that the green-haired child had such an idea, which was very interesting. Then he shouted to the girl in the corner. Kuina, you should understand this kid who challenged you. My kid, you can only fight me after you defeat Kuina. As soon as the voice fell, the short-haired little girl in the corner walked in front of Zoro. Zoro looked at the girl in front of him and scratched the back of his head and said, I don't want to fight with girls. Even if I win, it will be shameful. Chapter 12 Fighting. As soon as Zoro finished speaking, Kuina's heart was immediately filled with anger. This guy looks down on girls, and I will teach him a lesson later. Wait until you defeat me before saying this. Zoro looked at Kojiro behind Kuina, who was still smiling and showing no expression. Okay, then I will defeat you first. Then he held a bamboo sword in each hand, bit a bamboo sword in his mouth, and said in an unclear voice. This is my swordsmanship, 3-sword style, take it. Kuina was a little surprised, she had never seen such swordsmanship. Since you are not familiar with it, then defend yourself. Although Zoro has 3 swords, Kuina still avoided all his attacks. Kuina breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a show-off, and then she seized Zoro's opportunity and swung the bamboo sword to chop Zoro. Zoro fell to the ground in pain. He was a little unbelievable that he actually lost to a girl, although the other party was a few years older than him. Kuina looked at Zoro, who fell to the ground, and said with relief, "You can't even beat a girl." Zoro scratched his head and couldn't speak. At this time, Kojiro said with a smile, "Then this green-haired kid, join the kendo hall." Zoro, who was lying on the ground, got up and said, "Don't call me green hair, such an ugly name. My name is Roronoa Zoro." "Okay, Kuina, help Zoro to the side," Kojiro ordered. Although Kuina was reluctant, she still helped Zoro to the side according to her father's order. At this time, Kojiro looked at Reinhardt. "What is this blonde kid doing here?" Reinhardt looked at the warm man in front of him. "Don't call me blonde kid. My name is Reinhardt. I came here to join the kendo hall, but the premise is that you have the ability to teach me." As soon as the voice fell, the students in the kendo hall were immediately furious. "Blonde kid, you are a little arrogant, isn't it? Is teacher Kojiro not qualified to teach you?" In their eyes, the green-haired kid just now was just an innocent kid. This blonde kid is really a little too arrogant. Before Kojiro could speak, a young man in a kendo uniform stood up. "Let me teach you a lesson. As a young ghost, you'd better not be so arrogant." As soon as the voice fell, he rushed towards Reinhardt with a bamboo sword, and was about to chop it off on the head, giving Reinhardt a profound lesson. Facing the newcomer, Reinhardt was not in a hurry. When the opponent's attack was close to his body, he slightly turned sideways and punched the opponent's stomach. The young man immediately showed a look of pain and fell down. The students of the kendo hall present were very surprised. The young man who just attacked can be regarded as an elite in the kendo hall. "I didn't expect to be killed so easily." Reinhardt scratched his head and said, "You all saw that it was this guy who attacked first, and I just fought back in self-defense." Kojiro was suspected to be a great swordsman, and he was not prepared to be arrogant in front of him. That would be pure abuse. Kuina looked at the blonde guy angrily. Although the people in the kendo hall attacked first, the opponent's attack was too heavy, and the person fell to the ground. As the successor of the kendo hall, she had to protect the people in the kendo hall. She came to the center of the hall with 2 bamboo swords and threw 1 bamboo sword to Reinhardt. "Whether you are right or wrong, you injured the students in the kendo hall. I want to duel with you." Reinhardt was speechless. Sure enough, women are unreasonable. It was the other party who attacked first. He stretched out his right hand to take the bamboo sword, but he had no desire to duel. Kojiro did not stop the duel. He also wanted to see the strength of this blonde child. Seeing that the other party had no intention of dueling, Kuina suddenly showed an angry expression on her face and asked loudly, "Do you also look down on girls?" Reinhardt shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Girls can also hold up half the sky. Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors of pirates, is a woman, but it seems that no one on the sea can look down on her." Hearing his words, Kuina was a little surprised. This blonde boy could actually say such a thing, which made sense. That's right, girls can also hold up half the sky like men. In the future, she will definitely get her father's approval and inherit this kendo hall. Her impression of this blonde boy has changed a little now. But she still has to fight. "Go ahead." Reinhardt looked at Kuina and could only say helplessly, "Okay." With his current strength, he is not afraid of Kuina, even though the opponent has great kendo talent. After putting his Navy standard long sword on the ground, he slowly walked to Kuina with a bamboo sword in his hand, and then launched a crazy attack with one hand waving the bamboo sword. Kuina was well prepared, but was still caught off guard. Although she could keep up with the opponent's speed, her strength was much smaller than that of the opponent. Every block must be done with all her strength, and there is no spare strength to fight back. I didn't expect that this guy of the same age as him was so strong. In the end, the bamboo sword in Kuina's hand was blasted away by Reinhardt's great force. "You lose." Kuina was a little unwilling, but she had no choice. She could vaguely sense that the opponent's sword skills were still better than hers, otherwise she would not have found a gap to counterattack. After losing, she obediently walked aside. It would be too ugly to still entangle after losing. The students present at the kendo hall were very surprised and couldn't help whispering. Kendo genius Kuina actually lost, and lost to her peers. This is really unbelievable. This blonde boy is obviously also a genius, but his physical fitness is obviously better than Kuina. Reinhardt ignored these tiny voices and looked at Kojiro. Next, please show your strength, Mr. Kojiro. Seeing that the other party wanted to compete with him, Kojiro did not get angry, but asked. Where did you get that Navy standard long sword? Reinhardt said lightly. A Navy officer named Garp gave it to me. He is my uncle. Kojiro looked even kinder after hearing this. This name reminded him of the father of an old friend. Are you talking about Vice Admiral Garp? Reinhardt nodded. Kojiro said with a smile. Okay, then I will fight with you and let you see if I am qualified to teach you. The other party's identity has been confirmed. He is not someone sent by the Navy to cause trouble for him. Judging from his performance just now, he has such a level of swordsmanship at this age, which is at the genius level. This gave rise to the idea of accepting a disciple. Chapter 13 Swordsman Realm. In the hall of the Kendo Hall, Reinhardt faced Kojiro with a bamboo sword in hand. This time he did not have the idea of a big move. Instead, he held the sword with both hands. Master, I'm going to do it. As soon as he finished speaking, he used all his strength and came to Kojiro in an instant. He used all his strength to chop at the opponent. Kojiro easily blocked it with one hand, swinging the bamboo sword in his hand. Reinhardt was happy that the opponent could actually catch his full strength attack, proving that the opponent was really powerful. Next, he swung the bamboo sword and launched a crazy attack. But without exception, they were all blocked by Kojiro swinging the sword. Kojiro sighed in his heart, what a good seedling, being able to control the sword so skillfully. There is no doubt that he has reached the level of a swordsman, and is only a little bit away from the swordsmanship of cutting steel. No wonder this kid wanted to come to him for guidance. Then he showed off his strength as a swordsman. With a force on his wrist, he swung his sword and cut off the opponent's bamboo sword. The students in the Kendo Hall were all excited. This was the strength of their master. This arrogant blonde boy even broke his sword. He was defeated. Reinhardt just saw that the opponent's bamboo sword was covered with a layer of sword energy, so he cut his own bamboo sword. Is this the next stage of the swordsman? He said respectfully. Please teach me the skills above the swordsman. Kojiro. Since you worship me as your teacher, I will naturally teach you well. Others should practice basic kendo well. That new member Zoro should also join in the practice. Kuina, you should supervise them well from the side. Zoro said unconvinced when he heard it. Teacher, I also want to learn sword skills above the swordsman. Kojiro explained patiently. Even if I want to teach you now, you won't be able to learn it. I'll teach you when you reach the level of a swordsman. After saying that, he took Reinhardt away from the Kendo Hall. The students who stayed in the Kendo Hall soon began to practice the basics of Kendo on their own initiative. Although Zoro was a little dissatisfied, he thought about it and let it go. Only Kuina was in a gloomy mood. She also wanted to follow her father to learn swordsmanship above the swordsman. But her father had rejected her a long time ago, on the grounds that her physical fitness was not enough and she did not meet the standard of practicing swordsmanship. How good it would be if he was a boy, his physical fitness and strength would be much better than girls. He sighed helplessly and could only supervise the students in the Kendo Hall swinging bamboo swords absent-mindedly. On the other side, Kojiro had already brought Reinhardt to an open place not far from the Kendo Hall. Do you know why I brought you to this place? Is it because I'm afraid of damaging the Kendo Hall? Reinhardt guessed. Kojiro said with a smile. That's also the reason. The important thing is that the swordsmanship I'm about to teach you is very powerful. If you use it in the sword hall, it's easy to hurt people. You don't have to worry about that now. Next, I'll explain to you what the swordsmanship realm is. If you can cut steel with one sword without the armament color, you have reached the steel cutting realm. Reaching this level means you have entered the primary swordsmanship realm. Reinhardt asked. Then how can you cut steel with a sword without damaging the sword? Kojiro explained. You asked a good question. The key to this is sword energy. You also noticed that the bamboo sword I swung was covered with sword energy. Sword energy is a combination of sword skills and will. When you cultivate sword energy and use it to cut steel, you have reached the realm of swordsmanship. Let me show you again. After saying that, he took out the bamboo sword with both hands and swung it violently at a tree in the distance. In an instant, the tree was broken in half. Reinhardt couldn't help but exclaimed. The transparent wave just now was sword energy. I didn't expect that teacher Kojiro could use a bamboo sword to swing sword energy. He is really strong. Kojiro put away the bamboo sword. To cultivate sword energy, the important thing is the combination of will and swordsmanship. Experience it yourself. I'm going back to take care of those students. After saying that, he left. Reinhardt stayed where he was and continued to think about what teacher Kojiro said. After a while, the system's voice sounded in his mind. It has been detected that the host has comprehended the swordsman realm. Cultivation method, automatic cultivation is enabled. Hearing this wonderful voice, he felt comfortable. Now his strength mainly depends on sword skills. Turning on automatic training means that his strength can be steadily improved. Although the automatic training was turned on, he still drew out the Navy standard longsword and practiced according to the method taught by teacher Kojiro. Sure enough, after practicing for an hour, he still did not hear the system prompt to accelerate the automatic training. Then he could only find other ways to improve the progress of automatic training. But his current strength can still swing a little sword energy, don't think it's just a little result. Even a little sword energy has made his sword swinging a qualitative change. In the evening, Reinhardt returned to the sword hall because he couldn't find a place to live here. When he made a request to teacher Kojiro, the other party readily agreed and asked him to eat with him. After dinner, he asked Kuina to tidy up the room for Reinhardt to move in. Kuina was a little depressed. Her father actually let this guy live in the sword hall. Wouldn't he want this guy to inherit the sword hall? This gave her a serious sense of crisis. She had to work harder to practice kendo. The next morning, she came to the outside of the sword hall early to practice her kendo, picked up the bamboo sword and started to chop. After an hour, she was a little tired and had to sit on a stone to rest. At this time, a figure appeared here. The person who came was Reinhardt. He came here to test whether destruction could improve the progress of automatic training of armament haki. I didn't expect Kuina to be here too. The other party should be practicing kendo. According to the plot of One Piece, this guy is not going to die soon. Since he has already worshipped Kojiro as his teacher, he naturally can't let his teacher's daughter die like this. Kuina also saw Reinhardt and felt unhappy. Why are you here? Of course I'm here to practice. Reinhardt responded. Practice? Did his father teach him a more advanced swordsmanship yesterday? She couldn't help but ask. What did your father teach you yesterday? The entry to the swordsman realm, the practice of sword energy. Chapter 14 Melee. Did his father actually teach this blonde boy how to practice sword energy? He's really biased. If she knew sword energy, her strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. She couldn't help but ask. Can you tell me about it? Reinhardt nodded. That's no problem. Even if you know the practice method, you probably won't be able to practice it because your body doesn't meet the standards. Kuina was a little disappointed. Do you think so too? Girls' bodies are so fragile. She rubbed her slime. My breasts have begun to develop, and they will drag me down even more in the future. They are really two useless pieces of fat. Reinhardt said dissatisfiedly to Kuina's complaint. I am very unhappy with your statement. Girls' breasts are very sacred. You are not allowed to belittle them. Kuina was a little stunned. She was just talking about herself. What was the blonde boy angry about? Reinhardt continued to speak seriously. Who told you that a developed woman can't become strong? This answer made Kuina a little happy. Blonde. Reinhardt, do you have any way to practice? Teach me too. This guy wanted to call him blonde or something. Forget it, Reinhardt is not stingy enough to argue with Kuina because of this. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. The training method, of course, is to keep training and improve the body's ability to withstand blows. He said this. Of course, there is still a selfish motive. If Kuina can be like other One Piece worlds, with the physical fitness of an indestructible cockroach, she would not die at such a young age. Kuina lowered her head and thought about Reinhardt's words. The other party was right. Physical fitness can also continue to improve like her swordsmanship. She raised her head and looked at Reinhardt with expectant eyes. Can you train with me? Yes. Reinhardt was thinking about this, and then said hesitantly. This training is very hard, I don't know if you can bear it. Kuina's heart was filled with hope, so how could she be afraid of hard work? I'm fine. Reinhardt said with a smile. Then come and fight me with bare hands. This is the fastest way to strengthen your physique. Kuina instantly understood Reinhardt's painstaking efforts. This was a free training for her. She was very touched. Doesn't this Rein look like a good guy? In the open space, the two started a fierce battle. At the beginning, Reinhardt gave in to Kuina. With his 61-point speed attribute, he could easily avoid Kuina's attack. After getting familiar with the opponent's strength, he increased his strength. He kept attacking Kuina's body. He touched almost every part of her body. Kuina was very angry. The opponent actually attacked her sensitive area and even grabbed it. Reinhardt, you are too vulgar. How can you attack that kind of place? Reinhardt said seriously. Kuina, you are too naive. When you fight with the enemy, will the enemy be polite to you just because you are a girl? No, they will do anything to win. There is a wise saying in my hometown, if there is no woman in your heart, you will naturally draw your sword. Kuina thought carefully about Reinhardt's words, if there is no woman in your heart, you will naturally draw your sword. Does it mean not to regard yourself as a woman? She seemed to have realized something. Is it because she has always regarded herself as a girl that her physical fitness is so weak? Then from now on, she must work hard to change her concept, and she can't regard herself as a woman when practicing swordsmanship. After thinking it through, she said seriously. Rein, let's continue fighting. This time I won't regard myself as a woman. Okay. Rein replied. This time, Rein increased the intensity of the attack. Kuina could only defend passively, but she was still attacked in various parts of her body. Although she was still a little uncomfortable, her shyness had been reduced a lot. Half an hour later, Kuina half knelt on the ground due to exhaustion. Rein, I have no strength left. Let me rest for a while. After saying that, he was panting and resting. You should rest. Strengthening your physical fitness is not a matter of one day or one night. You can't be impatient. Reinhardt said lightly. Although he had a physical battle with Kuina, he still had plenty of physical strength. Relatively speaking, his current physique was much stronger than Kuina's. It was time to start practicing armament haki. Because his armament haki was not strong enough and could only cover a small area of his hands, he thought of a good idea. That was to combine armament haki with the Navy's 6-style finger gun. He started to act as soon as he thought of it. He slowly stretched out a black finger, came to a big tree, and poked it suddenly. The black finger instantly poked into the trunk. Sure enough, covering with armament haki can improve attack and defense. Now the fingers only felt a little uncomfortable. But it was a bit disappointing that the system did not hear the sound of the armament haki automatically practicing and improving the progress. Maybe the destruction was not enough. Reinhardt's face condensed and his arms shrank slightly. Countless finger after images were left in the air. And the big tree was instantly broken by him. At this moment, his fingers felt the pain, but he was still enduring it. The host destroyed a big tree, and the armed caller was very excited, and the automatic training progress increased by 5 percentage points. Coming, Reinhardt was very happy. Just like what Garp said, destruction can improve the progress of armament haki training. Kuina, who was watching from a distance, was shocked to see that Reinhardt was actually training like this. Is this really the same age as her? She couldn't help but stretch out her finger, imagining that there was a big tree in front of her, and suddenly poked it out. It can be imagined that it was not the big tree that broke, but her finger. She couldn't help but sigh, wondering when she could reach the physical fitness of Rein. Maybe if she practiced more, she could achieve it. After Reinhardt's fingers recovered completely in the distance, he looked for a big tree to continue training, but this time he did not improve his progress after destroying the tree again. It seems that the progress of armament haki is limited, just like the automatic training of the body. Just now, when fighting with Kuina, I touched the other party's body to get a sense of pleasure. There is also no system prompt about the progress of automatic training of the body. It seems that the time for the body's automatic training progress to increase is fixed, once every 10 days. Chapter 15 Saving Kuina. A month later, Reinhardt opened the system personal panel. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 86 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 86 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 86 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress is 4%, swordsman perfection, and 1% progress is increased every 10 days. Navy 6 styles, shaving is automatically practicing, progress is 5%. Iron block is automatically practicing, progress is 5%. Paper painting is automatically practicing, progress is 5%. Moon step is automatically practicing, progress is 5%. Stormfoot is automatically practicing, progress is 5%. Finger gun is automatically practicing, progress is 5%. 1% progress is increased every 10 days. Primary armament haki is automatically practicing, progress is 15%, and 1% progress is increased every 10 days. Primary observation haki is automatically practicing, progress is 5%, and 1% progress is increased every 10 days. Comprehensive evaluation, Little Overlord of the East China Sea. When he saw that the comprehensive evaluation was Little Overlord of the East China Sea, he was not only smiling. It seems that he has the ability to protect himself in the East China Sea now. His physical fitness has increased by 25 points this month, 10 points of which are from automatic training, and 1 point is added every 3 days. The other 15 points are from the pleasure gained from fighting with Kuina, thanks to Kuina. As for ability, the armament haki is the fastest to train, because he has found a way to improve the progress of automatic training. Judging from the trees he destroys every day, it can only be improved once a month. The points that can be obtained in a month are 8 points. He can now use armament haki to cover both hands. However, although his sword skills have reached the level of a swordsman, the training speed is still very slow. With his current strength, he has to find an opportunity to go out to sea and kill a few pirates to see if he can improve the progress of automatic training. With his comprehensive evaluation as the Little Overlord of the East China Sea, there should be no danger. In a month, Kuina's physical fitness has also improved. His strength has become stronger, and his body's ability to resist blows has also improved. The body has more endurance, and will no longer be exhausted after an hour of exercise. On the contrary, Ryan's progress is even more terrifying. When she saw the other party destroy a big tree with bare hands, she had to sigh that there are really monsters in this world. Now she just used the sword to compete with Ryan. Feeling the improvement of her sword's swinging speed and stability, she was happy in her heart. This is all thanks to Ryan Harut. The only trouble is that she made the other party's sword a little curled. After all, she is now using the Wado Ikemonji, one of the 21 works of the Great Sword. This is a good sword, not comparable to the Navy standard long sword. She said apologetically. Ryan, don't be embarrassed to curl your sword. Wait until I go back and get the whetstone to sharpen it for you, it will become as sharp as before. After that, she trotted towards the kendo hall. Reinhardt wanted to say that it didn't matter if he rolled up, but the other party had already run far away, so he could only let him go. He sat down to rest for a while, and something seemed to flash through his mind. Now that Kuina's physical fitness has improved, she shouldn't be in danger. Fuck, it seems that the original plot was for her to fall down the stairs and die while holding a whetstone. After thinking of this, he immediately got up and ran towards the kendo hall at the fastest speed. Maybe he had changed Kuina's physique, and maybe she wouldn't fall down to death. But he didn't want to gamble, even if there was a 1% chance. After a while, he arrived at the kendo hall and hurried to the attic. At this time, Kuina walked up the stairs to the second floor. Suddenly, her feet slipped and she fell down the stairs. She was shocked, this was too unlucky. Just when she was about to hit the ground with the back of her head, someone hugged her tightly and prevented her from making close contact with the ground. Kuina breathed a sigh of relief, she was saved. She turned to look at the person who came. Ryan, luckily you came, otherwise I would have fallen. The person who came was Reinhardt, and at this moment, he was also in shock. Damn, Kuina really fell down, luckily he came in time. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret if something terrible happened. He asked a little worriedly. Why did you fall down? Kuina answered obediently. The stairs were a little slippery, and I slipped accidentally. It's just a fall, don't worry too much. Reinhardt hugged Kuina tighter. Be careful in the future, the back of the human brain is very fragile, if you are not careful, you may get seriously hurt. Kuina nodded. She didn't expect Ryan to care about her so much. He was very ruthless in the physical fight with her before. She was a little shy just being held like this. Ryan, how long are you going to hold me like this? Reinhardt couldn't help but rub her twice more before reluctantly letting go of Kuina. Haha, sorry. Kuina looked at Reinhardt. Could it be that these two pieces of fat on her body were so attractive to him? Wait, I'll go upstairs to find a whetstone for you. Then he went upstairs carefully. She didn't want to give Ryan another chance to attack. After Kuina entered the room, Ryan looked at the old and somewhat smooth stair planks, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. Fortunately, he was here today, but if he was not here one day, accidents would inevitably happen. We have to find a way to replace these planks. After a while, Kuina found the whetstone and walked down the stairs carefully, sharpening the Navy standard long sword for Reinhardt again. Early the next morning, Kuina came to the old place to start training. But today, Ryan was not seen. She was a little disappointed, but she still practiced alone. At this time, Ryan came to the forest to look for wood. Because he wanted to replace all the stairs in the kendo hall with new stepping boards. The wood used for the pedals must be old enough to be strong enough. Soon, they came under a big tree. This tree looks very solid and is a good material for making pedals. With the idea in mind, he immediately took action. The swordsman level sword skills were fully unleashed, and soon, the wood blocks were piled together. It was not enough to have wood blocks, and the gaps had to be cut on the other side. This work was much more difficult than the previous big tree felling. It took several hours to cut enough gaps in the wood blocks. Even if the shoes were smooth, they would not slip. After doing all this, he couldn't help but feel a little tired with his current physical fitness. However, everything was worth it. Chapter 16, Destroy the Barbie Pirates. Reinhardt rested for a while and then began to transport the cut wood boards back. Then he asked teacher Kojiro for a hammer and nails. Although Kojiro didn't understand why Rain wanted to replace the wood boards, he didn't stop him. He just thought that this new student was very good. At noon, Kuina came back from her exclusive training ground. Only then did she know that Rein was replacing the stair treads. She was a little happy and a little helpless. Rein, is it necessary to do this? Reinhardt nodded affirmatively. Of course it is necessary. Kuina felt a warm feeling flowing in her heart. She didn't expect Rein to do so much for her. He had accompanied her in physical combat for the past month, and he didn't have to do that. She couldn't help but say happily, "Let me help you." Spring went and summer came, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Originally, Rein had planned to go to sea, but he was a little worried about Kuina, so he stayed for another 3 months. In order to improve her ability to withstand blows. For this reason, a special training plan was specially formulated for the back of her head. At first, it was just a thin wooden board, and then thicker and thicker boards began to be used. Kuina was very opposed. How could there be such a training method? But the opposition was ineffective. Reinhardt still insisted. In addition to the back of the head training, he also took Kuina to carry out more rigorous training. This time he did not hold back. The rigorous training improved Kuina's physical resistance to blows by more than 1 level. Finally, it was time to leave today. In the previous training ground, Kuina had already started training. She was seen waving the sword with the text, and her sword was pressing. Compared with a few months ago, there is a world of difference. Although the bear has grown bigger, she will not worry about it anymore. On the contrary, she is more confident. Seeing Reinhardt's arrival, she stopped swinging the sword and sheathed it. "How is it? My swordsmanship is very good now, right? Do you think I can become the world's #1 swordsman in the future?" Reinhardt looked at her with a smile. "I believe in you, you will definitely become the woman of the world's #1 swordsman in the future." Kuina smiled. It seems that Rain recognized her sword technique. Reinhardt continued. "I have something to tell you today. I'm going out to sea." Kuina stood there as if struck by lightning, and then she reacted. "Are you leaving? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the kendo hall?" Reinhardt said with a smile. "It's good to stay in the kendo hall, but I still have things to do. Don't worry, I'll come back after I finish my work. Tell Mr. Kojiro for me." Kuina felt better when she heard that she would come back. "Then it's a deal." After saying goodbye to Kuina, Reinhardt came to the beach and rowed a boat out to sea. Look at the system personal panel. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 161 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 161 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 161 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress is 13%, swordsman perfection, and the progress increases by 1% every 10 days. Navy 6 styles, shaving is automatically practicing, progress is 14%. Iron block is automatically practicing, progress is 14%. Paper painting is automatically practicing, progress is 14%. Moon step is automatically practicing, progress is 14%. Storm kick is automatically practicing, progress is 14%. Finger gun is automatically practicing, progress is 14%. Increase 1% every 10 days. Primary armament haki is automatically practicing, progress is 39%, and 1% every 10 days. Primary observation haki is automatically practicing, progress is 14%, and 1% every 10 days. Comprehensive evaluation, Overlord of the East Sea. The system positioned him as invincible in the East Sea, even though it was the weakest sea. Now he could cover the sword with his armament haki, and the slashes he swung were much more powerful than before. Cutting hard stones was like cutting melons and vegetables. Even more terrifying physical fitness, now the attribute values are the sum of 8 adults. It's just that his swordsmanship training was too backward, so he couldn't even swing the flying slash. In order to verify whether killing can improve the progress of automatic swordsmanship training, he must go out to sea to find pirates. He won't kill people casually to improve the automatic swordsmanship training, but he won't be soft-hearted to pirates and won't have any psychological burden. After rowing for a day, he overestimated himself a little. Without a good boat, he could only let the scorching sun blaze, even his physique felt uncomfortable. In the vast ocean, he didn't know how to identify the direction. Just when he was at a loss, a pirate ship slowly sailed towards him. There was a smile on his face, this was a gift from God. After a while, the pirate ship had approached. The pirates on the ship were disappointed to see that it was a child. I thought there would be a fat sheep, but it turned out to be a worthless one. So are we going to let him go? How is it possible? Even if he has no money, we can still threaten him to let his parents pay a ransom. At worst, we can sell this kid. Can it be worth a little money? Just as they were discussing and deciding how to deal with the child, Reinhardt jumped onto the deck in an instant. Before the pirate could react, he drew out the Navy's standard longsword and rushed towards the two people closest to him. The sword quickly covered with the armed color domineering and turned black, waving at lightning speed. The two pirates were instantly split in half. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked and angry, and they all picked up their weapons. "Little brat, you dare to kill members of our Barbie pirates! Brothers, hack this guy to death!" In an instant, the pirates on the deck picked up their weapons and surrounded Reinhardt. Reinhardt didn't waste any words. Facing the pirates swinging their swords, he directly swung the long sword covered with black armed color domineering in his hand. He chopped the opponent in half with his sword. A pirate saw Reinhardt's brutal scene and hurried to the cabin to find the captain. Only the captain could deal with such a brutal person. After the pirate came out with a burly man holding a machete. The ground was full of pirate corpses. The pirate pointed at Reinhardt and said tremblingly, "Captain Barbie, this guy killed all our crew members." Reinhardt couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the other captain's name. "It's interesting. I'm going to change my name to Captain Barbecue today." The burly man was full of anger. This guy not only killed all his crew members, but also dared to laugh at his name. Now he was filled with anger and vowed to chop this guy into pieces. His veins bulged and he rushed towards Reinhardt, swinging the machete in his hand. Cut it in two with one stroke. Reinhardt was not afraid at all, and also swung his long sword and hit hard. He directly split the opponent in half, including the machete. The only remaining pirate saw such a terrible scene, and his face was terrified. Even the invincible Captain Barbie was killed by the opponent. Now he had only one thought in his mind, that is, to escape. The opponent's means were so cruel, begging for mercy would definitely be useless. He immediately turned around and ran to the side of the ship to jump into the sea to escape. At the moment of jumping into the sea, he was split into two and fell into the sea. Reinhardt would naturally not let the opponent go, and chased him and gave him a sword. Chapter 17 The progress of automatic kendo training is improved. When Reinhardt killed the last pirate, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. The host killed a group of pirates. Your swordsmanship is extremely exciting, and the automatic training progress is increased by 5 percentage points. It's done. As expected, the sword is a weapon, and killing can make it excited. But will there be a 1-month limit like armament haki? These are yet to be verified. Next, it's time to loot the treasure. He killed the pirate, so naturally the pirate's treasure is his. After slowly sheathing the sword, he entered the cabin, and his eyes lit up when he saw the box of treasure. I don't know how much these are worth, I will know when I find time to sell them later. Besides, it's not easy to move with such goods on the sea, so it's better to exchange them for Bailey. After packing some food and drinking water, he returned to his boat. Reinhardt looked at the pirate ship with regret. If I can swing the flying slash now, I must cut it in half. Cutting off in two is the romance of a man, showing the style of a master. With a sigh, he rowed in one direction. Although he didn't know where to go, he couldn't stay where he was. An hour after he rowed away, a small navy warship sailed towards the pirate ship. The navy commander and navy soldiers on the warship were on high alert. The bounty for the pirate Barbie in the East China Sea is 10 million Baileys, and they must take it seriously. But at this time, the observation sentry holding a telescope had an unbelievable look on his face. "Sir, the pirate ship ahead is full of corpses." The navy commander was also stunned. "You are not mistaken. Sir, you are not mistaken, there is even Barbie among these corpses, he was cut in half." The sentry continued to observe and said affirmatively. When the navy ship approached the pirate ship, the navy commander jumped onto the pirate ship with a group of navy soldiers. Everyone was shocked and terrified when they saw the scene in front of them. Because these pirates died tragically, they were all cut in half. The navy soldiers talked a little tremblingly. "My goodness, who did all this? Even I think this way of death is cruel." "Don't talk about you, even I think it's cruel." The admiral ignored the discussion and observed the bodies. The cuts were very smooth, as if they were made by the same weapon. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a breath. This ship of pirates was killed by one person? Which hero did such a good deed? The other party who killed the pirates must be a friend of their navy. On the other side, Reinhardt kept rowing in one direction. Fortunately, he was rescued by a passenger ship. In the eyes of the crew, it was just a child. It was just a puzzle that such a young man could carry such a big package. Only a little girl with orange hair in the corner narrowed her eyes. She felt that the thing wrapped in cloth looked a bit like a treasure chest. Moreover, the other party was still a child like her. Maybe this guy was just right to be her target. It was late at night, and Reinhardt slept in the guest room that the crew had kindly prepared for him. At this moment, the door opened silently. An orange-haired girl was observing the situation inside from the door. At a glance, she saw the package placed beside the bed, and the blonde boy was sleeping quietly beside the bed. She walked towards the package carefully, trying not to make any noise, and came to the bed, ready to move the package away. At this moment, Reinhardt opened his eyes, quickly got up, and restrained the woman who entered his room in the middle of the night, pressing her hands on the bed. The observation haki was automatically cultivated, which improved his sensitivity. From the moment the door opened, he woke up. Nami was so surprised that she couldn't speak. She wanted to struggle but couldn't get rid of it at all. Those hands were like iron clamps. Damn, what's going on? The other party is a child like her, how can she have so much strength? Reinhardt pressed the light button instantly. The dark room lit up instantly, and he saw clearly who the person was. Isn't this blue and white short-sleeved shirt and orange hair Nami? The other party will be an excellent navigator in the future. Most of the area of this world is ocean. How can he go to the sea without a navigator in the future? Besides, if the original plot is followed and the other party is allowed to go to sea as a pirate with Luffy, it would be a waste of talent. What's the fun of being chased by the navy? Nami didn't know what to do at this time, and was caught red-handed the first time she made a move. Reinhardt grabbed Nami's hands and sat on her. Tell me, thief, how should I deal with you? You don't want me to tell the navy to imprison you for a few years, do you? Hearing a few years, Nami was shocked. She still had to collect 100 million berries to redeem her hometown from the dragon. How could she be imprisoned in prison? She begged for mercy. Please don't hand me over to the navy. I apologize to you, and I will never steal your things again. Reinhardt chuckled. Apologizing is useless. If you want me to let you go, you must agree to one condition of mine. Otherwise, you will stay in prison for a few years. Nami was immediately anxious when she heard this, and now she could only calm the other party down first. Okay, I will agree to any condition you give me. Reinhardt thought about it, and decided to be a secretary when there was something to do and a secretary when there was nothing to do. Then you will be my secretary in the future. Nami could only pretend to agree first, and then find an opportunity to run away. She didn't have time to be someone else's secretary now. Seeing that the other party agreed so easily, Reinhardt knew that the other party would not be so willing to do it so easily. But he knew what the other party cared about, and then he would put on a big show to win the other party back. It's so late now, it's time to sleep well. He hugged Nami and got into the bed. I didn't expect to be so lucky today and picked up such a good pillow. I hope I can sleep more peacefully. Nami was frightened by the action of the blonde boy. She wanted to struggle, but the other party did not make any further moves, which calmed her frightened heart. She thought about sneaking away after the other party fell asleep, but she did not expect that the other party's hands around her waist were so tight. She tried several times, but was afraid of waking up the blonde boy. Helplessly, she could only sleep and wait for a chance to slip away tomorrow. Chapter 18 Nami sleeps with him. After the second day, Reinhardt woke up early. Sure enough, sleeping with a soft pillow was much more comfortable. He got out of bed and stretched his muscles. It's a pity that the progress of improving the automatic training of the body is still cooling down, otherwise it will be 5 o'clock again. After a while, Nami opened her eyes. She didn't expect that she slept so well last night. Is it more comfortable to sleep with a boy? Forget it, don't think about these messy things. She looked at the blonde boy stretching his body beside the bed. I didn't expect this guy to be so handsome. Reinhardt realized that Nami had woken up and said with a smile. Secretary, you're awake. Please introduce yourself. My name is Reinhardt, and my hometown is Windmill Village. You can call me Rein. Nami paused and said. My name is Nami, and my hometown is Cocoa West Village. There is no need to lie to the other party. Just as I don't know where Windmill Village is, the other party should not know where Cocoa West Village is. Nami pointed to the package and changed the subject. Rein, since I am your secretary, can you tell me what's inside? All treasures stolen from pirates. Reinhardt replied. I hate pirates the most. My relatives have all been killed by pirates. After saying that, his face became sad. Of course, he pretended to be like this, and his purpose was naturally to gain Nami's sympathy. After hearing this, Nami also felt that the other party didn't have that. How abominable. It turns out that she is also a miserable person like herself. Her adoptive mother was also brutally killed by pirates. Then when she escapes, she will leave a little treasure for this golden boy. Originally, she wanted to take all the treasure as the cost of sleeping with this girl. Reinhardt asked. Nami, I heard that your hometown, Cocoa West Village, is ruled by the dragon pirates. Nami was a little surprised. This place is a bit far from Cocoa West Village. Do you know my hometown? It is indeed under the high-pressure rule of the dragon. Everyone has to pay protection fees, otherwise they will be killed. After saying that, her face has become gloomy. In order to save her hometown, she made an agreement with the dragon that as long as she collected 100 million Baileys, she could redeem Cocoa West Village. Reinhardt was very angry when he heard Nami's words. "Since you are already my companion, Nami, wait for me to catch all those pirates in one fell swoop. I will not watch my companion's hometown being destroyed like this." This time it was Nami's turn to be dumbfounded. Is this blonde boy so good? He actually wanted to expel the pirates from her hometown. It's just that the idea is good, but this is not something a child older than her can do. She shook her head and refused. The evil dragon is too powerful. You can't defeat him. Reinhardt was not afraid. With his strength as the overlord of the East China Sea, isn't it easy to destroy an evil dragon? But he couldn't say that. Things that are too cheap are worthless. He tried to act very passionate. I have worked hard to practice swordsmanship for many years. How can I know if I don't try it? Besides, I can't let such evil harm the world. Nami felt a little unreal. Is this your hometown or my hometown? I didn't expect this blonde boy to be such a passionate person. Then she couldn't watch him die in vain. Forget it, the power of the evil dragon is really beyond your imagination. After hearing this, Reinhardt did not persuade Nami again, which would easily cause the other parties disgust. He already had a plan in his mind. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it now. When you kill the pirates later, you will find out my strength and know that I am not bragging. Seeing that the other party was so confident, Nami also had some ideas. If this person can really help her eliminate the evil dragon pirate group that has harmed her hometown, it would be good. The premise is that this guy must have strength, otherwise he will die in vain. Now she didn't think about running away, but stayed with this blonde boy to see his strength first. If this guy is bragging, she will leave some treasures to him when she runs away. After all, the other party is still a good guy. In the next few weeks, Reinhardt sold the box of treasure and got 10 million Bailey banknotes, which was convenient to carry with him, and then took Nami to look for pirates. After finally finding a group of pirates, Nami said hesitantly, "Rein, why don't we find an opportunity to steal the treasures of these pirates? It's too dangerous for us two children to confront the strong pirates head-on." In the past few weeks, she hadn't seen Rein take action, so she naturally didn't know how powerful the other party was. Moreover, if you can't destroy the pirates head-on, stealing the treasure they care about most is the biggest revenge. Reinhardt shook his head and rejected the proposal. "Only found a group of pirates in the past few weeks, and you told me to retreat?" You know, in his eyes, these people are all experienced babies for him to improve his swordsmanship. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he walked towards the group of pirates. Nami still had a little worry on her face, but since she couldn't stop it, she could only find a place to hide. As for Rein, if he was caught, she could only find a chance to rescue him. There was a group of pirates moored on the coast. One of them found Reinhardt approaching with a long sword, and shouted to his companions. "Look over there, there is a little devil coming towards us with a weapon." The other pirates focused their attention on the blonde little devil who was approaching, and talked about it. "What does this little devil want to do? Don't you want to attack us?" "You're kidding, there are so many of us, are they just being idle?" While they were talking, Reinhardt had already walked in front of them. Next, he had to pay attention to showing enough strength, but not too strong, preferably a little stronger than the dragon. After having a standard in mind, he drew out the Navy's standard longsword and rushed towards the group of pirates. The fast speed and exquisite swordsmanship, although the strength has been suppressed. But the battle ended after a few minutes, and the pirates could not resist at all. One by one, they fell to the ground. Nami, who was watching all this from a distance, was stunned. This blonde Rein was really not bragging, his strength was really strong. Maybe the other party really has the ability to deal with the dragon pirates. At this time, Reinhardt called Nami, and when Nami rushed to the front. "Look, am I strong? Next, it's time to plunder the pirates' treasure." Chapter 19, Cocoa Village. On a passenger ship, Reinhardt and Nami sat face to face, with 2 cups of coffee in front of them. After selling the pirates' treasure and getting 10 million Baileys, they boarded the passenger ship back to Nami's hometown, Cocoa Village. After seeing Rein's powerful strength, she believed that Rein could defeat the dragon pirates. In order to liberate her hometown as soon as possible, she took Rein on the road back home. But she was still a little nervous at this time. After all, the shadow of the evil dragon still loomed over him. Rein, who was opposite Nami, picked up the coffee and drank it with a comfortable look on his face. This pirate is really a good thing. Not only can it provide a lot of money, but also provide experience points for cultivation. This reminded him of the online monster killing game in his previous life. Pirates are really rich monsters. Thinking of this, he skillfully opened the system personal panel. This panel can only be seen by him. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 186 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 186 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 186 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress is 26%, swordsman perfection, and the progress increases by 1% every 10 days. Navy 6 styles, shaving is automatically practicing, progress is 17%. Iron block is automatically practicing, progress is 17%. Paper drawing is automatically practicing, progress is 17%. Moon step is automatically practicing, progress is 17%. Stormfoot is automatically practicing, progress is 17%. Finger gun is automatically practicing, progress is 17%. Increase 1% every 10 days. Primary armament haki is automatically practicing, progress is 47%, and 1% every 10 days. Primary observation haki is automatically practicing, progress is 22%, and 1% every 10 days. Comprehensive evaluation, Overlord of the East Sea. Looking at this panel, Rein smiled. Another month has passed since leaving Shimotsuki village. With Nami's company, my body is so happy that I have increased 25 points in a month. The sword skills have increased by 8 points, including the basic and improved progress. The armament haki has not fallen behind, and has also increased by 8 points. It feels so good to be stronger. Now with such strength, I should be able to compare with those weak Navy Vice Admirals. This strength can basically walk sideways in the East China Sea. It feels so good to develop in the novice village. With such a development speed, one day, in the new world, your monsters will be back. Nami looked at Rein, who was not nervous at all, and the uneasiness in her heart disappeared. Rein should not do things without confidence. A few days later, Nami brought Rein to her hometown, Cocoa West Village. The towering demon base can be seen at a glance on the shore. Rein said with a serious face. Nami, that building is the base of the dragon pirates. You stay here, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he walked towards the castle. Nami realized that the other party was protecting her and planned to take on everything by herself, and she couldn't help but feel very moved. But how could she let Rein fight alone? Rein felt that Nami had caught up with her and sighed. The next battle is too dangerous. Find a place to hide, otherwise if they deal with you, I will be distracted. Nami nodded. I will find a place to hide and won't affect you. After walking a small path, Nami found a hidden place to hide. And Rein went straight to the gate of the castle. The two fishman pirates who were guarding the gate saw a strange child coming and shouted. Where did you come from, kid? How dare you come here? Do you want to be killed? Reinhardt did not answer but directly drew out the Navy's standard longsword and swung it to kill the fisherman pirate who spoke. The other fisherman pirate was horrified. Asshole! This blonde kid actually dared to hurt his companions. And he hurriedly drew out the big knife from his waist to kill the person in front of him. But before he could make a move, he was chopped to the ground by a sword, groaning in pain. The pirate's painful wails alarmed the pirates in the castle. After a while, a tall fisherman with sharp teeth and a group of cotters swarmed in. Nami, who was hiding in the distance, still felt uncomfortable when she saw this person. This person was the pirate dragon, the pirate with the highest bounty in the East China Sea, with a bounty of 20 million berries. The pirate dragon saw his subordinates being chopped to the ground, and there was a blonde boy holding a long sword in front of him. "No need to think, you know who did it," he ordered angrily. "Go, kill him for me." As soon as the voice fell, a subordinate behind him drew out a big knife, rushed towards Reinhardt, and was about to swing it at his head. Reinhardt dodged his attack by turning sideways, and at the same time swung his sword to kill him. "These are small shrimps, there is no need to waste energy on them." The dragon cotters were a little surprised to see another companion being killed so carelessly. "This kid is a little unusual," the pirate dragon cursed. "What a waste, he was killed by a human kid. You guys come on." Even if he looked down on humans, but a human kid required him to take action personally, then what did he need these subordinates for? As soon as he finished speaking, 2 cotters stood up and attacked the human kid with weapons in hand. This time they were not careless. This time Reinhardt did not kill them directly, but fought with them. After several rounds, he took action to kill them. This was also to hide his strength. If he killed them all at once, how could he impress Nami? Seeing 2 more cotters being chopped down by a human kid, the dragon showed a cruel smile on his face. Although 3 cotters died, he actually encountered such a human genius. There is nothing more satisfying than killing a human genius. As for failure, he never thought about it. He is not comparable to those useless cotters. He said excitedly. "Human genius, I will kill you today." As soon as the voice fell, he rushed towards Reinhardt and punched the opponent's body. Reinhardt flew more than 10 meters in an instant and fell to the ground. Nami, who saw this scene from a distance, couldn't help but feel panic and worry. Is Rein not the opponent of the dragon? Then wouldn't it hurt the other party if I brought him here? The pirates watching the battle on the side were excited to see their captain so powerful and kill the human with one punch. "Captain, this human kid is dead. Let's chop him up and feed him to the fish." "That's right. He actually killed so many of our companions." Chapter 20 Killing the Dragon. Just as the pirates were clamoring about how to deal with the body of the blonde kid, Nami felt sad. She regretted bringing such a kind and righteous person with her, causing him to lose his life in vain. At this moment, Reinhardt opened his eyes and his mouth curved. The opponent's speed was so slow that he deliberately let the opponent hit him. With his observation haki activated, he knew the position where the opponent was going to attack, and he had already covered it with armament haki. Although it was only the primary armament haki, he only felt a little pain and was still enduring it. He slowly stood up. "Dragon, I haven't lost yet." The dragon watched him stand up again, with a cruel smile on his face. "It's so boring that a human genius just died like this. Let me torture you to death." After saying that, he rushed towards Reinhardt like a torpedo, clenched his right fist and hit Reinhardt's stomach again. Reinhardt thought to himself. Good timing. Then he relaxed his feet and let himself be knocked away by the dragon for more than 10 meters. The pirates cheered again when they saw the blonde kid being hit by the dragon again. This human kid is no match for Captain Dragon. He's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He can't keep up with Captain Dragon's speed. Nami, who was watching the battle, hadn't had time to be happy before Rein was knocked to the ground again. This made her feel like a roller coaster. The dragon also looked proud. He thought that this human kid had some strength and could fight with him, but he didn't expect him to die so soon. He knew the power of his fist. Killing a cow with one punch was no big deal. More than enough, and the other party is just a human kid whose body has not yet developed. He should be dead after being punched twice by me. You two go chop up this kid's body and feed it to the Sea King. The two fishermen pirates pointed by the dragon immediately walked towards Reinhardt with a happy look on their faces, holding a knife in their hands, prepared to execute the order of the dragon boss. But at this time, Reinhardt, who was lying on the ground, stood up with difficulty. The two fishermen pirates were shocked, and then extremely angry. Maybe they were not as strong as human kids just now, but now the other party was seriously injured, and they were still so scared, which was simply a loss of face for the fishmen. The two of them were ruthless, and they swung the big knife in their hands to chop Reinhardt into pieces. But Reinhardt directly waved the long sword in his hand and pierced the hearts of the two pirates first. Then he supported the ground with the sword and said with difficulty, "I haven't lost yet." This scene frightened the pirates behind the dragon. This human kid has a strong vitality. He has been attacked twice by the dragon boss, but he still has the strength to do more. The dragon also had a cold face. Because of his carelessness, 2 more subordinates died, which made him extremely angry. This human kid's fruit is a big problem. He has such physical fitness at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up? This person must be eliminated today. Kid, I will kill you, the human genius, today, so as not to become a big problem for my fishman tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, he burst out with a stronger speed this time, and used his long and sharp nose to stab Reinhardt. The remaining fishermen pirates saw their captain use this trick, and they could all foresee the end of the human kid, that is, a big hole in his chest. For them, killing humans makes them very happy, and they all look forward to this scene. Reinhardt saw the opponent's move. He was also a little panicked. He used his observation haki to predict the opponent's attack direction, and then used his armament haki to the extreme, and also used the Navy's 6-style iron block. Such a strong defense made him feel a little relieved. At this time, the dragon's attack had already arrived, and its long and sharp nose pierced Reinhardt's stomach. The nose was actually broken into 2 pieces. And he felt pain instantly. He was full of disbelief in his heart. How could the opponent's body be so hard? He couldn't help but look at the human kid. The fleeting smile at the corner of the opponent's mouth made him feel flustered. He immediately had a bad guess in his heart. The opponent was hiding his strength. How could there be such a terrifying human kid? The next second, he thought of retreating temporarily and making plans. But how could Reinhardt give the opponent a chance to retreat? The long sword in his hand was covered with armament haki and swung quickly. The dragon was cut in 2 and died painfully. This scene frightened the remaining members of the dragon pirates. This human kid had been suppressed by the dragon captain before, and was about to be pierced through the chest and died cruelly. But the result was that their dragon boss was cut in half by the other party. They couldn't believe that the dragon boss might be just an ordinary strong man in the new world, but he should be a king-like existence in the weakest sea of the East China Sea. Nami was also stunned when she saw the dragon being killed. Rein, who was about to be killed, actually reversed the situation and killed the dragon. But before she could be happy, she saw that Rein was half kneeling on the ground, as if he had been severely injured, and was breathing heavily. Although Rein had just killed the dragon, he was also hit by the other party. The remaining fishermen pirates saw this scene, and their originally fearful mood gradually stabilized. The opponent is very scary, but after being attacked by the dragon boss, the opponent is now just a spent force. The remaining fishermen pirates looked at each other. They all made up their minds to kill the human kid while he was seriously injured. The remaining fishman cotter walked out of the crowd. "Everyone, come on, chop this human kid into pieces and avenge the dragon captain." At the command, all the pirates looked fierce and ran towards Reinhardt with weapons in hand. Rein was not panicked at all when he saw such a formation. He was deliberately attacked by the dragon, but it didn't hurt as much as he imagined. The iron block and the hardening of the armed color are really useful. Next, he just needs to support his tired body to kill these pirates. If Nami saw this scene, she would definitely be at ease to be his secretary. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. The remaining fisherman pirates are about to rush to the human kid. At this time, a figure suddenly stood in front of them, and said with a firm look, "I won't let you hurt Rein." It was Nami who rushed out. Rein had killed the terrifying dragon, but now he fell to the ground due to exhaustion. If she didn't take action at this time, Rein would be dead. Chapter 21 Celebration. In the base of the dragon pirates, the air was filled with the smell of blood. A group of fishermen pirates surrounded the two human children. The only remaining fisherman Cotter looked at Nami, who was blocking them with a bad face. "Get out of the way, Nami, or I'll kill you too." Although Nami was a human kid, she was a member of their dragon pirates, and the mark of the dragon pirates was engraved on her arm. Nami looked at so many strong and brutal pirates in front of her, and although she was very scared, she did not run away. "I will never abandon my companions. If she escapes at this time, she will never be at peace in the future." When the fishman Cotter heard Nami's words, his face was stunned, and then he seemed to think of something, looking at Nami with a cannibalistic look, and said angrily, "I was still wondering why this human kid would come to deal with us, but I didn't expect it was you who was making trouble. Come on, kill these two people with your swords." As soon as the voice fell, the other fishermen pirates rushed towards Nami, and they were about to chop the man who killed the evil dragon boss into meat paste. Without the evil dragon boss, they don't have strong strength, and the future has become a problem. At this time, Reinhardt, who was behind Nami, had a smile on his face. Nami didn't have the strength like him, but she didn't run away in front of so many pirates. It seems that he has captured her heart. Next, prepare to complete the final battle. He stood up tremblingly, forced himself to come to Nami, and swung his sword to kill the pirates who attacked Nami. Then he knelt on the ground again. Nami thought she was going to die. She had no way to deal with these fishman pirates who were stronger and more fierce than her. Unexpectedly, Rein forced himself to save her again, and she was immediately very moved. Rein was so good to her that the other party didn't have to face the brutal dragon pirates. Now there is only one remaining dragon Cotter. He saw the corpses all over the ground and felt angry. This bastard human kid killed all his companions, and he must avenge them. This kid just forced his body to move again, and now he must not be able to resist again. It is a good time to kill him. When he swung his sword at Reinhardt, who was kneeling on the ground, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a smile on the other's mouth, and felt bad. But now he has no way to stop, so he can only chop with all his strength. But he was split in half. He was a little bit unwilling to die. A human kid wiped out their dragon pirates. When the last pirate was killed, Rein fell to the ground panting. Of course, this was all intentional. In fact, he was fine. I believe Nami must be moved to death now. Nami was shocked and happy to see the last fishman pirate killed by Rein. I didn't expect that this child who was a few years older than her was so powerful that he wiped out the dragon pirates alone. Her hometown, Coco West Village, no longer has to endure the destruction of evil pirates. People no longer have to pay high protection fees. Thinking of this, she was very grateful to Reinhardt. All this was the credit of the other party. At this moment, the image of the other party became extremely tall. Then Nami helped Rein, who was lying on the ground, back home. After repeatedly confirming with Rein that the other party was fine, he left home to tell the other people in the village the good news that the evil dragon group had been eliminated. After Nami left, Reinhardt, who was lying on the bed, opened his eyes. With his strength as the overlord of the East China Sea, how could he be in trouble? If he really used all his strength, he would use his observation haki, armed haki, swordsman-level swordsmanship, and the Navy 6 styles. The evil dragon was basically killed by him in one move. At this time, Nami had already come to the village and told the villagers the news that the evil dragon group had been killed. At first they didn't believe it, after all. Nami said too mysteriously. A blonde child killed the evil dragon group, and none of them escaped. This is fake no matter how you look at it. Some villagers even warned Nami. Don't talk nonsense, be careful of the evil dragon to deal with you. Nami said indifferently. The evil dragon has already gone to the sky, why don't you believe it? Come with me to the evil dragon base, we know that this is true. After that, a few brave people followed Nami to the base of the evil dragon. When they saw the bodies of the fishmen on the ground, they had to believe it. They cried with joy. The evil dragon was really killed, his body was cut into 2 pieces, and he was dead. They hurried back to the village and told the other villagers the good news. Now, the other villagers had to believe it. Then they cheered. The village chief suggested. Strong men in the village, come with me to take back all the wealth that the evil dragon robbed from the village, and then hold a good banquet. Nami, where is the hero you mentioned who defeated the evil dragon? Everyone in our village must thank him and make sure he attends the banquet tonight. Nami said in embarrassment. Village chief, Reinhardt is seriously exhausted after joining forces with the evil dragon group. He must rest well and cannot attend the banquet. I have to go back and take good care of him. So I will not attend the banquet tonight. After that, she ran back to her house. The village chief looked at Nami who was running away and said to the blue-haired woman beside him. Although the hero cannot attend the banquet, we must also show our appreciation. Nakago, when the banquet starts, you will send some delicious food to the hero. Nakago nodded. Don't worry, village chief, I will do as you say. It just so happened that she also wanted to take a good look at what this hero who saved the village looked like. At nightfall, the villagers prepared various foods and fine wines for the banquet. Nakago also walked towards Nami's house with a plate with a bottle of good wine and several delicacies. When she gently knocked on Nami's door, the door opened in less than a minute. Nami walked out from inside and said happily after seeing the visitor. Sister Nakago, why are you here? The village chief asked me to send some wine and food to this hero as a token of my appreciation. After Nakago finished speaking, she looked into the room and saw a handsome blonde boy of her age lying on the bed to rest. She was very surprised. This guy was not much older than her, so how could he be so strong that he could kill the evil dragon alone? There were also dozens of adults in the village who organized resistance, but the dragon didn't even make a move and was knocked down by his men. It was incredible that this blonde boy of the same age killed the strongest dragon. Chapter 22 If you want to make a move, come to me. Because Reinhardt still needed to rest, Nami took the wine and food and put them in the house and walked out with Nakago. Nakago asked curiously. Nami, tell me, how did you know this blonde boy? Nami told Reinhardt everything from the time she met him until today. Nakago couldn't help but say. Nami, did that boy ask you to sleep with him? This is really shameless. Didn't he do it to you? Nami blushed and shook her head. No, I just slept with him in my arms, and he often said it was so comfortable. Nakago didn't expect that this blonde boy had such a side, and hurriedly warned him. Nami, girls can't sleep with boys casually. If he makes such unreasonable requests again in the future, you must refuse him. Nami nodded. Sister, I will. In consideration of the fact that the other party had saved the village, Nakago did not cause any trouble to the other party. Fortunately, Nami was not killed by the other party. He had warned Nami not to listen to the other party's unreasonable demands, so Nakago left with peace of mind. After seeing Nakago off, Nami returned to her room. Seeing that Reinhardt was already eating, she came to him with joy and asked with concern. "Are you okay now?" Reinhardt said while eating meat. "Fortunately, I was almost killed by the dragon. Now I have to eat more to recover." In fact, he was fine. He deliberately ate 3 attacks from the dragon, and with the help of iron and weapons, he was fine. After hearing what Rein said, Nami finally felt relieved. Now that Rein has such a good appetite, he should be fine. At night, Reinhardt stayed at Nami's house. He had no other place to go. After washing up, Rein came to the bed and called Nami. "Come here, it's time to go to bed." Nami wanted to go over immediately, but she remembered her sister's words and he formally refused. "No, my sister Nakako said that girls can't sleep with boys casually." Rein's face drooped immediately. They could sleep together before the village was saved, but they couldn't sleep together after the village was saved. Isn't this a loss? This Nakako dared to ruin his good deeds. He had to think of a way to deal with it. He said with a smile. "Actually, this is a very reasonable request. In the battle with the evil dragon today, I need a good pillow to recover well. You don't want me to look sick, do you?" Nami thought, the other party risked his life for the village. She just slept with the other party, it didn't seem to be a big deal. The other party wouldn't do her, so there was no danger. Thinking of this, she went to bed to sleep. Reinhardt hugged Nami and fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning, Nakako came to the door of Nami's house. She wanted to see the blonde boy's situation, and by the way, see if Nami listened to her instructions. When she pushed the door open and saw the situation in the room, her face suddenly turned bad and she sighed deeply. Nami still didn't listen to her instructions. Then she gently closed the door again and left. After all, she couldn't just go in and blame Nami. If she did that, Nami would lose face. She still had to find a chance to warn the other party. It was almost noon, and Rein was ready to get up. Nami had already gone out to help the village deal with village affairs. Although the evil dragon had been defeated, there were still many problems left. At this time, the door opened. A blue-haired girl walked in with a full of steaming food. Reinhardt had memories of this person. The other party seemed to be Nami's sister, but it didn't seem to be a biological one. After Nakako put the plate on the table, she came to Reinhardt and warned him. "I am Nakako, Nami's sister. These meals are for your lunch." "Reinhardt, although I am grateful that you saved the village, my sister is still young. Please don't do anything to her." But when she saw the face of the boy in front of her, she was a little stunned. The golden hair shone with golden light and the face was very handsome, which made her a little moved. She is not a little girl like Nami. Her face was a little red. "If you have this need, then do it to me. I won't resist." Reinhardt was very unhappy with the other party's accusation, but after hearing the other party's last sentence, he was a little stunned. The other party actually delivered the goods to the door, and if you look closely, it should be non-toxic. Healthy wheat-colored skin, a few years older than Nami, and the body development is also very good. It really deserves to be the world of One Piece. There is a lot of water. Thinking that the other party and Nami are sisters, if they can be taken down at the same time in the future, wouldn't the body be so happy that it will fly, and it should not be a problem to improve the progress of the body's automatic training. However, not now. He walked towards Nakako with a smile on his face. Nakako's heart was pounding at this time. Why did she say such shameful words just now? However, she had to endure the other party's torture. She closed her eyes obediently and waited for the other party to make a move. She didn't feel the other party's hands groping on her body, but a burst of heat came from her ears. "Okay, since you are willing, I will really come to you when I need it in the future, and you can't refuse then." Nakako opened her eyes and looked at Reinhardt, who whispered in her ear. The other party didn't make a move on her. She was a little relieved. After all, she was not ready. At the same time, she was a little disappointed. However, the words just now were still too shameful. She hurriedly fled out the door. Reinhardt watched the other party flee without stopping him, because the other party had already promised. He took it seriously. When he needed her, she would not be able to escape. He was hungry after getting up so late. The food sent by the other party smelled delicious, so he should eat first. Chapter 23 Return to Windmill Village. After staying in Cocoa West Village for a few days, Reinhardt took Nami on a merchant ship to Windmill Village. After all, he still had to rely on killing pirates to improve his swordsmanship. Although he had Nami's sailing skills, he could only wander around the sea to find pirates. This was too inefficient. The Navy should have information about pirates. If he joined the Navy, he would have intelligence to help him find pirates. It would be much easier to come. But at his age now, if he finds a naval branch casually, he can only be a soldier. Forget about being sent out. With his current strength, he is more than qualified to be a colonel of the East China Sea Naval Branch Base. If he wants to be a colonel, he still needs Garp's help. So he has to go back to Windmill Village first. Nami is now willing to be his secretary. She once asked Reinhardt what a secretary is. Reinhardt smiled and answered her that a secretary does things when there is something to do, and a secretary does nothing when there is nothing to do. Nami didn't quite understand what being a secretary meant. She understood it as just working. Rein saved the Cocoa West Village, so it seems that there is nothing wrong with helping him. After drifting on the sea for a week, the two of them returned to Windmill Village. After stepping on land, Nami asked curiously, "Rein, is this your hometown?" Rein thought about it and nodded. "This is indeed my hometown. After all, this is the first place he stayed after crossing. Windmill Village is near the port." The two walked 100 meters and came to Makina's tavern. There were twos and threes of guests drinking in the tavern. When Reinhardt saw Makina, he flew into the other's arms, and the milky fragrance made the body more comfortable. Makina was a little surprised. It turned out that Rein, the boy, was back. It has been a long time since he came back, but he still likes to hug him so much. He also brought a little girl back. "Rein, you brought this girl back?" Rein said with a smile. "Yes, let me introduce you, this is Nami, she will be my secretary in the future." "Nami, this is my sister Makina." Nami greeted with a smile. Makina waited for Rein to hold her for a few minutes before saying, "You guys go sit down first, I'll make you a glass of juice." The two found a place to sit down after hearing that. Soon, Makina came over, put 2 glasses of juice on the table, and looked at Nami. "Try it, this is the juice I made with fresh fruits." Nami thanked him obediently. Rein took the straw and inserted it into the juice, took a deep sip, and praised. "Sister Makina's juice is still delicious. By the way, has Uncle Garp come here?" Makina answered without hesitation. "He hasn't come this year. You guys taste the juice first, if it's not enough, you can have another glass." Rein was very happy when he heard that. It's good that he didn't come, he just needs to stay in Windmill Village. Garp always drinks a few glasses here when he comes to visit Ace and Luffy. As for the bandit Dodden's home, he didn't want to go back. As for Ace and Luffy, they were not on the same path. He was going to be a navy in the future, and they were going to be pirates. He planned to stay at Makina's house tonight, and it was not like he had never stayed there before. At night, Nami was arranged to rest in a room in the tavern. Today, Rain didn't come to her room, and she felt a little disappointed. The other party seemed to have run to the big sister's room. She sighed deeply. In terms of charm, she was indeed not as charming as the mature big sister. In the next few weeks, Reinhardt spent his time at Makina's house. He was not in a hurry, anyway, his various abilities could be automatically improved. Armament Haki can improve the automatic training progress by finding a stone or a tree to destroy. Sword skills are a bit more troublesome, and you have to kill. Reinhardt, who had nothing to do, could only walk around. There were still many bandits in the previous generation. Since the bandit king was killed, all the bandits nearby left. Reinhardt can only try his luck in a farther place. In the past few weeks, he was lucky enough to run into a group of bandits. The other party looked very ferocious. When they pulled out their machetes to force Reinhardt to hand over his money, Reinhardt did not hesitate at all and directly drew out his sword to kill them. After killing them, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in his mind. The host used the sword to kill the bandits. The swordsmanship is very exciting. The automatic training progress has increased by 5 percentage points. After hearing this, Reinhardt excitedly opened the system personal panel. It has been almost a month since the day of defeating the evil dragon. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 211 points, adults 20 points. Automatically practicing. Strength, 211 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 211 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress 34%, sword master perfection, increase 1% every 10 days. Navy 6 styles, shaving is automatically practicing, progress 20%. Iron block is automatically practicing, progress 20%. Paper painting is automatically practicing, progress 20%. Moon step is automatically practicing, progress 20%. Stormfoot is automatically practicing, progress 20%. Finger gun is automatically practicing, progress 20%. Increase 1% every 10 days. Primary armament Haki is automatically practicing, progress 56%, increase 1% every 10 days. Primary observation Haki is automatically practicing, progress 25%, increase 1% every 10 days. Comprehensive evaluation, East Sea Overlord. Physical fitness is already as much as 20 adults added together. Sword skills, the 6 styles of the Navy, Armament Haki and Observation Haki are all being cultivated stably and automatically. Among them, he has found a way to improve the progress of automatic cultivation of sword skills and Armament Haki. There is no rush for the 6 styles of the Navy, but Observation Haki is much more important. This is a godlike ability. After it is fully developed, it can even predict the future for a short time and then adopt the correct way of fighting. As long as his physical fitness can keep up with the enemy, then theoretically he is invincible. It's a pity that no matter how he experiments, he can't find a way to improve the progress of automatic cultivation. Helplessly, he can only put it aside and upgrade it slowly with the accumulation of time. After the upgrade, he set off to walk back to Windmill Village. When he returned to the port, he saw a Navy warship slowly entering the port. Except for Garp, which other Navy would come to such a remote place? Chapter 24 Duel with Bogart. On the coast, Garp brought a group of Navy to the ground through the springboard. He just happened to see Reinhardt coming towards him, and immediately smiled. This boy is a very promising seedling, and the key is that the other party has agreed to let him join the Navy. It's just that he is too young. If he joins the Navy when he is 17 or 18 years old, the Navy will have a new and very powerful person. He grinned. Reinhardt, how are you practicing the Navy 6 styles and Armament Haki that I taught you before? As for Observation Haki, he didn't ask. If the other party really comprehends Observation Haki, then he is really a demon. As soon as this was said, the Navy behind Garp looked at Reinhardt with interest. This boy is just a teenager, but he has already started to learn the Navy 6 styles and Armament Haki? I think they all came into contact with these 2 advanced abilities after they became adults. I wonder how far this boy has learned? Reinhardt answered. I've made some progress. I've got something to ask of Uncle Garp this time. Garp laughed happily when he heard this. It's a good thing for a boy of this age to make progress. After all, these two abilities don't improve easily. He said with satisfaction. It's good that there's progress. As for what you asked me to do, let's talk about it in the tavern. The group of Marines behind me haven't had good wine for a long time. Reinhardt nodded. Then let's talk about it in the tavern. In the tavern. Suddenly there was a surprised voice. You said you wanted to be a captain of the Navy branch? Garp looked at the boy in front of him with a little surprise, and asked again to make sure he didn't hear it wrong. Nami, who was helping Makina with work in the tavern, was a little excited when she heard this. I didn't expect Ryan to want to become a captain of the Navy branch. But Ryan has the ability to become a captain of the Navy branch. The other Navy men who were drinking in the tavern all laughed when they heard what Garp said. Vice Admiral Garp, this kid is a bit arrogant. He's dreaming of the position of a Navy branch colonel at such a young age. You've never heard of a teenage Navy colonel. You know, many of their current military ranks are not at the level of Navy branch colonel. Reinhardt didn't react to their words, but looked at Garp seriously. Yes, Uncle Garp, I'm serious about this. Garp saw that the other party really meant this, and instead of mocking the other party's idea of overestimating his own abilities, he laughed. Boy, you are very courageous. I can recommend you. After all, the Navy Admiral is my old friend. Even if you are a captain of a naval branch, you must have extremely strong strength. If your strength has not increased much from the beginning, this thing will not be accomplished. Let's put it this way. If you can tie with my capable General Bogart, I promise to let Sengoku agree to your request. The Navy officers present all laughed when they heard what Garp said. Vice Admiral Garp is so interesting. Although he agreed to the blonde boy, this request is too high. Bogart is a master of the swordsman level, and he is a master in the New World. If the boy can tie with Bogart, he will be more than enough to be a naval captain. Reinhardt knew how strong Bogart was from the laughter of these people, but he was not afraid. Instead, he was very excited and eager to try. He had never exerted his strength to the fullest. Now there is an opponent who can exert his full strength without fighting life and death. It is really rare. He said seriously. Uncle Garp, it's settled. Garp saw that the other party was so serious, and he became serious in his heart. It seems that Reinhardt has made great progress, otherwise he would not have made such a request. He looked at a middle-aged man with a brown hat in the tavern. Bogart, you accompany Reinhardt to practice well. Bogart's face was a little helpless. He really had no interest in fighting with such a teenager. However, it was Vice Admiral Garp's request, and he still had to complete it seriously. He stood up and said, Okay, Vice Admiral Garp. Everyone in the tavern came to the open space outside, ready to watch the competition between Reinhardt and Bogart. The group of Navy brought by Garp was just for fun. Even the young man brought by Garp was just a teenager. It is impossible for a teenager to match the strong man of the New World level. I wonder how many moves he can survive under Bogart's swordsmanship. On the open ground, Bogart slowly drew out the Navy's standard long sword, looked at Reinhardt and said seriously. Maybe this is an unequal contest, but I won't show mercy. Reinhardt also drew out the Navy's standard long sword and said excitedly. No mercy. Then I'm going to attack. In an instant, he used the Navy's 6 styles of razor. And instantly came in front of Bogart, waving the long sword to slash at Bogart. Bogart's face was shocked, he didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. Vice Admiral Garp even gave the Navy's 6 styles to the opponent. But he was not a weakling, even if he was caught off guard, he still swung his long sword to block it. This brief collision surprised him very much, a young man's strength was almost catching up with him, a middle-aged man. Before he could think clearly, Reinhardt launched a crazy sword attack on him. He took the initiative to attack, and activated his observation haki, predicting the opponent's attack and dodging it, pressing Bogart to attack. The Marines present were all stunned. This scene was not what they imagined. Shouldn't Bogart defeat Reinhardt in a few moves? The result was the opposite. They could see that Bogart had already gone all out and did not hold back. Only Nami knew that this was the normal situation. Rein was not an ordinary boy. Maybe Reinhardt could defeat the opponent. Garp was also very surprised. This Reinhardt's progress was too great. He was only at the swordsman level before, but now he is at least a swordsman. It has been more than half a year since we last met, and he has grown so much. Now it is 100% certain that he is a kendo genius. He also saw a little trick, that is, Rein's swordsmanship is not as good as Bogart's, but he can always avoid Bogart's attack and launch an attack instead. Once, twice is a coincidence, but it is always like this, then it is not a coincidence. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a breath. Observation haki. Can this thing be understood at this age? He was right to save this guy at the beginning. This guy is a treasure. He is so strong at such a young age. His future achievements are simply unimaginable. He will definitely become a pillar of the Navy in the future. If he is trained well, it is possible to become a person as awesome as him. Chapter 25 Draw. On the battlefield, Bogart, who has been suppressed, took advantage of the opponent's slash to retreat, and opened up the distance with Reinhardt to avoid being suppressed by the opponent. In the previous battle, he knew the opponent's strength. Even if he was weak, he would not be much weaker than himself. If he loses to such a young man, he will lose face. He must show his best skills. He used armament haki to cover the sword and looked at Reinhardt. I recognize your strength. But I used armament haki, which means you have already lost. The Navy watching the battle recognized his reason. Armament haki covered the sword and greatly strengthened the hardness of the sword. Under Bogart's sword, Reinhardt's sword was probably broken directly. Without weapons, he naturally lost. Garp still looked at Reinhardt with interest to see how he would deal with it. He had taught the other party armament haki. Will he give himself a surprise and be able to use armament haki to cover the sword? On the battlefield, when Reinhardt saw the other party's move, he would also use armament haki to cover the sword immediately. You are not the only one who can do it. The surrounding Navy were all surprised. This young man's swordsmanship was so powerful that he could not only use armament haki, but also cover the sword with it. This was a bit scary. Most of them had not even activated armament haki. Garp smiled. This Reinhardt gave him another surprise. What a genius! He seemed to have seen a rising supernova on the sea. Bogart was also surprised. The other party also had his trump card. He was better at swordsmanship than the other party, but the other party could always block or avoid his attacks, which made him very depressed. This was also the reason why he was suppressed before. Now the only way to defeat the other party was to defeat him in terms of the strength of armament haki. The armament haki of a boy of this age could never be compared with that of an adult like himself. This time he was ready to attack first. He used the Navy 6 styles to instantly come to Reinhardt's side and swung the black long sword to cut. Reinhardt had long anticipated the opponent's attack and easily blocked it with his sword. Then the two sides had another round of competition. Bogart became more and more frightened as the battle went on. Through the battle, he could feel that the opponent's armament haki was not weaker than his. This was really surprising. How old did a teenager start to practice armament haki with such strength? He had been training for more than 10 years. Gradually, during the battle, Bogart fell into being suppressed again. He was very upset, and he had that weird feeling again. His attack had no effect. When did his swordsmanship become so bad? But he could still defend against the opponent's offensive. But he also had no way to defeat the opponent. He took a step back to get rid of the opponent's attack and spoke hurriedly. It's over. How about a draw? Reinhardt nodded in agreement. After all, if the competition is a draw, Garp will agree to his request. Then there is no need to fight anymore. The Navy present were not surprised. After all, they saw that Bogart had tried his best, but was still suppressed. At the same time, they looked at Reinhardt with a hint of respect. He could no longer be regarded as an ordinary child. Nami was very happy. She refreshed her cognition of Rein's strength. He was worthy of being her partner. Garp stood up at this time and said with satisfaction, "Reinhardt, you really gave me a big surprise. Don't worry, I agree to your request. I will propose to Sengoku that you become a Navy captain. But which Navy branch do you want to be a colonel? In fact, the other party's current strength is enough to go to the New World to be a Navy, so let's try it in the East China Sea first. After he can handle things on his own, he will be promoted to the Navy headquarters." Reinhardt has never thought about which branch he wants to be the colonel of. After thinking about it carefully, he still has to choose a place with more pirates. "Then let's go to Rogue Town." The Navy present were a little surprised. Rogue Town is the entrance to the Grand Line. Almost all the East China Sea pirates enter the Grand Line from there. Is it a bit difficult for a novice to go to a place where so many pirates gather? Garp pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Okay, I will recommend you to Sengoku to be a Navy colonel in Rogue Town. But don't let me down. Although this place is dangerous, Reinhardt's current strength should be able to calm it down. This is a challenge for the young man, and also a baptism." Reinhardt nodded. "Kapu Uncle Pu, I won't let you down. His current strength and character are enough. He will not be naive to hold back against the vicious pirates. Moreover, his strength is still growing steadily." Seeing that the other party was so confident, Garp smiled and said, "Then I will give you a reply tomorrow. I am happy today. Next, I will have a good drink with my subordinates." He was so happy to find such a good seedling like Reinhardt that he had to have a drink. As for the three rebellious guys, he would teach them a lesson tomorrow. After having a good drink with his subordinates, Garp returned to the Navy ship. Before taking a break, he did not forget to call Sengoku. He dialed the number of Sengoku in the Navy skillfully. In the office of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku was processing official documents. Suddenly, the Den Mushi rang. It was Garp who called. Didn't this guy take a rare vacation back to the East China Sea? Why did he call his Den Mushi? He answered the phone with doubts. "Garp, what's the matter with you calling me?" Garp said with a little bit of alcohol. "Sengoku, I recommend a talent to you to be the colonel of the Navy branch in Rogue Town. This man will definitely be the leader of the Navy in the future." Zhangguo said suspiciously. "Who do you want to recommend?" The other party was obviously drunk. Could he be drunk? Garp laughed heartily. "You can't guess who this person is. Forget it, you don't have to guess. I'll tell you directly, he is still a teenager, his name is Reinhardt, and I saved his life at the beginning." Zhangguo was immediately angry when he heard this. "Garp, are you kidding? A teenager can be a Navy captain, can he fight against the vicious pirates?" He now thinks that this is completely Garp's drunkenness, and he is here to make fun of him. Chapter 26 Agree. Zhangguo was about to hang up the phone. Garp explained with a face full of smiles. "Zhangguo, listen to me. The boy I recommend is no ordinary person. He has already mastered the 6 styles of the Navy, armament haki and observation haki, and is also a true kendo genius. His overall strength is comparable to Pogba on my ship." After hearing this, Zhangguo did not believe it rashly. After all, the other party was drinking. After all, the other party was talking too mysteriously. Mastering the 6 styles of the Navy can be said to be an elite-level Navy soldier. Mastering one of the 3 types of swordsmanship, armament haki and observation haki, is a strong man on the sea. Or he has already mastered all 3. If the other party said that this was a young man, he would still be willing to believe it. But now the other party is talking about a teenager. Now he is the Admiral of the Navy, but what was he doing when he was a teenager? Anyway, he was not so powerful when he was a teenager. No, maybe not even 1/10 of it. He needs to confirm whether Garp is talking nonsense. Do you remember who the Admiral of the Navy was when I was an Admiral? Garp immediately knew that Zhang Guo was doubting what he said. Zhang Guo, I am not talking nonsense after drinking. When you see how this guy grows, you will know that what I said is true. Of course I remember that old bastard Kong Gangwu. If you don't make good use of this talent, if he joins other forces, you will bear the consequences yourself. Hang up, drank some wine, a little sleepy. After saying that, he hung up the phone. It's time for Sengoku to take action. Sengoku was speechless. He didn't know how much alcohol this Garp had drunk. If a genius-level person really appeared, he should be trained. What he was afraid of was that Garp was talking. Now the other party was drunk. If he called back to ask, he probably wouldn't be able to explain clearly. Although Garp always acted recklessly, he probably wouldn't do this. After all, even if he was drunk, he knew how cruel pirates were. Thinking about it, he had an idea. He immediately dialed the Den Mushi of the colonel of the Rogue Town Navy branch. Soon there was a voice from the other side. Marshal Sengoku, what's the matter? Sengoku told the new appointment. Colonel Sander, there will be the new Navy captain will go to the Navy branch in Rogue Town to be stationed. On the other end of the phone, Colonel Sander's face showed a hint of joy. The pirates in Rogue Town were very dangerous, and he was still unable to suppress the situation. Marshal Sengoku, thank you for your support. Excuse me, which one of the Navy headquarters is this Navy captain? Sengoku denied. He was not sent by the Navy headquarters. Now the Grand Line is even more unstable, where can there be extra combat power to be sent to the East China Sea? After hearing this, Sander was a little disappointed. If it is not the elite of the Navy headquarters, then the elite of other seas will do. He said speculatively. Is it an elite soldier from other seas? Sengoku sighed and said. No, it was recommended by Vice Admiral Garp. You will know when he brings the person here. I will add another order, that is, after the person arrives, you should carefully observe the other party yourself. If the other party is not qualified, just treat it as a nominal position. Sander looked suspicious. What kind of order was this? Didn't Marshal Sengoku know about it? Logically speaking, the talents recommended by Vice Admiral Garp should be reliable. Although he had doubts in his heart, he still agreed to Marshal Sengoku. After the new naval captain takes office, he will investigate it carefully. In Windmill Village, Garp came to Dodon's house the next day and taught the three rebellious guys a lesson. At this time, the three people were caught by Garp, and they didn't dare to escape. The main reason was that they couldn't escape and had to be beaten up. They knew it when they saw Luffy's head full of bruises. Garp looked at the three of them with a bad face. You three little bastards, do you still want to go out to sea as pirates? Luffy answered first. Yes, Grandpa, I want to be the Pirate King. Garp was very angry, clenched his fist and punched Luffy on the head again. What's good about being a pirate? It's better to be a navy to defend justice. That kid Ryan is ready to become a navy captain. Are you still playing house with being a pirate? He always felt that these three were still young and there was still a chance for education and correction. Being a pirate was just playing a game. Ace and Sabo were shocked when they heard his words. Ryan, that kid, can become a navy captain? This position is the highest in the East China Sea, and it is considered the head of the Navy branch base. Luffy said unconvinced. Just a navy captain, I want to become the Pirate King in the future. Garp punched him again. He was very unhappy, especially his grandson, who was so rebellious. He didn't know when he could learn to be as good as Reinhardt. A week later, Garp was going back to the Navy headquarters, and took Reinhardt with him to Rogue Town to take up his post. Garp pointed at Nami and asked, "Rein, do you still need to bring a little girl with you when you take up your post?" Bringing Nami with you and training her well would save him a lot of trouble. Besides, Nami was a power bank, which made his body very happy. Rein would definitely not say these, he explained. Nami is a rare sailing talent. With her, it will be much more convenient to go to sea in the future. Garp smiled with relief. Yes, you know how to recruit talents at a young age. His evaluation of Rein was much higher. The Navy not only needs combat geniuses, but also auxiliary talents. He was still very curious about Rein. How did your armament hacking improve so quickly? Did you follow the method I told you? Yes, Uncle Garp. Rein replied with a smile. With normal automatic training, armament hacking only increases by 3 points a month. Destruction can increase by 5 points a month. This is a very big improvement. Garp laughed when he heard Reinhardt's reply. It seems that your physique is also extremely strong. Of course, he also taught the method to other Navy soldiers. But few Navy soldiers could do it. After a few days of sailing, the Navy ships arrived at Rogue Town. As far as the eye could see, a pirate ship was docked on the shore. Garp was very upset. A pirate ship dared to approach Rogue Town where the Navy was stationed. It really didn't take the Navy seriously. He immediately gave an order. Fire, bombard that pirate ship. The Navy soldiers quickly adjusted the direction of the cannon, loaded explosives, and fired at the pirate ship. There were loud noises, and the pirate ships were blown up. Some pirates were even killed on the spot, and some were lucky enough to jump into the sea. At this time, they were not far from the shore, so they swam towards the shore. Chapter 27 Reason. On the Navy warship, Garp saw that some of the pirates who had escaped the net were swimming towards the shore. How could he let these pirates go? He immediately ordered, "Dock and catch all those pirates for me." The Navy soldiers on the deck were eager to try. There was no risk at all to deal with these pirates with their combat power. Garp looked at Reinhardt on the side and said, "Wait, you go too." Rein's strength was enough, but we had to see how he performed in actual combat. In the battle with the pirates, the other party was fighting for their lives, and there could be no carelessness. I hope the other party will not let me down. Reinhardt heard Garp's words and nodded. Okay. He had killed pirates before, so such a request was just a familiarity. The pirates who jumped into the sea to escape swam to the shore, and one of the strong men looked at the Navy warships coming to the shore fiercely. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering. They have come here for supplies so many times, when did the Navy dare to attack them? As long as he didn't rob the residents on the island, the Navy branch Colonel Sander here would not take action at all. The pirates who escaped to the shore with him shouted angrily. "Damn Navy, dare to fire at us! The enemy's shells just killed many brothers. Captain Nora, you have to avenge your brothers." Nora said fiercely after hearing this. "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge my brothers. Look, the people from the Navy warship are coming down." The pirates looked at the Navy warship and saw a group of Navy soldiers coming to the shore through the ladder and walking towards them. Some pirates said in surprise, "These Navy soldiers look a little different. They feel stronger than the usual Navy soldiers." His words made the pirates present a little uneasy. If the other party is not a soft persimmon, it will be difficult to control. But when they saw a little kid among these people, they felt relieved. Even a little kid went to fight, the Navy on the other side should not be very strong. When the Navy soldiers approached, Captain Nora shouted fiercely, "To avenge the dead evil brothers, kill all these Navy soldiers for me." Suddenly, the pirates drew their weapons and rushed towards the Navy soldiers excitedly. A big battle broke out instantly. Some smart pirates chose the little kid Reinhardt. At a glance, he is a navy that is easy to bully at such a young age. The three pirates waved their knives at Reinhardt at the same time. Seeing this, Reinhardt was not panicked at all. He directly drew out the Navy's standard long sword and covered it with armed color domineering. The sword body turned black instantly, swinging the long sword 360 degrees. The big knife attacking him broke instantly, and the three pirates were cut in half at the same time. Blood was scattered all over the ground. The three pirates wailed in pain on the ground, and they stopped making any sound after a few minutes. The pirates who saw this scene changed their faces and retreated one after another. This brutal scene really scared them. This was much more brutal than their pirates. The Navy soldiers were also stunned in place and did not chase the pirates, because they were also stunned. Although they were on Garp's ship and had seen Garp blow up a pirate with one punch, the pirate was only seriously injured. This was not the case with Ryan at the moment. Instead, he let the pirate die extremely cruelly. Garp, who was watching the battle on the warship, was a little stunned. I really can't tell. I thought Ryan was a docile guy, but I didn't expect him to be so cruel. There is no need to hold back when dealing with a vicious thief, but it is not necessary to be so heavy-handed with ordinary pirates. I will explain it to him later. At this time, the pirate captain Nora looked at the kid with a long sword in horror. Only then did he realize that this kid was not an ordinary kid, and even he couldn't cut off three big swords at the same time. The opponent's strength is definitely above his own. These navy are not the navy of the East China Sea, otherwise his subordinates would not be defeated. Revenge for those dead subordinates is just a dream. Moreover, there is no need. The right thing to do now is to surrender. It is better to be imprisoned than to be killed. After thinking it through, he immediately shouted, "We surrender!" The other pirates looked at their captain with a little surprise, then he understood. Captain Nora was scared of the opponent's strength. They dropped their weapons and echoed, "We surrender!" Reinhardt looked at them, but he didn't want to stop just because the opponent surrendered. He walked slowly towards the opponent with a long sword in his hand. With his speed, the opponent couldn't escape. The pirates looked at the little devil with a sword, and their faces turned pale. "What do you want to do? We have surrendered. You can't attack again." At this time, a voice came from the warship. "Ryan, stop." Ryan recognized that it was Garp's voice, and even if he still had murderous intentions in his heart, he could only stop and put the long sword back into the scabbard. The pirates breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. They saved their lives. Garp walked to the shore for several consecutive months and said to the Navy soldiers, "Cuff all these pirates and put them in the jail in this town." The Navy soldiers immediately took action upon hearing this, and the pirates did not dare to resist at all. Because they recognized that the old man who had just got off the ship was actually the hero Garp. Even if they had a few courage, they would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Garp. No wonder this kid is so powerful. After the Navy soldiers handcuffed all the pirates, Garp came to Reinhardt and said, "Although I know you hate pirates, some pirates do not deserve death. If the Navy kills all pirates, I don't know what crazy things the pirates will do. So except for the most vicious pirates, there is basically no need to kill them." Ryan did not agree with this reason. "Uncle Garp, if pirates make mistakes, they can survive by surrendering. Do those who were killed or robbed by pirates suffer in vain?" Garp shook his head and smiled. "How is it possible? Pirates will suffer more in prison, and our navy will not treat these people kindly." Ryan was relieved when he heard this. These pirates should not get away with it. These pirates should be detained nearby, so they will be detained in the Rogue Town prison in the future. Then I will have plenty of time to deal with them in the future. Seeing Ryan calm down, Garp said with satisfaction, "Think it through. Let's go to the Navy branch base." Chapter 28 Sander is convinced. In front of the Rogue Town Navy branch base, Garp brought Rhine, Nami, and the pirates who had just been caught here. A tall man came to greet them with a group of soldiers. Sander, the captain of the Navy branch, meets Vice Admiral Garp. Garp looked at him and said dissatisfiedly, "How could a pirate dare to come here? You are incompetent as a colonel." Sander said with a wry smile, "Vice Admiral Garp, you don't know that there are too many pirates in this place. Since the hateful Roger opened the age of exploration, pirates have emerged in large numbers from all over the world. Although this is the East China Sea, there are still many pirates. I really can't handle it alone. But I heard that a colonel has come now. Now, our pressure will be reduced a little." After saying that, he looked for the new colonel among Garp and his group. Garp actually brought 2 children with him, so these 2 are definitely not. As for the clothes worn by other people, there are no colonel-level military uniforms. Didn't this person come? After listening to the other party's words, Garp didn't blame him. After all, the other party told the truth. After all, the other party's strength is indeed not enough to subdue the pirates in the East China Sea. He pointed at Rhine and said, "This is the newly appointed Naval Colonel Reinhardt, stationed in the Rogue Town Naval Branch. With his help in the future, you will not let the pirates be so arrogant." Hearing Garp's words, the Navy of Rogue Town was stunned, unable to hide the disappointment on their faces. Is this person the newly appointed colonel? What's the difference between this age and the children in their family? How could he lead them to fight the enemy? Colonel Sander looked at Rhine, and was also very disappointed. Did the other party get the position of colonel by relying on connections? Did he come to the army to gild his resume? He is not even half as tall as him. How could he have a strong combat power to deal with pirates? No wonder Sengoku asked him to test the other party. If he doesn't have the strength, let him hold a nominal position. Although it feels that there is no need to test anything, I still go through the process. Marshal Zhangguo had something to say. He said, "Since this little brother Rhine has such a strong strength, can you show us a few tricks?" When Garp heard what the other party said, he knew that the other party did not believe him. However, it doesn't matter. Rhine wants to gain a foothold in this naval branch, and sooner or later he will have to show his strength. At this time, Reinhardt asked with a smile, "Okay, then I'll show you a trick. You all come together." He wants to be the top leader of this naval branch. When he was on the ship, Garp told him that there was already a colonel in Rogue Town. Rhine, the newly appointed colonel, must defeat these people to gain the power of the top leader. Hearing his words, Sander's face showed a trace of anger. Is the other party looking down on him? He is not very old, but his personality is quite arrogant. He needs to teach the other party a lesson. Let me do it. The naval soldiers of Rogue Town saw Colonel Sanger take action. I felt relieved and hoped that Colonel Sanger could teach the other party a lesson. The new colonel's words just now clearly looked down on them. Although they were Navy soldiers, they still had their own pride. In front of the Navy branch base, everyone retreated 10 meters to leave room for the next duel. Colonel Sander looked at Rhine opposite. "You don't use weapons." "No need." Rhine answered calmly. With his current ability, even if he doesn't use swordsmanship, he can easily defeat his opponent with his armed color domineering and observation color domineering. Sanger's anger increased again. The other party thinks that he is not worthy of the other party using weapons. Very good, very good. With the physique of a man in his 30s, can he lose to a teenager? Since you don't use it, then I won't use it either. Rhine didn't care. Whether the other party used weapons or not, the result would be the same. Sanger clenched his fists and said, "I'm ready. I'm going to do it." He couldn't wait to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. Reinhardt nodded. Sanger pounced on Reinhardt like a cheetah, raised his fist and attacked the opponent's body. He wanted to teach the opponent a profound lesson. The Navy soldiers of Rogue Town were all excited to watch Sander's actions, looking forward to the scene of the arrogant Rhine falling to the ground in pain. When the opponent's attack was about to hit, Reinhardt easily avoided the opponent's attack. At the same time, the armed color domineering covered his right fist, and punched Sander in the stomach. Sander flew out more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. The excited expressions of the navy of Rogtown disappeared immediately, and they all opened their mouths. How could this boy be so strong? He was able to knock Colonel Sanders so far away, just like a little monster. Now they were a little worried about Colonel Sander. After taking such a heavy blow from the opponent, could he still stand up? After a few seconds, Sanders slowly got up. He underestimated the opponent. His attack was about to hit the opponent, but at the last moment, the opponent dodged. After taking the opponent's heavy punch, his stomach hurts a lot now. He didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. No wonder Vice Admiral Garp brought him here personally. He should have understood that the person Vice Admiral Garp favored could not be an ordinary person. Although he was not as good as the opponent, he still wanted to see how much stronger the opponent was than him. Colonel Reinhardt, continue. After saying that, he rushed towards Reinhardt again, but he was more careful. But it was still useless. Reinhardt, who used the observation haki, easily dodged his attack, and then covered it with a punch covered with the armament haki. Sander flew out again. The Rogtown Navy finally understood that the young man's strength was real. Because Colonel Sander was equally strong, he would not be defeated twice by an opponent unless that opponent was much stronger than him. Sander, who had fallen to the ground, got up and looked at Reinhardt with some helplessness. He might have underestimated the enemy the first time. But the second time he was 100% focused. His attack still couldn't reach the opponent, and the opponent solved him with one move. I'm afraid my strength still can't test the opponent's strength, he said helplessly. Colonel Reinhardt is very strong, and you will lead the Rogtown Navy branch base in the future. At the same time, he was a little happy, so that he could face the pressure of pirates. It will be much less. The Rogue Navy was convinced when they saw Colonel Sanders say that. After all, with such a powerful superior, they will not feel aggrieved when facing pirates. Chapter 29 Removing the Flag. Garp, who was watching the battle, looked like this. Reinhardt used the observation haki. How could Colonel Sander be his opponent? Judging from the current situation, Reinhardt is fully capable of leading this naval branch base. After handing over the pirates just captured to the local navy, Garp said goodbye to Reinhardt and left. Then Colonel Sander ordered people to prepare 2 houses for Reinhardt. Reinhardt refused, but spent a lot of money to buy a manor on the edge of the town. He still had enough Baileys from killing pirates before. Seeing this, Sander didn't say anything. After all, they paid for it themselves, and the edge of the town was not far from the navy, so it wouldn't delay things. After Sander returned to his office, he called Marshal Sengoku's Den Mushi. After the call was connected, he spoke happily. Marshal Sengoku, your new colonel is so powerful. I am no match for him at all. On the other side, Marshal Sengoku suddenly became curious. Tell me in detail. Sander told Marshal Sengoku the process of the competition in detail. After hearing this, Marshal Sengoku's face showed a hint of joy. It seems that Garp was not bragging. The boy could easily defeat Sander, at least he had the strength of a rear admiral. When he grows up, he will at least have the strength of a vice admiral. The future is promising. Early the next morning, Reinhardt woke Nami up early. Nami rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked dissatisfiedly. It's still early, why do you want me to do it? Rein asked with a smile. I'm already a marine, and I'll have to fight pirates in the future. If you're too weak, that won't work. Nami thought about it, and it was true. She'll be Rein's secretary in the future, and she'll have to face ferocious pirates. Even if she can't provide Rein with combat power, she can't hold him back. After that, Ryan will fight Nami in melee to improve her physical fitness. Although Nami's own combat power in the original work is not good, he believes that nothing can't be changed. People who grow up around monsters, even if they are not monsters, are also capable of growing into a master. At noon, Nami sat on the ground panting in the melee with Ryan. Although Ryan asked her to attack with all her strength, she couldn't touch him at all. It was really difficult for her to fight with a pervert like Ryan at the beginning. Ryan looked at Nami lying on the ground and asked her to have a good rest. Becoming a master is not something that can be accomplished in half a day, it must be the accumulation of time. The same is true for me. At this moment, a Navy man came to the door with a bag in his right hand. Ryan came to the door and opened the iron gate and asked, "What are you doing here?" The Navy soldier looked at the boy in front of him. "The other party's strength has won the respect of this branch Navy," he said respectfully. "Colonel Reinhardt, these are 3 sets of Navy uniforms made overnight according to your size." Reinhardt took the bag. "Thank you for bringing it." The Navy soldier didn't expect the colonel to thank him, and was a little surprised, and said hurriedly, "Colonel, this is all my job. I have a mission and I will go back first." Ryan watched the Navy soldier leave, turned around and walked to his chair. He opened the bag and took a look. There were 3 sets of Navy uniforms, neatly folded. To his surprise, there were actually 3 sets of justice cloaks. However, this justice cloak is actually useless except for showing strength and status. After looking at it for a while, he threw it on the table beside him. At this time, Nami came over and looked at the brand new Navy uniform with envy. "Ryan, where is mine?" Ryan then remembered that he did not fight for an identity for Nami. "But it seems that there is no need. Nami has other tasks," he said. "Nami, you don't need to have a Navy identity," Nami asked puzzledly. "Why? If she didn't have a Navy identity, what would it mean to stay in the Navy base?" Ryan explained. "Of course it's because I have something important to ask for. In the future, when I kill a pirate, the bounty will be you will lead it. After all, he is a Navy, and he can't lead it by himself. The superficial work that should be done still needs to be done." When Nami heard this, the disappointment in her heart disappeared instantly. So Ryan has such a purpose. Then she really doesn't need to be a Navy. Bailey is more attractive. At noon, Reinhardt came to the Navy branch base in a Navy uniform. The passing Navy saluted him respectfully. Colonel Sander looked at Reinhardt and said excitedly, "Colonel Reinhardt, with your joining, I have a bold plan, that is to wipe out all the pirates around Rogue Town. What do you think?" Reinhardt did not object. Since he was already a Navy colonel, he couldn't let the pirates do whatever they wanted. "But, let me lead the team to sea. You stay at the naval base and don't let the pirates attack." Seeing Reinhardt say this, Colonel Sander was overjoyed. There are many pirates around Rogue Town. With his strength, he has to fight hard to deal with powerful pirates. If he encircles and suppresses all pirates, he will be powerless. He knows the strength of Rhine, which is much stronger than his own, and it should be easy to deal with the pirates. Colonel Sanders said with a smile. "Okay, I will prepare today, and you will lead the team to sea tomorrow." Reinhardt nodded and wandered around other parts of the naval base. The next morning, Reinhardt brought Nami to the warship that was going out to sea. This warship was smaller than Garp's. After all, the level was different. The navy on the ship was in high spirits. After all, they knew the purpose of this trip. Led by the newly appointed Navy colonel, they will definitely be able to annihilate the pirates. A middle-aged man walked towards Rhine. "Colonel Reinhardt, I am Major Stephen of the branch. I am the person in charge of this warship. Please give orders." He was driving a warship outside before and had not seen the strength of the new colonel. Although the other party was young, since Colonel Sanger personally acknowledged the other party's strength, he had no need to doubt it. Reinhardt looked at the conspicuous Navy flag and said, "Take down that Navy flag for me first." Major Stephen said with some embarrassment. "Major, that flag is a symbol of justice in the Navy. It's not good to remove it like this," Reinhardt said unhappily. "We are going to catch pirates. Do you think that flag is not conspicuous enough? If the pirates saw it, they would have run away long ago. Would they stay there and wait foolishly?" Chapter 30 A Rich Harvest. Major Stephen felt that what the other party said made sense, but he had never done so before. Since Colonel Reinhardt ordered it, he would do it. Reinhardt looked at the soldiers on the ship and immediately thought of wearing Navy uniforms. Pirates have telescopes. Once they see someone in a Navy uniform, they will definitely not dare to get close. He continued to give orders. "Everyone change into civilian clothes." Major Stephen did not raise any questions this time. Instead, he arranged for everyone to return to the cabin to change clothes. Nami was originally wearing casual clothes, so she didn't need to change. Reinhardt took other clothes from his backpack and changed. After a while, the Navy soldiers changed into casual clothes and returned to the deck. Reinhardt looked at the Navy soldiers standing in an orderly manner. He was very dissatisfied. "Can you be a little lazy? I'm afraid that the slightly weaker pirates will not dare to approach you when they see your military posture." The Navy soldiers suddenly felt a little miserable. In the past, their superiors required them to stand in a good military posture. The military posture reflects the mental outlook and strength of an army. A Navy soldier took the lead in being very lazy, standing without a proper posture, and looked nothing like a Navy. Reinhardt immediately pointed at him and said, "Just like this person, you can't tell that he is a Navy. This time you go to sea, just treat it as a trip, not to catch pirates." The Navy soldiers were thoughtful, and they understood what the colonel said. Some thought it was a vacation, and some thought it was at home. "Now it doesn't look like a well-trained Navy," Reinhardt said with satisfaction. "Yes, that's it. Stephen, you can go to sea." Stephen heard the order and entered the cabin to start the warship. Going out to sea. The purpose of this time is very clear, that is, to capture pirates in the surrounding waters. More than an hour later, Stephen drove the warship to a major sea trade route. There are many passenger ships and merchant ships here, and naturally there are many pirates. On a pirate ship hiding its body on the island, a pirate holding a telescope looked happy. Because he found a ship. Although it looks like a warship, there is no naval flag on it, and even the personnel are in a sloppy state. "I don't know how the other party got a warship. But it's a big fish at first glance," he yelled. "If they robbed their ship, wouldn't the strength of their meteor pirates increase immediately?" He hurried to the cabin to tell the boss, Captain Meteor. Captain Meteor's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he came to the deck with his subordinates and personally picked up the telescope to observe. "I don't know how the other party got a warship. But it's really a fat fish." He immediately gave the order. "Move out, head for that ship immediately." At this time, someone in the Navy also discovered the approaching pirate ship and immediately reported it to Reinhardt. Reinhardt immediately ordered the crew to stay where they were and not to scare away the pirates. After a while, the pirate ship approached, and Captain Meteor jumped on the warship first. His younger brother jumped on the warship immediately. Captain Meteor looked at everyone and shouted, "This ship already belongs to our meteor pirates. Surrender and we will not kill you." But the panic scene on the warship that he expected did not appear. This made him a little uncomfortable. Where has such a situation been experienced before? At this time, Reinhardt almost laughed to death. "You can encounter pirates even if you wait for them. Very good." He laughed out loud. "Welcome to the Navy ship." The originally lazy Navy on the warship instantly became energetic. All the pirates were shocked. The other party was actually a Navy. This made them very scared. Captain Meteor's heart sank and he said angrily, Despicable Navy, I was tricked by you. When did the Navy become so treacherous? He looked at the child in front of him. He couldn't help but guess that it was this child who did it. Then only by taking him down can the crisis be turned into an opportunity. With a decision in his mind, Captain Meteor immediately rushed towards Reinhardt at a very fast speed. Reinhardt was not afraid at all, and waited until the other party approached before he instantly dodged the other party's hands. The fist covered with armed color domineering hammered towards the other party's abdomen. Heavy punch, sparks. Captain Meteor, who was hit by this punch, looked dazed, and fell heavily more than 10 meters away, fainting on the ground. The pirates who saw this scene couldn't believe their eyes. The powerful Captain Meteor in their eyes was killed by a child in one move. The pirates who boarded the warship stood there in a daze. Reinhardt immediately ordered, "Capture all these people for me." He naturally did not forget Garp's instructions, so he did not kill them this time. If it were the past, the deck would have been a river of blood at this moment. The Navy soldiers on the warship heard the colonel's order and took action instantly. Since the pirates' bosses were all killed, they naturally could not form an effective resistance, and they were quickly arrested. The Navy soldiers were very happy to have a good start right after going out to sea. Following the new colonel, they easily dealt with a pirate group. Major Stephen couldn't help but marvel at the powerful strength of Colonel Reinhardt. And this method of luring pirates is very clever, and the Navy has never used it before. I couldn't help but admire Colonel Reinhardt even more. In this way, Reinhardt used this method to lure many pirates to take the bait automatically. They were naturally not Reinhardt's opponents, and they were imprisoned in the temporary prison of the warship. Only a very small number of pirates let the Navy warships chase. The speed of the Navy warship is faster than the pirate ship, and when it is about to catch up, Reinhardt used the moon step to jump several times in the air to catch up. The pirates on the ship were caught in one net. In this way, all the pirates encountered during this voyage were caught in one net. The temporary prison was soon filled with pirates. The Navy soldiers were amazed. In the past, they didn't catch pirates so smoothly. During this voyage, no one died. Only a few of them were slightly injured. Such a successful result is all due to the strength of Colonel Reinhardt. His admiration for Reinhardt became even deeper. Because the temporary warehouse was already full of pirates, Reinhardt ordered to return. In a few days, he returned to the rogue town base. Colonel Sander had received the news long ago and happily came to the port, waiting for the return of Colonel Reinhardt. When he saw the group of pirates, his face was stunned. There were too many pirates caught this time, and there were even a few pirates whose combat power was equal to his. These people were undoubtedly caught by Reinhardt. Chapter 31 Fishing Enforcement. In the Colonel's office at the Rogue Town Naval Base, Colonel Sander personally poured hot tea, handed 1 cup to Nami and 1 cup to Reinhardt. The other party has just come to the Navy and has captured so many pirates. Such an achievement is really remarkable. It should be said that he is worthy of being the person that Garp has taken a fancy to. Colonel Sander said politely. Colonel Reinhardt is really amazing. I wonder how he captured so many pirates. When I led the team to capture pirates in the past, most of the time, they ran away far away. Some of them are not even afraid of the Navy, causing great casualties to the Navy. Ryan said with a smile. I used the fishing law enforcement method. The Navy flag was removed, and all the soldiers on the ship changed into civilian clothes. I didn't expect so many stupid pirates to come up and rob. Sander was amazed after hearing this method. Colonel Reinhardt's idea is really strange. After chatting about a few topics, Reinhardt put forward his own request. Colonel Sander, let's just assume that these pirates were captured by Nami next to me. I wonder if that's okay. Sander's face changed instantly after hearing this. He understood what the other party meant. There is no bounty for the Navy to capture pirates. But other people can indeed get bounties for capturing pirates. But the consequence of doing so is that if the Navy headquarters finds out, you may be dismissed. He said hesitantly. That's not good. If you're discovered, the consequences will be bad. Reinhardt said disdainfully. What's bad about that? The Navy fought hard to capture pirates, but there's no bounty. But bounty hunters get bounties for hunting pirates. Is that reasonable? Sander said subconsciously. That's indeed unreasonable. But we have military merits. Reinhardt shook his head and said. Military merit is useful to us leaders, but what's the use to the people below? For them, it's nothing more than adding some dispensable military merit, but the income has only increased a little bit. I plan to share part of the bounty with them to improve their lives. How about it, do it or not? The brave ones will die of gluttony, and the timid ones will die of starvation. Besides, we didn't do anything wrong, we just gave the credit to others. Are we wrong? Right. Hearing this, Sander couldn't help but admire the other party even more. Originally, I thought the other party was just greedy for the bounty, but I didn't expect that he also considered those soldiers. He nodded in agreement. I agree. Reinhardt smiled. Good choice. If you don't agree, then I can only quit the Navy. After all, I can't work for nothing. Sander was a little dumbfounded. The other party actually wanted to quit the Navy. How could this be possible? Reinhardt caught a shipload of pirates in one trip. If he went out to sea a few more times, the number of pirates in this sea area would be reduced by at least 90%. What a feat! He must not let the other party withdraw. He said solemnly. Colonel Reinhardt, don't worry, I will report it. The pirates were caught by your companion Nami. Just how much of the bounty do you plan to give to the Navy soldiers? Reinhardt was very satisfied when he saw the other party's statement. They have no merits but have worked hard, so let's give them 30%. If this matter is done, you take 10%. And I will take 60%. Colonel Sander didn't expect that he would get money. Although it was a little thought from the other party. But he didn't do anything to catch the pirates. He said. Colonel Reinhardt, forget about my part, and give it to the soldiers. Just clear out the pirates in this sea area. Rein didn't expect that the other party didn't even want money, and he immediately had a little respect for him. But he himself would not refuse money. Because he is not such a good person. Left the branch office. Reinhardt took Nami to his manor. On the way, Nami asked a little uneasily. Rein, are we too bold to do this? If the people in the Navy find out, will they arrest us? Rein looked at Nami and said with a smile. It's okay. I just chose a path that can benefit us. Besides, even if they are discovered, they can't do anything to me. Nami felt relieved. Since Rein was not afraid, she had nothing to fear. More than a month had passed. Many pirates around the waters of Rogue Town were captured by the Navy. Of course, it was all because of Reinhardt's fishing enforcement. So much so that the pirates here now knew that there was a hateful ship that did not fly the Navy flag, but it was full of hateful Navy. I didn't expect the Navy to be so insidious. I heard that it was all done by a newly appointed Navy colonel. It's even more despicable than us pirates. What should we do? How can we live if we can't plunder? It's very simple. Either go to other waters. Or open your eyes and run away when you see a ship in the future. Who knows if there are fat sheep or despicable Navy inside? Since then, some pirates have left this sea area, and some have stayed nearby to plunder, but they have become very cautious. Reinhardt led his team out to sea, but failed to capture pirates for several times in a row, which made him a little depressed. It's not that there are no pirates in this sea area. There are still pirates who occasionally rob merchant ships. Although the situation is much better than before. But there are pirates making trouble in the area under his jurisdiction. They simply don't take him seriously. He thought for a moment and went to the Navy branch office. At this time, Sander was handling official business. When he saw Reinhardt pushing the door in, he unconsciously smiled. This sea area has restored the peace before the age of discovery. There are still some, but not many. Now he is very happy. What does Rein want to talk to me about? Reinhardt leaned on the sofa and said depressedly. Recently, the pirates have become smarter and don't fall into the trap. I have something to ask of you. In the future, the ships I lead will not use warships, but sailboats instead. Sander quickly understood Reinhardt's intention. Are you planning to use sailboats to attract pirates? Reinhardt nodded. Yes. I believe this will make some pirates take the bait automatically. No problem. Sander promised. In the past, it was Rein who went out to sea to capture pirates, and he never contributed much. Providing a sailboat, this small request is still acceptable. In the next month or so, Reinhardt led his team to sea and used sailboats disguised as merchant ships. Sure enough, it attracted many pirates to rob. But with their strength, how could they be Reinhardt's opponent? Without exception, they were all captured by Reinhardt. Chapter 32 Return to Shimotsuki Village. In the office of the Navy branch, Colonel Sander was sipping tea with relish. Since he came to Rogue Town, where there are many pirates around, he has never been so relaxed. Just now, Reinhardt caught a ship of pirates and came back. All the large pirate groups in the surrounding area have been killed. Although there are still some small pirate groups, they are no longer a force to be reckoned with. All the credit for this is mainly Reinhardt's credit. The man sent by Marshal Sengoku was so powerful that he calmed the surrounding seas in more than 2 months. It was just right that he could ask Marshal Sengoku for the pirate bounty again. He dialed Marshal Sengoku's Den Mushi skillfully. The call was quickly connected. Marshal Sengoku, bounty hunter Nami has captured another group of pirates. Please send someone to deliver the bounty. Okay, I will send someone to deliver the bounty to you tomorrow. Anything else? Sengoku asked. Sander said hurriedly. Without Marshal Sengoku, I'm hanging up. Sander, who hung up the phone, breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Marshal Sengoku would find out something. There is no bounty for the Navy to capture pirates. Now helping Reinhardt to let Nami collect the bounty is a deception. If it is known, dismissal is a small matter. However, he is not afraid. His biggest wish is to protect the residents of this sea area from pirates. Navy Headquarters Office. Marshal Sengoku put down the phone and a smile flowed from the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly, the kid introduced by Garp caught so many pirates again. Suddenly a powerful bounty hunter named Nami appeared and captured so many pirates. He was naturally curious and sent people to check it out. There is indeed such a person, but he is Reinhardt's follower. Then the bounty naturally flowed into Reinhardt's hands. It is true that what they did was against the discipline of the Navy, but for such a talent, it doesn't matter if they are greedy for money. The Navy that can capture pirates is a righteous Navy. Besides, Reinhardt almost wiped out the pirates in an entire sea area, which was a great achievement. As for the bounty of several hundred million, he didn't care at all, since he didn't pay the money anyway. He would naturally report it to the world government. For Reinhardt, if he wasn't too young to convince the public, he would have wanted to promote him to the Navy headquarters as a brigadier general. Even so, in a few years, this guy must be a supernova of the Navy. In Rogue Town, Reinhardt was lying on a recliner and resting leisurely. In the past 2 months, most of the pirates have been wiped out. There was basically nothing to do in the Navy branch base, and even if there was something, he was too lazy to go. All other things could be left to Sander. On the other side, Nami was practicing kendo with a Navy standard long sword. She was still quite good at swordplay. At least she had gotten started. Reinhardt looked at Nami with satisfaction. He gave it to Nami so that she could protect herself. With his current swordsmanship level and a sparring partner, it would be hard for Nami not to improve. Reinhardt skillfully opened the system personal panel. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 11 years old. Constitution, 286 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 286 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 286 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress is 58%, swordsman perfection, and the progress increases by 1% every 10 days. Navy 6 styles, shaving is automatically practicing, progress is 29%. Iron block is automatically practicing, progress is 29%. Paper painting is automatically practicing, progress is 29%. Moon step is automatically practicing, progress is 29%. Storm kick is automatically practicing, progress is 29%. Finger gun is automatically practicing, progress is 29%. 10 days to increase the progress by 1%. Primary armament haki is automatically practicing, progress is 80%, 10 days to increase the progress by 1%. Primary observation haki is automatically practicing, progress is 34%, 10 days to increase the progress by 1%. Overall evaluation, Overlord of the East Sea. Looking at such a panel, Reinhardt couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. His physical fitness is already the sum of more than 14 adults. His sword skills are as high as 58%, and he can already swing a flying slash. Because he found a way to improve the automatic training progress of sword skills, that is killing. And he has captured so many pirates, there must be some who are deeply sinful. As the leader of the Navy branch base, no one will say anything if he kills a few such pirates. It will take more than 2 months for the primary armed color to be fully upgraded. The primary observation color domineering has never found a way to improve the training progress. However, Reinhardt is not too anxious. After all, this is just hanging up. After hanging up enough time, his observation color domineering can even become the strongest in the world. And the environment of the East China Sea is extremely safe for him. Basically no powerful pirates will come. And he is a navy, basically there is no danger. In the following days, Reinhardt stayed in Rogue Town. After all, there were no pirates for him to catch. He was bored. Now he was a naval colonel, so he naturally had the right to mobilize the naval warships of Rogue Town. After talking to Colonel Sander, he took Nami on the warship to Shimatsuki village. In his heart, he hoped that he could change Kuina's fate. When they arrived at Shimatsuki village, Reinhardt went to Shimatsuki village alone. Nami stayed on the warship with others. Reinhardt set out on the road to the kendo hall with a nervous mood. This familiar scenery seemed to be just yesterday. I hope Kuina's ending will change. He can become stronger automatically, but he doesn't need a woman to sacrifice to the sky, and his magic power is boundless. After entering the kendo hall and walking into the hall, you can see a girl supervising everyone to practice swords. Seeing that familiar face, Reinhardt was immediately overjoyed. Kuina is still alive, it's really not in vain. Kuina seemed to have noticed something and looked at the door of the hall. I couldn't help but be stunned. My heart suddenly became complicated. Reinhardt will be back. She immediately said to everyone. Practice well for me, don't be lazy, I'll be back soon. As soon as the voice fell, she came outside, holding Reinhardt's hand and running with him outside. The students in the kendo hall saw Kuina running out so eagerly, and their eyes naturally followed Kuina to the door. At first glance, they were a little surprised. That boy is back. No wonder Kuina is so anxious. The new student asked in confusion. Who is that boy? Do you know Kuina? Chapter 33 Playing Tricks. A former student of the kendo hall explained. This boy is also a student of the kendo hall. His strength is much stronger than Kuina. On the first day he came, he was recognized by teacher Kojiro and taught him sword skills that are better than swordsmanship. The new students were stunned when they heard this. Who would have thought that the boy was actually a student of the Kendo Hall? Wouldn't that mean he was from the same school as them? What surprised them even more was that the boy's strength was even better than Kuina's. They had seen Kuina's strength. Among the students of the Kendo Hall, she ranked first. Kendo talent is very scary. Who would have thought that there would be people of the same age who are stronger than Kuina? A short green-haired boy in the corner. His face was also very excited. He was Zoro, who had previously worshipped under Master Kojiro. His dream was to become the world's top swordsman. Facing a master like Reinhardt, he really wanted to challenge him. But he was not a fool. Reinhardt easily defeated Kuina, and Kuina easily defeated him. He was even able to fight with Master Kojiro. All of this shocked him. He was never the opponent of the opponent before, and he was not even qualified to fight with the opponent. But after 3 months of hard training, he has grown a lot. Especially his 3-sword style, the third sword can already carry out effective attacks. Rather than a decoration. This time, while the opponent is back, he must fight with the opponent. Even if it is a miserable defeat. Even so, he wants to know how big the gap between him and the opponent is. In the Kendo Hall, Kuina and Reinhardt trotted to the place where they used to train. At this moment, she was a little excited and very angry. Reinhardt said he would come back. I didn't expect that he hasn't come back for so long. She thought he had forgotten her. Just when she was about to turn around and get angry. Unexpectedly, a pair of hands hugged her from behind. Who else could it be but Reinhardt? Her anger suddenly subsided a lot. Reinhardt hugged Kuina, enjoying it very much. He said happily. It's great that you're still alive. Kuina was a little puzzled. What's wrong with the other party? He made it sound like she was going to die? Did Reinhardt worry too much about her falling down the stairs before? Thinking about it, her anger disappeared. It seems that the other party still has her in his heart. She couldn't help but comfort him. Don't worry, I'll be fine in the future. She won't worry about being a girl. She exercises her body every day. Now her body is much stronger than before. Although the bare part is better developed. But it's not a big deal. As she was talking, she felt a pair of hands reaching into her clothes. Kuina was a little panicked. Stop it, you're messing around as soon as you come back. Kuina felt weak all over because her fatal part was tightly held by Reinhardt. Reinhardt had no intention of stopping, but couldn't help but said. Kuina, you've grown up again. This made Kuina feel ashamed and angry. A few hours later, Kuina and Reinhardt walked towards the Kendo Hall. On the way, Kuina gently held Reinhardt's arm, with a faint blush on her cheeks. It seems that Reinhardt still cares about her very much. Where have you been all this time? I went back to my hometown, and then went to Rogue Town to serve as a captain of the Navy branch. In the past few months, I have basically captured all the pirates around. Rein replied with a smile. Kuina was a little dumbfounded. Reinhardt's experience was too fantastic. He became a Navy captain at the same age as her. You have to know that a Navy colonel can't be promoted casually. You must be strong enough to take action. Well, it seems that when Rein was in Shimatsuki village, his combat power was quite strong. However, not only strength is required, but also experience. Rein is the same age as me, how can he have such experience? Could he have joined the Navy when he was 7 or 8 years old, so he only has 3 or 4 years of experience? Reinhardt told the other party the reason. Kuina was surprised. It's incredible that the rumored Vice Admiral Garp agreed to your request. Is this person a little too nervous, although Reinhardt does have the ability? But I always feel that being a Navy colonel to manage so many people and facing brutal pirates is not an easy thing. However, Reinhardt just told me his results. He basically captured all the pirates around. It seems that he is doing a good job in this position. The two chatted while walking towards the kendo hall. At night, Reinhardt ate in the kendo hall. For this reason, Kuina prepared a lot of delicious food. Kojiro was a little surprised to see so many dishes. Kuina, this is a bit too much. The three of us may not be able to finish it. Kuina said with a smile. It's okay, father. Reinhardt finally came back. Reinhardt interrupted. Don't worry, teacher Kojiro, I can eat all the food prepared by Kuina. Kojiro sighed. Then you have to finish them all later. The three of them ate and talked. When he heard Kuina talking about Reinhardt becoming a captain of the Navy branch, Kojiro couldn't help but frowned, and then relaxed. He himself is related to the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is the enemy of the world government. Now his student has become a Navy, which makes him feel a little complicated. However, it doesn't seem to matter. It is too dangerous to be an enemy of the world government. He will not bring Reinhardt into such a situation. Kuina said while eating. Father, do you know? After Rain became a Navy captain, he almost cleared out all the pirates in the seas around Rogue Town. It's exciting to think about it. The pirates have done so many evil things, and they deserve to be caught. Ryan, how will your Navy deal with them? Ryan replied. Of course they will not be let go. Basically, they will be imprisoned for 10 or 20 years, and those who are seriously punished will even be executed. Kuina felt very relieved after hearing this. Pirates should be dealt with seriously like this. Reinhardt, can I also be a Navy? You see, my strength is not weak. She looked at Reinhardt with hope. She also wanted to catch all those evil pirates. Normally, one has to be at least an adult to join the Navy, and although she has some strength, she is too young. If you want to join the Navy that punishes evil, you can only rely on Reinhardt. Chapter 34 Inheriting the Sword Hall. Reinhardt has not answered yet after hearing Kuina's speech. Kojiro was busy talking. Why would a girl join the Navy? Do you know how dangerous this is? Didn't you say you wanted to inherit the Kendo Hall? He is a person who has close ties with the Revolutionary Army, and his daughter joined the Navy. What kind of tangled situation will he fall into in the future? The Navy that upholds justice is just a fake, because their boss is the world government. The greatest evil in the world is the celestial dragons. If we don't overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, how can we talk about justice? And the Revolutionary Army is different. The first thing they will do is to overthrow the world government, and then end the celestial dragons' rule over the world. Kuina didn't expect her father to be so anxious all of a sudden, which was completely different from usual. She really wanted to inherit the Kendo Hall. But now she has changed her mind a little. Kuina looked at Rain, wanting to ask for his opinion. Kojiro sighed in his heart when he saw Kuina's action. Now Rain's words are more convincing than his father's. It's true that a girl can't be kept when she grows up. He also looked at Reinhardt, hoping that the other party would reject Kuina's proposal. Reinhardt also didn't want Kuina to become a Navy. Being a Navy is a very dangerous thing. The other party has such a dangerous fate. If she sacrifices herself as a Navy, then he will have a splitting headache. Kuina, the Navy is not an easy job. Besides, the Kendo Hall also needs an heir. You have the highest talent in the Kendo Hall. Kuina was a little disappointed that even Ryan rejected her proposal. Although what the other party said made sense. It's just that if I don't become a Navy, I can't go with Ryan. Seeing that Kuina was a little convinced, Kojiro hurriedly continued. Ryan is right. You know the situation in the Kendo Hall. Except you and Zoro, there are no talented people. Zoro is also a restless guy. He will definitely go to sea in the future. Kuina thought of the green-haired boy. He always shouted that he wanted to become a top swordsman, He is indeed quite qualified and will definitely be a powerful swordsman in the future. But he really can't stay. When the other party's strength becomes strong enough, he should go to sea. Well, I'd better give up the idea of becoming a marine. In fact, for her, inheriting the kendo hall seems to be a good choice. It seems that her father recognizes her strength. Kojiro was relieved when he heard Kuina's words, and hurriedly changed the subject to prevent Kuina from having the kind of headache-inducing idea again. Rhine, I heard that you killed the pirates in the waters around Rogue Town. You should be very strong now. How is your kendo training going? Kuina also looked at Rhine with curiosity. Although Rhine told her the training method of the swordsman realm before, she still hasn't entered that realm. Maybe her body is not strong enough, and she still needs to work hard to train. I wonder what level Rhine has reached? Reinhardt said with a smile. It should be the level of an ordinary swordsman. Kuina couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. Rhine is the same age as her, and she has only reached the level of a swordsman, while Rhine has reached the level of a swordsman. You know, her talent is very strong. If she were not a girl, her father would have recognized her long ago. At such a young age, she has reached a realm that she has never set foot on. It is really enviable. Kojiro was also shocked. Although he had overestimated Reinhardt, he did not expect that the other party's progress was far greater than he imagined. Originally, he thought that the other party's ability to enter the swordsman realm in a few months was enough to surprise him. You know, even if you search all over the world, there are very few strong people who are already at the level of swordsman at the age of 10. Maybe Hawkeye, the world-famous #1 swordsman now, may be one. In addition, he may have been a swordsman when he was a teenager. What a terrible talent! He now needs to re-examine Reinhardt. Such a person will definitely be able to influence the whole world in the future. But the other party joined the Navy. If they become a fake Navy in the future, it will be a disaster for the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army is much weaker than the Navy now, not to mention that the Navy is just a subordinate department of the world government. He said with a smile. Reinhardt, what do you think of the Revolutionary Army? Kuina on the side was a little confused as to why her father suddenly mentioned this organization. After all, the Revolutionary Army aims to overthrow the rule of the world government. To this world, it is a rebel organization. This organization can be hostile to the Navy and the world government. After hearing this, Reinhardt couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Having read the original work, he knew that Kojiro seemed to have something to do with the Revolutionary Army. Now asking for his opinion, wouldn't it be to pull him in? Forget it, it's more dangerous to be a Revolutionary Army than a pirate. Some Navy salted fish don't care much about catching pirates. If it weren't for his predecessor and because of the system, they probably don't care so much about catching pirates. But he still admires the Revolutionary Army. After all, they are a group of people with ideals. They don't aim to destroy the country or rob treasures. Their goal is to liberate people's minds and give them freedom. He said respectfully. A group of very idealistic people. Kojiro didn't expect Reinhardt's answer to be this. Originally, he thought that it was good that the other party didn't regard the Revolutionary Army as a rebel. The ambition of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government, overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, and liberate the people. This is indeed a very great and noble goal. He continued. If you meet people from the Revolutionary Army in the future, will you arrest them? Reinhardt waved his hand and said indifferently. No, the premise is that they don't attack me. He really doesn't need to be an enemy of the Revolutionary Army for the world government. No need. After hearing this, although Kojiro's face was still calm, he was very satisfied in his heart. It seems that Reinhardt will not be an enemy of the Revolutionary Army in the future. The Revolutionary Army will naturally not trouble him for no reason. As for subverting the other party, forget it. The other party has not grown up yet, not to mention that he is his apprentice. It is too dangerous to be an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army in the Navy now. There is no need. Thinking about this student he has accepted, he is still very satisfied. Not only is his talent amazing, but his values are also so positive. He couldn't help but say, "Ryan, it's rare for you to come back this time. Why don't you stay for a few more days?" Kuina also looked at Ryan expectantly. She naturally hoped that the other party could stay for a while. After all, she couldn't become a navy and follow the other party to sea. Reinhardt also wanted to stay in Shimotsuki village for a while. Okay. Chapter 35 Battle Zoro. The next morning, Kuina got up early with a good mood. When she went to see Ryan, she found that the other party was still sleeping, so she could only go to the hall first. At this moment, the students of the Kendo Hall were already in place in the hall. Because teacher Kojiro had not come yet, they were all chatting. Will the genius Reinhardt who came back yesterday come to the Kendo Hall to practice today? You said he was so powerful, I want to see him. Probably not. When he was still in the Kendo Hall, he rarely came to the hall to practice Kendo with us. After all, the other party learned a higher level of swordsmanship. I heard that a flying slash can kill people from dozens of meters away. It's hard to imagine, what kind of swordsmanship is that? When can we reach that level? At this time, Kojiro walked in and looked at everyone. Since everyone is here, let's start practicing. Kuina, you supervise them well. Okay, father. Kuina responded. The students in the hall lined up and began to practice swordsmanship. They were just doing basic training, wielding bamboo swords. After all, only with a foundation can we move on to the next stage of swordsmanship. Kuina glanced at them and began to practice. Holding the bamboo sword in hand, she swung it. Her swordsmanship was accumulated little by little, and she would not relax her training at all because of such simple movements. At almost 10 o'clock, Reinhardt got up. After getting up, he came to the hall of the Kendo Hall. When he was here before, he rarely came to the hall. He was training alone outside. With his arrival, many students in the hall were attracted by him. This is more talented than the genius Kuina. Kuina saw Ryan coming and stopped swinging the sword in her hand. She also wanted to compete with Reinhardt to see if the other party had reached the level of swordsmanship. Unexpectedly, a boy wearing a green kendo uniform and green hair came out. Reinhardt, compete with me. The students present were all shocked. The green-haired boy is Zoro, an extremely talented young man. He has also developed a sword technique called the three flow. They were disdainful at first, but after being defeated by him, they no longer dared to underestimate him. Zoro can even defeat some adults, and he ranks second in talent in the Kendo Hall. The first is naturally Kuina. Reinhardt did not expect that the other party would challenge him. After all, when he was studying here before, the other party never challenged him. Even the conversation was relatively rare. Although Zoro his strength in the later period is indeed quite strong, and he can even hurt Kaido. But he is still too weak at this stage. Reinhardt has no interest in him. However, since he has come to challenge him, there is no need for him to shrink back. Okay. Seeing this, Kojiro did not stop him. Although this competition could not show Reinhardt's depth, it could show Zoro's strength. Zoro's talent in the Kendo Hall can at least rank third. He still has high hopes for Zoro. The students training in the hall stopped their movements and came to the side to make room for the two contestants. They are also very interested in this competition. Except for the new students, no one thinks Zoro can defeat Reinhardt. Reinhardt is too strong. I just don't know how Zoro will perform. Zoro held a bamboo sword in each hand and bit one in his mouth. He was both excited and nervous. Even if the opponent is stronger than him, he still has to show his strength. His eyes condensed, and a strong fighting spirit burst out. Only by not fearing strong enemies can one reach the peak of Kendo. He rushed towards Reinhardt and launched a quick attack. Reinhardt, wielding a bamboo sword, quickly blocked Zoro's attack. As long as the speed is fast enough, even if the opponent has 3 swords, he still can't cut him. He already has the strength to kill Zoro with 1 sword, but he didn't do it. Reinhardt also wanted to see how strong Zoro is now. The two sides fought for more than 10 minutes. The school present was a little stunned. Is Zoro's swordsmanship so powerful? Originally thought that he could only defeat some adults. Now most adults may not be his opponents. In their opinion, Zoro's sword is very powerful. What surprised them even more was that Zoro was so young, but his physical strength was so good. Just like a small beast. If they had swung so many swords, they would definitely not have enough physical strength. Of course, the most powerful one was Reinhardt. Although Zoro's attack was very fierce, Reinhardt easily blocked the opponent's attack. When he swung the sword, even they couldn't see it clearly. There were afterimages in the air. Among them, Zoro, who was fighting, was the most shocked. In his eyes, the opponent was like a mountain, motionless. After enduring so many attacks from him, he didn't even take a step back. This shows how amazing the opponent's strength is. This made him a little depressed. Everyone should have grown up eating rice. Why is the opponent so much stronger than him just because he is a few years older than him? It's simply unscientific. Even so, a stronger fighting spirit burst out in his eyes. At least let the opponent take a step back. This was the victory he was fighting for. But he used up all his strength, but he didn't let the other party retreat a step. He was already panting, while the other party's breathing was not disordered. Zoro saw the gap between the two sides, and he was satisfied. He supported the ground with both hands, and the sword in his mouth fell to the ground, and said in submission, "I lost." He had no strength to stand after trying his best. Reinhardt was also a little shocked. This Zoro's strength is much stronger than in the original. What exactly changed him? If he can be used by himself, then wouldn't he have a powerful subordinate? Although the other party will be Luffy's partner in the future, it's not the future yet, right? If I intercept it, it seems quite exciting. Anyway, I have already intercepted Nami, I don't mind intercepting one more. He said with a smile. You are quite strong. If you practice more, you can become a strong swordsman like me. Zoro was a little excited. The other party did not look down on him. Instead, he thought that he could become a strong swordsman in the future. I will. The students around were talking about it. They were all impressed by the strength of the two boys. Since Zoro has the ability to become a strong swordsman, do we have a chance? Yes, as long as we practice hard, we may be able to reach such a level. Chapter 36 Zoro's Peeping. Koshiro looked at the excited students present. It seemed that they were very envious of the strong strength shown by Reinhardt and Zoro in the fight. Just right, with this will become their motivation to move forward. As for Reinhardt, it is really hard to tell his depth, and there is a vague feeling. If I fight him, I guess it will not be as calm as before, and I must use my real skills. It has only been a short time, and there is such progress, which is really a bit scary. Maybe there are such geniuses in the world. As for Zoro, he is not bad, a good seedling. Whether it is talent or physical fitness, it is much better than ordinary people. It can't be compared with Rein. However, it is still a very remarkable genius. The prosperity of the Kendo Hall in the future depends on them. He looked at everyone. Since the competition is over, let's start training honestly. If you want to reach their level, don't think about it without hard training. The students below lined up, holding bamboo swords in their hands, and waved them hard. Teacher Koshiro was right. Only by hard training could they reach the level of Zoro and Reinhardt. Such strength really made them envious. If they had such strength, they would have a great sense of achievement. Koshiro was very satisfied watching his students practicing hard. With such hard training, there may be several strong swordsmen in the future. Then he, as a teacher, would be very satisfied. In the next few days, Reinhardt lived in the kendo hall. Of course, he did not follow those ordinary students to practice basic kendo. With his current physical fitness and the strength of the sword master realm, he wielded the sword steadily, and his control over the sword reached a terrifying level. He came to the training ground outside. With a light jump, he came to the tree branch, leaned against the branch and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, a voice came. Rein. Rein knew who the other party was without opening his eyes. Kuina, why did you run out? Kuina said with a smile. There's no need to supervise those students. Now they are practicing hard on their own. In the past, when Rein was here, she always sneaked to Rein, and her father didn't say anything. Kuina looked at Reinhardt expectantly. Can you compete with me? I want to see how good my swordsmanship is. Reinhardt certainly didn't refuse, and immediately jumped down from the tree. Kuina threw a bamboo sword in her hand to Rein, and took one herself. Rein, don't show mercy, I want to know how big the gap is between me and you. Rein was a little stunned. If he didn't show mercy, Kuina would be defeated in seconds. Forget it, he should use a little more strength. Kuina's face was calm, but a strong fighting spirit faintly burst out from her body. Holding the bamboo sword in hand, she swung at Reinhardt. Reinhardt swung the bamboo sword and started to block. After a few rounds, he could sense that Kuina's swordsmanship had improved again. The sword attack became sharper and the power increased. The former was probably due to the opponent's talent and hard work. The latter was undoubtedly the special training he gave the opponent. Melee is an important way to improve strength. Reinhardt's eyes condensed and he began to exert his strength. The speed of swinging the bamboo sword increased. He swung at Kuina one after another. Kuina was immediately under great pressure and could only switch from offense to defense. Every attack from the opponent was powerful and heavy, and she had to use both hands to block with all her strength. Gradually, her figure began to retreat. The pressure was huge. In the end, the wooden sword in her hand was knocked away by Reinhardt's swing. Feeling the pain in her hand, Kuina looked helpless. Is this the strength of Reinhardt? I am still vulnerable in front of the opponent. The reason for all this is that I am not strong enough. No matter how good the swordsmanship is, it is useless without the power to compete with the opponent. Rein, my strength is still insufficient. Please practice with me for a while. Reinhardt smiled. Your strength has increased a lot. It's just that I am stronger. However, if you want to reach the peak of kendo, your strength is still insufficient. It's time to practice hard. Which swordsman in this world doesn't have strong power? Having superb swordsmanship is far from enough. In the next few days, Reinhardt accompanied Kuina in hand-to-hand combat training. He can improve his physical training progress and gain attribute points through the physical refreshment. At the same time, it can also improve Kuina's strength. Let her have stronger combat power and be able to protect herself better. In the past few days, Kuina's physical strength has obviously improved in the melee with Reinhardt. Kuina is still very grateful to Reinhardt. The opponent is so strong that he is willing to practice well with a weak chicken like her. Although the opponent's hands are always dishonest, although she still feels a little embarrassed, it doesn't matter anymore. On the training ground, Kuina and Rein are fighting with bamboo swords. Kuina's attack is very swift, more fierce than the attack a few days ago. Reinhardt wielded the bamboo sword to block. Feeling Kuina's fierce attack, Reinhardt smiled with satisfaction. The special training he gave to the opponent is quite effective. After his physical fitness improved, his talent in swordsmanship was fully revealed. He is indeed the #1 genius in the Kendo Hall. This talent is much stronger than Zoro. After more than 10 minutes, the two stopped fighting. Reinhardt said with a smile. Kuina, take a break first. How long are you going to hide, that person over there? A figure walked out from behind a big tree. It was Zoro. He said embarrassedly. I just came to see how you practiced. Everyone is as strong as a monster. The two people in front were only a few years older than him. And they were stronger than him. Not just a little bit stronger. Even after a few years, he would not be the opponent of these two people. On the contrary, the gap might get bigger and bigger. That's why he couldn't help but come over to take a peek. Reinhardt didn't blame the other party. We are all from the same school, so there is no need to be sneaky. If you want to see, just come over. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the other two would be unhappy, so he trotted to the two of them and asked expectantly. Can I train with you? Kuina said with a bad face. No, your swordsmanship foundation is not yet well established. Now you can swing the sword with a little power, all relying on your own strength. The most important thing is that he will disturb his date with Reinhardt. Chapter 37 Fighting with Kojiro. Zoro felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Kuina say this. Although what the other party said was indeed reasonable, he had not received formal teaching. The sword-swinging movements were not very formal, and he could feel that there was a clear gap between his swordsmanship and Kuina's. Since the other party had already refused, he could only leave in disgrace. Just as he turned around, Reinhardt stopped him. Wait a minute, Zoro. Zoro turned around. Anything else? He still respected Reinhardt very much. After all, the other party's strength was enough for him to look up to. Reinhardt said with a smile. If you want to become stronger, wait until you come of age and join the navy. But there are countless pirates to fight. Fighting with powerful enemies will make your strength soar. Zoro was thoughtful after hearing what the other party said. He is still young and his future goals have not been determined. At this stage, he is just thinking about improving his swordsmanship. If the other party said that, maybe the other party's strength is so strong because of fighting with pirates. This is a good way. The other party also said that he would wait until he came of age. His current strength is too dangerous to face those ferocious pirates. Maybe he can defeat 1 or 2 pirates, but not more. Wait, something seems wrong. Zoro asked in surprise. Have you started fighting with pirates? Reinhardt said with a smile. Yes, I don't know how many pirates I have caught. Now he is the colonel of the Rogue Town Navy branch. Zoro suddenly realized that the other party had fought with pirates countless times. Is this the reason why the other party is so perverted? What shocked him most was that a boy who was a few years older than him was actually a colonel of the Navy branch. This made people feel a little unreal. He found that the gap between the two sides was like one in the sky and the other on the ground. The gap between him and the other party was too big. If he didn't catch up quickly, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to see the other party's figure. Here we are. He pleaded. Since you are already a colonel, can you let me join the navy and fight the pirates? Reinhardt shook his head and said. Just now Kuina said that your swordsmanship foundation is not stable. Even if joining the navy to fight the pirates can improve your strength to a certain extent, your future achievements will not be great. You should study swordsmanship with Teacher Kojiro carefully. In fact, Teacher Kojiro is not an ordinary person. This time, not only Zoro became interested, but Kuina also came over. Rein, is my father very powerful? Reinhardt smiled. You have to find out for yourself. Zoro pondered for a while after hearing this, and then did not ask any more questions. Since it was said by Reinhardt, it must be true. Then he still has a chance to become stronger if he stays in the Kendo Hall. The most important thing is to train the basics first. After Zoro left, Kuina asked Reinhardt. Is my father really that powerful? Reinhardt asked in confusion. If he's not powerful, can he teach me how to practice swordsmanship? Kuina realized then. Her father was not very conspicuous. He turned out to be so strong. She asked with a bad face. You just invited Zoro to join the navy, why can't I? Do you look down on girls? Reinhardt smiled bitterly. How could that be? The navy is hard work, I'm just worried that you can't stand it. Zoro, you have a thick skin and can endure hardships. Besides, didn't your father agree to let you inherit the kendo gym? What's important is the fate of the other party. Everyone in the pirate world has the same tenacious vitality as Xiao Qiang, except Kuina, who can die if she falls down the stairs. This is definitely a sacrifice to the gods with a girl. He naturally didn't want this to happen. Kuina Kendo Rine thought so much about herself, so she naturally didn't force herself. If she said that the other party looked down on girls, it was just her angry words. After being with Rine for so long, she naturally knew whether the other party looked down on girls. He stayed in the kendo hall for a few more days. According to the time, he should leave here to find pirates to kill. He came to the lobby of the kendo hall. In the lobby, Kojiro was correcting the students' sword-swinging movements. Your sword-holding posture is correct, it should be like this, he said, holding the bamboo sword in his hand and demonstrated to the student. Reinhardt walked over. Kojiro realized that someone was coming and looked back. Rein, you are here, do you want to guide these students? Reinhardt waved his hand. Forget it, the teacher's teaching ability is much better than mine. I'm afraid I've taught them badly. I came to you to say goodbye to you. It's time for me to leave too. As soon as these words came out, Kuina, who was training on the side, was petrified on the spot. Are you leaving now? She said hurriedly. Can't you stay a few more days? Reinhardt said with a smile. Don't worry, I will come back often when I have time in the future. I have cleared all the pirates in the waters near Rogue Town, and the next step is other waters in the East China Sea. Of course I will come back often. Kuina was still a little disappointed. However, she didn't say anything to stop him. I hope what the other party said is true. Otherwise, next time, I will never let him go when I come back. Kojiro said with a smile. Then be more careful outside. Reinhardt nodded. I will. Before I leave, I have one more thing to ask of you, teacher. Tell me, what is it? Kojiro said. Reinhardt said with a fighting spirit rising from his body. Teacher, can you compete with me? He wanted to know how good he was now. Although the pirates in the East China Sea were all easy to obtain experience treasures, their combat power was too weak. Sometimes he didn't even need to use his sword to finish the job. Kojiro looked at Reinhardt. He had fought with him before when he was a beginner, so he should know the gap between him and him. It just so happened that he also wanted to see how strong his good student was now. He hadn't taken action for a long time, and his hands were a little itchy. Okay. But let's use a real sword this time, soonly then can you feel the real combat feeling. That's right, teacher. Reinhardt was extremely excited. Seeing that teacher Kojiro was going to compete with Reinhardt, the students present were extremely excited. Although the teacher had never shown his strength, it was clear that he was an extremely strong kendo master. And Reinhardt had already shown his combat power, which was amazing. A student asked excitedly. Teacher, can we stop training and watch the game? He shouted out the voice of the students present. Kojiro looked at the students present and knew that their hearts were already restless. Okay, after watching, you can practice well. Chapter 38 I'll deal with you. In the open space outside the kendo hall, Kojiro chose the venue for the competition outside. The duel between swordsmen is extremely destructive. If the competition was held in the hall of the kendo hall and the house was destroyed, he would be in tears. He looked at Reinhardt opposite him. Since he was his student, he would let him make the first move. Go ahead. Reinhardt didn't think after hearing that. Armament Haki instantly covered the Navy standard long sword, and the sword body instantly turned black. Observation Haki instantly activated. Then it was the 6 style shaving. He instantly came to Kojiro's side and swung his sword. Kojiro didn't expect the opponent's attack to be so fierce, and hurriedly waved his samurai sword to block the opponent's attack. He suddenly became nervous. It seems that this competition will not be too easy. He can't be as careless as before. After Reinhardt got close, he launched a more fierce attack. Kojiro blocked with full concentration. Sparks burst out from the collision of swords. With the two as the center, a strong air wave radiated to the surroundings. The students present could not see the specific sword-swinging movements of the two at all, but could only see the afterimages left in the air. It was the first time they saw teacher Kojiro show such strength. In the past, when someone came to the kendo hall to cause trouble, teacher Kojiro easily solved it. So they didn't know that teacher Kojiro was so powerful. What surprised them even more was that Reinhardt actually had a fighting power that could match that of teacher Kojiro. This shocked them even more. You have to know that this guy is younger than most of them. To be honest, Kuina is a normal genius, while Reinhardt's genius is a bit abnormal. Zoro stared at the two fighting blankly, his eyes full of excitement and envy. Both of them are so strong. I don't know when he can reach this point. Although Kuina often practices with Rain, she is not so clear about his strength. After all, with her strength, she has not been able to make Rain use his full strength. Although she is a genius, she is probably an ordinary person in the eyes of the other party. However, she still feels warm in her heart that the other party is willing to accompany her to train. This treatment is only her in the kendo hall. In the open space, Kojiro seized Reinhardt's weakness and swung his sword at him. But Reinhardt dodged again. This is a familiar strange feeling. This is the observation haki. It's really terrifying. At this age, he not only comprehended observation haki, but also used it in actual combat. He couldn't think of any other words except the word terrifying. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, Kojiro had fully felt the strength of Rein. It's time to end it. Suddenly, his body burst out with strong momentum. He slashed at Reinhardt with his sword. Even though Reinhardt blocked it, his body still flew out. He used the long sword in his hand to insert into the ground to stabilize his body and not fall. Is this the difference between a swordsman and a great swordsman? The opponent used all his strength, and he had only a little resistance. Reinhardt was not discouraged by this. After all, the great swordsman is already a first-class strongman on the sea. He now relies on the strength of an ordinary swordsman, plus the armament haki and observation haki to fight with teacher Kojiro for so long. This is also because the opponent did not use his full strength. He stood firm again. Teacher Kojiro, I lost. Kojiro smiled. He was naturally very happy to have such a talented disciple. At the same time, he was a little worried. If the opponent grows at this speed, it won't take long for him to be on par with him, or even surpass him. What he is afraid of is not that the opponent will surpass himself, but that the opponent will become an accomplice of the world government. Rein, don't forget the justice in your heart. Reinhardt pondered for a moment after hearing this. Did teacher Kojiro teach him not to be a bad person? Of course. Okay, teacher Kojiro. Kojiro breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the other party was willing to listen. Then he looked at everyone. Kuina. Please send Reinhardt off. Everyone else go back to the kendo hall to practice. Yes, teacher Kojiro. He was responded by a loud voice. At this moment, the students in the kendo hall were very excited, and they also wanted to reach such a realm as soon as possible. And only practice can make them have the possibility of stepping into such a kendo. Kojiro naturally went back to the kendo hall with his students. Kuina reluctantly came to the port with Reinhardt. Rein, don't take so long to come back this time. In the kendo hall, Rein is the one who has the best relationship with her. If the other party leaves for too long, she will be lonely. Reinhardt smiled and leaned close to Kuina's ear. Don't worry, I will come back often. Maybe I will do you next time I come back. Kuina felt Rein's hot breath sprayed on her ears and blushed instantly. Do her, is this to completely possess her? He is just a bastard. I was a little sad at first, but it disappeared immediately. I will send you here. I will go back first. Reinhardt watched the other party go away. Of course, what he said just now was a joke. In the pirate world, women become adults at the age of 16. At least wait until the other party is ripe before picking, otherwise the taste will go bad. After Kuina's figure disappeared from sight, he turned around and jumped in the air for several steps to board the warship. The Navy soldiers in the warship were delighted to see the colonel coming back. The colonel's return meant that they could leave this place. There were no pirates to catch in this place, and there was nothing to play with, so they were still very bored. A Navy asked. Colonel, can we leave this place? Reinhardt nodded. Yes. Where is Nami? She is resting in her room. Do you need me to call her? The Navy soldier replied. Reinhardt waved his hand. No, notify them and prepare to go to Ziluabia village. The Navy soldier was a little puzzled, but he did it anyway. There is a hidden pirate in Ziluabia village. It's just right to kill him to improve the automatic training progress of sword skills. It would be better if he could meet some pirates on the way. He walked quickly towards Nami's room. In the room, Nami was lying on the bed board. Rein had been on the shore for a long time, and he didn't tell her anything, just asked her to wait for him on the boat. If she didn't know that the other party was strong, she would have gone to find Rein. It was really boring on the boat. She could only practice the swordsmanship that Rein taught her to pass the time. Her swordsmanship level has improved a lot. Chapter 39 Black Cat Black Thieves. When Nami was lying on the bed thinking about something, the door was pushed open. She was startled and looked at the door. It turned out that Reinhardt was back. Her mood suddenly improved. Then she was angry again. Rein, why did you come back just now? Don't you even take me ashore to go shopping? Reinhardt was very helpless. You can't take a girl to see another girl, that would be too uncomfortable. He is smart and will naturally not cause trouble for himself. He said with a smile. I'm back, aren't I? We're going to the next location to catch pirates. Seeing this, Nami couldn't continue to be angry. Where are we going to catch pirates next? Rein came to the bed and hugged Nami and said. Ziluabia village. Nami felt the familiar breath of Rein and no longer cared about the next destination. As for pirates, no pirate in the East China Sea would be Rein's opponent. They could only be imprisoned by Rein in the end. On the sea, it was calm for several days. Although there was no naval flag, no pirate dared to attack this naval warship. It may be that Rein's previous fishing law enforcement made the pirates in this sea area know that there is such a sinister naval colonel. Deliberately lure the pirates into the trap and then arrest them. Without pirates attacking, Rein naturally didn't want to bask in the sun on the deck. While he was resting with Nami, an anxious and excited voice came from outside the door. Colonel, a group of pirates are approaching us. Look at the pirate flag, it should be the Black Cat Pirates. Rein, who was hugging Nami, was stunned. Captain Crow of the Black Cat Pirates was his target for this trip to Ziluabia village. Didn't this guy go to be the housekeeper of Kaya's family? Maybe he hasn't gone yet at this time. Never mind. Anyway, the other party has come to the door. There is no reason not to accept it. Nami, come with me to the deck. Nami nodded with a blushing face. On the Black Cat Pirates ship, a group of pirates stayed on the deck, all with fierce faces, staring at the warship in front with vicious faces. In their eyes, the ship in front is a big fat sheep. A black-haired young man in a military coat gave the order. Go after it at full speed. If he gets this warship, his pirate group's ability to rob merchant ships will be greatly enhanced, and no merchant ship can escape his looting. The pirates standing behind him are all very excited. This is something that only a wealthy family can get. I don't know how much supplies can be obtained by looting this warship. Only a man in a purple shirt raised an objection. Captain Kuro, there was a rumor before. The Navy deliberately used warships to lure pirates to rob. Could the warship in front be that one? To be on the safe side, should we give up this target? Kuro waved his hand and said. How is it possible? That despicable Navy should be in the waters of Rogue Town. How could he come to this area? I have observed that the people on the warship do not look like Navy at all. It is impossible that they are from the Navy. The other pirates also do not want to give up this fat sheep. They have not robbed fat sheep for a long time. There are not many rooms on the ship. If this continues, what will they eat? What will they drink? Vice Captain Zhang Jiao, even if it is the Navy, what does it matter? With Captain Kuro's strength, does he still need to be afraid of the Navy? That's right, if it is the Navy, then they will destroy themselves. Captain Kuro has judged that it is not the Navy, so it must not be the Navy. There should be no Navy that can hide it from Captain Kuro. Of course, our captain is resourceful. They have absolute confidence in their captain. In the future, when the Navy chases them, there will be no time that they will not be defeated. Zhang Jiao still has a bad premonition. However, it is unlikely that the other party will appear in this sea area. There is a local naval branch here. No matter what, the other party will not come to this sea area to enforce the law. While thinking this, he saw that the warship in front of him actually escaped. This further confirmed his thoughts, and the uneasiness dissipated a lot. Soon the pirate ship caught up. Kuro jumped onto the other warship first, and then the pirates followed. The people on the warship instantly changed from panic to smile. Colonel, another pirate has taken the bait. This time, the Black Cat pirates are big prey. Basically all the crew members are here, and the total bounty is more than 40 million Baileys. Indeed, Captain Kuro has 16 million Baileys, Vice Captain Zhang Jiao has 9 million Baileys, and the rest of the people have at least 15 million Baileys. This time, we can share a lot again. On the deck, Reinhardt had been waiting for the other party to arrive. He looked at the person who came, and it was indeed Captain Kuro. Black Cat pirates, do you want to surrender, or do I knock you down one by one and then capture you? The pirates present were all shocked. Zhang Jiao was right, these guys were really pretending to be Navy. But they were not afraid at all, but became cautious and prepared for battle. It's not like they haven't fought with the Navy before. The Navy was no match for them with the strength of Captain Kuro. Only Zhang Jiao had a serious expression. Kuro had a wicked smile on his face. The other side's colonel was actually that kid. Was this a Navy game? At the same time, he was always resourceful but was fooled by the Navy, which made him extremely angry. You are the Navy who was fishing for law enforcement in Rogue Town. They are not those trash. Do you think a kid like you can compete with me? Only Zhang Jiao was a little panicked. Although Captain Kuro was very strong, at least there was no strong opponent in this sea area. But the pirates near Rogue Town were also strong, after all, it was close to the entrance of the Grand Line. The boy in front of him gave him a feeling of fragility that was not what a boy should have. It was as if he was a monster. He could feel it. I believe Captain Kuro could feel it as well. Kuro was also very solemn and pushed his glasses with his wrist. Although he was confident in his own strength, the opponent was also a strong opponent. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of surrendering, Reinhardt planned to take action. As long as the strong ones in the opponent were killed, the rest would be handed over to the Navy soldiers. After all, the Navy soldiers could share the money, and they could not do without work. Then let's start with the captain of the opponent, then Zhang Jiao in the purple shirt, and then the two strong men. Nami, please step back and protect yourself. Although Nami's fighting power has been able to keep up with ordinary soldiers, it is still very dangerous on the battlefield. Nami nodded. She also doesn't like fighting. Let Rhine and the Navy soldiers do it. Chapter 40 The Black Cat Pirates are defeated. Reinhardt looked at the pirates and slowly drew out the Navy's standard long sword. He rushed out first. A Navy 6 style razor came in front of Kuro and swung the long sword to slash at the opponent. Kuro didn't expect the opponent's speed to be so fast. He raised the cat claws on his hands to block the opponent's attack. At this time, his face was solemn and he struggled to resist the opponent's attack. Is this the power that a young man can have? Sure enough, it was right to be cautious, otherwise the previous blow would be enough to kill him. The opponent's speed is the same as the speed of opening the scoop. This means that the opponent also has a speed of 4 seconds per 100 meters. Then the two sides started fighting. The intensity of the fight made the nearby Navy and pirates afraid to approach, fearing that they would be accidentally injured. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Captain Crow was no match for the Navy colonel. They retreated step by step and could only try their best to resist. The pirates were a little panicked. This young Navy colonel was indeed not an ordinary person. Captain Crow would definitely use his ultimate move, the dipper step, in such a situation. Such a move is an indiscriminate attack. Using the cat claws to attack at high speed will not only kill the enemy, but also your own people will suffer. In the past, some companions were unlucky enough to die tragically at the hands of Captain Crow's move. The pirates present ran back to their ships one after another, waiting for Captain Crow to use his ultimate move. After he uses his ultimate move, not only will this young Navy colonel die tragically, but even the Navy soldiers on the warship will suffer. The pirates who fled back to their ships finally calmed down and watched the battle between the two on the warship. They immediately felt relieved and began to discuss. Just wait and see. When Captain Crow uses that move, the young Navy colonel will definitely die. That's right. In the past, the Navy was either killed or seriously injured by this move. Zhang Jiao also fled back to the ship. He looked at the battlefield nervously. Hearing his companions so optimistic, he couldn't feel happy. On the warship, Captain Clo saw that his subordinates had fled back to the ship, and he couldn't help but get angry. This group of cowards. Facing such an opponent, he could only use the dipper step. In an instant, his speed increased rapidly. There was only a flash of afterimage and a sharp trampling sound in the air. The faces of the Navy were very surprised, but they were not panicked at all. Now facing the enemy is Colonel Reinhardt. It's not like the colonel hasn't encountered this kind of enemy before, and he didn't take it down easily. Captain Clo was moving at super high speed, and found that the young Navy colonel had no reaction at all, and he was immediately happy. The opponent was definitely scared. His speed was definitely not something the opponent could stop. Reinhardt was not panicked at all. The opponent's speed was average. Besides, he had activated his observation haki. He had already predicted the opponent's attack. He turned around and quickly swung his sword to block Clo's sneak attack from behind. Then he kicked the opponent in the stomach. Clo flew out with disbelief on his face. He hit the wall hard. The wall was dented. Clo vomited blood and felt the pain in his body. The opponent was able to block his full-speed attack, and his terrible kicking skills. How could this be the strength of the East China Sea Navy captain? Damn, there shouldn't be such a strong person in the East China Sea. Just as he was thinking, a fist came towards him. Although it was a small fist, it looked like a big hammer in his eyes at this moment. He would definitely be dead if he got hit by this move. He struggled hard to turn his body and tried to avoid it. But this fist followed his face closely like a tracking bullet. Clo's face was full of horror, and his fist hit him hard in the face. In an instant, his head hit the wall hard again and he fainted. Reinhardt retracted his fist when he saw this. If he wasn't afraid of dirtying the Navy warship, he would have killed the opponent long ago. As for the remaining pirates, they were all small shrimps. The pirates saw that their always brave and invincible Captain Clo was defeated like this. He still used his ultimate move, but was crushed by the opponent openly. His heart was already cold. Captain Kuro was easily defeated by the opponent, not to mention them. Everyone was panicking. Zhang Jiao was also stunned. If only Captain Kuro listened to him and didn't attack the warship. But there is no if. Now he was the first to evacuate. As for Kuro, it was simply a fantasy to rescue him from the hands of that terrible Navy captain. He immediately gave an order. Hurry up and start the ship, get ready to run away. Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately rushed to the cabin. Reinhardt looked at the slowly starting pirate ship and sneered. Now he wanted to run, but it was too late. Navy soldiers, catch all the remaining pirates for me, and kill the rebels on the spot. After saying this, the Navy was excited. The top fighters of the other side have been killed, and the rest are nothing to be afraid of. The Navy soldiers rushed to the pirate ship with weapons in hand. Under the fierce attack, the pirates were defeated. Only a few fighters were still resisting. They were Zhang Jiao and the other two cotters. They were still very powerful. Under such a defeat, they were still able to fight with the siege Navy soldiers. Even several Navy soldiers were seriously injured. The rest of the Navy soldiers were indignant when they saw this. They successfully subdued these people. Reinhardt looked at this scene and was very satisfied. The remaining pirate cotters still had some strength. He was ready to take action. He didn't expect that his soldiers could capture the other side. Although they relied on the advantage of numbers, they had done a good job. Some people had already sent these seriously injured Navy soldiers to the infirmary for advanced treatment. This battle was another great victory. Except for some pirates who resisted and were executed on the spot, the others were handcuffed and put into a temporary prison on the warship. Reinhardt specifically instructed the Navy soldiers to tie up Captain Clo and Zhang Jiao in multiple ways. The former is a master, so he must be treated with caution. The latter seems to be able to hypnotize, and the guards will be tricked if they are not careful. But as long as the opponent's hands, feet, and eyes are covered, he will not be able to use any moves. Reinhardt is interested in hypnosis. He has an automatic training system, if he learns this hypnosis. Wouldn't it be great to hypnotize people in the future? While he was thinking, the Navy soldiers on the deck surrounded him. Colonel, we've done a big job this time. The temporary prison is full. How about having a party to celebrate? Chapter 41 Hypnosis. Ryan thought the Navy soldiers' proposal to hold a party was a good idea. According to the route, they should be close to Ziluabia village. It's a good time to relax. I still feel a little uncomfortable after returning to the ship from land. Okay, I agree to this proposal. The Navy soldiers cheered when they heard this request. Colonel is so nice. That's right, only the Colonel will treat us so well. Yes, Colonel Reinhardt is willing to share the bounty with us for risking his life to catch pirates. At night, after dinner, Ryan came to the temporary prison in the cabin. Facing the three Navy soldiers on guard. You bring Zhang Jiao out. The Navy soldiers who heard the order immediately entered the prison and carried Zhang Jiao out. Reinhardt looked at the three Navy soldiers. Okay, you can leave now. After the three Navy soldiers left, Zhang Jiao, who was lying on the ground, asked in confusion. Why did the colonel take me out alone? It didn't look like he was going to interrogate him. He was still very nervous now. If he was caught by the Navy, he would either be imprisoned for life or be executed. He didn't like either of them. After all, he was still young and couldn't just end up like this. Ryan smiled. Give me your hypnosis. Zhang Jiao was very puzzled after hearing this. His hypnosis was just a trick. Hypnosis is an auxiliary skill that requires the other party to stare closely at the hypnosis tool to be effective. At this stage, his hypnosis can hypnotize people, or his hypnosis can activate a person's potential abilities in the subconscious. It's just that the hypnotized person has no independent consciousness, so it's basically useless. Simply put, this little trick can only be used against people who are weaker than oneself. With the opponent's powerful combat power, it is completely impossible to imagine the meaning of learning this skill. However, the other party's request made him feel a glimmer of hope. "I can give it to you, but you have to let me go." Reinhardt curled his lips. "As a prisoner, what qualifications do I have to negotiate terms? If I kill you now, I don't think there will be any problem. After all, you are a pirate and have no human rights at all. But you are still useful. At least I have the ability to prevent you from being sentenced to death by hanging." When Zhang Jiao heard the other party's words, he felt a chill in his heart. A young man was even more cruel than him, a pirate. He had no doubt that if he didn't give it to the other party would definitely kill him. A terrible navy really appeared in the East China Sea. The other party was a navy colonel, the head of a naval branch base, and he really could save himself from being hanged. Since he would not be sentenced to hanging, his life was saved. It was better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. Maybe he would have a chance to get out of prison in the future. "Okay, I promise to teach you hypnosis." After that, Zhang Jiao told Ryan how to practice hypnosis. You need to use a hypnosis tool to shake the rope in front of the other party. Then the person being hypnotized must stare at the hypnosis tool closely to be hypnotized. The effect is to make the hypnotized person fall asleep, and it can also allow the hypnotized person to stimulate the potential in the body. It almost does not cause side effects to the body. The disadvantage is that the hypnotized person has no independent consciousness and is extremely reckless in combat. After listening to Zhang Jiao's explanation, Ryan was very excited. Originally, he just wanted to play hypnosis, but he didn't expect that hypnosis could also stimulate people's potential. This was really beyond his expectations and was an extra gain. Although Zhang Jiao did not find this method to improve people's strength, but he found it. Letting people exercise in hypnosis, wouldn't that stimulate the human body's maximum potential? Maybe you won't remember anything after waking up, but the body's memory won't change. Maybe Zhang Jiao can only roughly control the hypnotized person to fight at this stage. Although the potential of the hypnotized body is stimulated, the hypnotized person has no fighting consciousness at all. In this way, fighting with the body may not be as good as before hypnosis. From this point of view, it is really useless. But Reinhardt is different. He has an automatic training system. If hypnosis can be practiced automatically, it can be upgraded step by step. It is possible to control the hypnotized person to practice autonomously in dreams. In this way, he can improve the strength of others. At that time, he can recruit a large group of subordinates and improve the strength of the other party. Isn't that quite terrible? He can even train a group of powerful subordinates. Take the people around him. Nami herself has no fighting talent, so she will not be involved in any battle. After all, the power bank he had obtained with great difficulty was damaged like this, and he was in tears. But now it is possible to improve Nami's combat power. Just listening to Zhang Jiao's explanation, he still did not trigger the automatic training of this ability. Maybe he did not fully understand it yet. Reinhardt was overjoyed. "Zhang Jiao, please explain it a few more times." Zhang Jiao had no choice but to explain it to Ryan in more detail. This time he explained it more specifically, even the details were mentioned. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in Reinhardt's mind. It is detected that the host has comprehended hypnosis. Hypnosis is automatically practiced and the progress of practice is increased by 1 point per month. Reinhardt was ecstatic. This ability was finally obtained. Seeing that it takes a month to gain 1 point, you can see the value of this skill. You should know that sword skills, armed color domineering, and observation color domineering can gain 3 points in a month through automatic practice. And hypnosis can only gain 1 point in a month. The difficulty is equivalent to increasing by 3 times, which is simply terrifying. It is enough to see how terrible such a skill is. Although hypnosis is an auxiliary skill, it does not affect its value at all. You should know that the main sea of the water is changing, and the auxiliary is iron. When my hypnosis is perfected, it is possible to produce strong people in large quantities. Of course, the premise is that the other party must have potential. If there is no potential, no matter how much hypnosis, it will be useless. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help laughing. Zhang Jiao looked at Ryan with a puzzled face. Did the other party understand hypnosis? But even if he did, there would be nothing to be happy about. After all, this is an auxiliary ability, and there are many people who have this ability. Reinhardt patted the tied-up Zhang Jiao. You explained it very well. Zhang Jiao was confused. Have you learned it? You should know that he learned this hypnosis by chance. If this young naval colonel really learned it by listening to him, it would be so terrifying that he couldn't help but use honorifics. Chapter 42 Hypnosis is initially successful. Facing the other party's question, Reinhardt smiled. What do you think? Then he left. Only Zhang Jiao was left confused. What can he guess? Although he believed that no one could learn hypnosis so quickly, was the person in front of him an ordinary person? He easily killed the powerful Captain Klo. Especially he killed Captain Klo, who was trying his best. Obviously, no navy in this sea area could be Captain Klo's opponent. Forget it, he was not sure that the other party could not learn it. Anyway, his life was saved now. As for the others, forget it. It was good enough that he could save himself. Not long after Ryan left, a navy soldier took him back to jail. On the other side, Reinhardt came to Nami's room. He couldn't wait to tell Nami about hypnosis. Nami said a little excitedly. Ryan, can this hypnosis really improve your strength? Although Ryan brought her to the ship, she always felt that she was a burden to the other party. Although she had a talent for navigation, there were Navy soldiers on the warship who took on this responsibility. As for the battle, forget it, she was at most a scumbag. If she faces those pirates, she can only face the weakest pirates. She certainly doesn't want to be a burden. Reinhardt smiled and said. We have to experiment to know whether it works or not. He took out a pocket watch from his arms, held the end of the chain, and shook it gently. Pocket watches can also be used as a kind of hypnotic prop. Nami, you keep your eyes on this. Nami stared at this pocket watch after hearing this. As time went by, she felt that it was useless, and she felt that she could still think. She couldn't help but say in confusion. Ryan, I don't feel that I am hypnotized. Reinhardt naturally saw that he had just learned it, and his ability was probably not as good as Zhang Jiao. Relax your body and mind, and don't think about anything in your mind. Follow the movement of the pocket watch with your eyes and devote yourself to it. Nami did it after hearing this. Just now, she was probably too excited and her thoughts were too chaotic, so she was not hypnotized. Soon, Nami's eyes became blurry, and she slowly closed her eyes. It seems that she was successfully hypnotized. Reinhardt was very happy when he saw this. It seems that as long as the target cooperates, he can still perform hypnosis. It may not be useful in actual combat, but it doesn't matter, he doesn't rely on it to fight the enemy. Other abilities like armament haki, swordsmanship, and observation haki are all top-level abilities in combat. Among them, observation haki makes him feel very relaxed when fighting. Hypnosis is mainly used to improve the strength of companions. Nami is his secretary, so she can't be weak. She must have enough self-protection power, which she obviously doesn't have now. It's okay for her to level up in the novice village now. If she goes to the Grand Line, her current strength will not be enough. How can she not go to the Grand Line after traveling to the pirate world? Next, he was going to control Nami. Nami, do sit UPS. Seeing that Nami didn't respond, he called out again. Do sit UPS. Still no response. Nami's breathing was smooth at this time, as if she was asleep. Reinhardt smiled helplessly. It seems that he just learned it, and he still can't control Nami, who is hypnotized. It seems that his hypnosis is not yet mastered. Take it slowly, it would be great if we can find a way to promote hypnosis to automatically speed up the progress of practice. In that case, hypnosis can be used to control others, release potential, and improve strength. There is no way now. It would be better to let Nami wake up naturally after being hypnotized. Otherwise, I don't know if she will feel unwell. Not long after, Nami woke up. Looking at Reinhardt and feeling her own body, it seems that there is no improvement. Rein, this didn't work. Reinhardt nodded. I just learned it, and I just hypnotized you successfully. As for improving your strength, it didn't work. Nami didn't feel much disappointed. After all, Rein had told him that he had just learned hypnosis. Even if Rein had a great talent, it was unlikely that he would have the ability to improve his strength all of a sudden. If that were the case, he would be a god, not a mortal. Don't worry, since I have successfully hypnotized you, it is the key to success. After I master hypnosis, maybe I can improve your strength. Rein comforted. Hearing this, Nami's mentality recovered. Since Rein said so, he was sure. All he had to do was wait. She still had some patience. Soon, the warship landed on a small island. This was the village of Sarub, where Captain Crow pretended to be a butler and wanted to seize the property of Kaya's family. Unfortunately, Captain Crow has been caught by him now. Kaya's parents were naturally not killed by Crow. This was also a good thing Rein did. When they arrived on the island, Reinhardt ordered the Navy soldiers to go to the luxurious mansion on the island to buy some fresh meat and wine. These were not available on the warship. Since it was a banquet, wine was a must. A dozen Navy soldiers happily went out. An hour passed. These Navy soldiers came back with carts of fresh meat, one of which was full of wine bottles. There were 4 more people accompanying them. A middle-aged couple with yellow hair, followed by a little girl and a man in a suit with a sheep's head. The yellow-haired middle-aged man asked the Navy soldier beside him enthusiastically as soon as he arrived. Where is the colonel? Please point him out to me. The Navy soldier pointed. That's our colonel. The yellow-haired middle-aged man looked in the direction of the other's finger. His face was full of disbelief. When the Navy came to his house just now, he was still very vigilant, thinking that so many people on the other side wanted to take advantage of their family. After all, their family is very rich. However, after communicating, he learned that these people who came to his house were actually Navy, and they came to his house to buy some fresh meat to celebrate the annihilation of the Black Cat pirates. This shocked the middle-aged man. The Black Cat pirates are famous pirates in this sea area, and his merchant ships have been robbed by the other side several times. Even the crew can't come back. Although he reported it to the nearby Navy, he could not be caught. This time the Navy wiped out the Black Cat pirates, so he naturally wanted to thank them. But the colonel the Navy referred to was actually a teenager. This teenager was only a few years older than his daughter. He couldn't help but ask. Is this teenager really your colonel? The Navy soldier was a little unhappy. Of course it's true, what's the point of lying to you? Pay attention to your attitude later, don't look down on our colonel just because he's young. Chapter 43 The banquet began. Hearing the words of the Navy soldier, he felt a little embarrassed. Mainly because the other party was too young. He became a Navy captain at such a young age. And he became a rich man in middle age. In comparison, I feel that my achievements are nothing. A person who sits in the position of Navy captain is still much more powerful than him. The girl who was listening to their conversation looked at Reinhardt curiously. Father, this big brother is very powerful. Even though she was still young, she knew the value of the Navy captain. Not only is he the head of the Navy, but he is also a hero who catches pirates. The other party is the same age as him, and he has achieved achievements that he dare not even think about. The middle-aged man also took a deep breath when he heard his daughter's words. It is indeed very powerful. Kaya, follow your mother, I will go to thank the Navy captain. After that, he walked towards Reinhardt. When he came to the other party, he looked at the other party's young face carefully, and was still very shocked. He was really just a boy. But this boy gave him a very unusual feeling, with a sharp breath. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He immediately put away his lazy attitude and said respectfully, "Hello, I am a resident of this island. Thank you for arresting the Black Cat pirates." Ryan glanced at the other party and said lightly, "Arresting pirates is the duty of the Navy. There is no need to thank you so solemnly." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No, I believe the Navy has spent a lot of energy to arrest the Black Cat pirates. I heard that you are going to hold a banquet on this island, so I will give you these fresh meats I brought. Just a few carts of fresh meat, not worth mentioning. If he can have a good relationship with such a navy, it will be of great help to his future business." "Okay." Reinhardt didn't act pretentiously and agreed directly. In order to capture the Black Cat pirates, several of his soldiers were seriously injured, and some were slightly injured. It doesn't seem too much to eat their barbecue. The middle-aged man didn't expect the other party to accept his kindness so easily, and his face was happy. "I have a request, I wonder if the colonel can agree to it." Reinhardt nodded and said, "Go ahead. Can I go see the Black Cat pirates? They killed many of my crew members. Now that they have been caught by the Navy, I should go and see them." The middle-aged man looked angry. Reinhardt looked at the other party. "I didn't expect the Black Cat pirates to commit such a crime. However, it's normal, after all, in the original work, the other party even killed a lot of the Navy." "Okay." The middle-aged man looked grateful. Then Reinhardt asked the soldiers to take the middle-aged man to the warship to watch the Black Cat pirates in the temporary prison. A few hours later, night fell. Everyone started a banquet on the shore, and even the middle-aged man's family participated. Before, the middle-aged man had followed the Navy soldiers to see the Black Cat pirates. For the people who were harmed by their merchant ship, he scolded the Black Cat pirates fiercely. He felt very relieved and believed that the pirates who committed such serious crimes would be sent to the gallows. It was just right to attend the banquet to celebrate. Celebrate that the great revenge of his murdered crew members was finally avenged. This sea area will be much safer without such big pirates. At the banquet, everyone set up a rack, put pieces of barbecue on it and roasted them, and sprinkled them with the secret spices brought by the middle-aged man. Immediately, a strong fragrance was emitted. Reinhardt ate it with great relish, worthy of the food of a rich family, with this spice. Not only is the smell extremely fragrant, but it is also delicious when you bite it. As expected of a wealthy family, the food is good. At the same time, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the fine wine, which was also quite good. While he was drinking it with great relish, a little blonde girl came over. "Hello, I'm Kaya. I wonder how Big Brother became so powerful. He actually caught such a brutal pirate like the Black Cat pirates." She only had respect for him in her heart. Reinhardt said with a smile, "Of course it's strength. Why, do you also want to be a navy?" Looking at the young man in front of him, the girl gave him some ideas. She will be a blonde beauty when she grows up. If she is included in the account, it will surely make his body very happy. The blonde girl shook her head and said, "My body is not strong enough, even if I want to be a navy, I can't be one. So my future wish is to be a doctor. However, I am a little envious of you being able to drive a warship to different places. Her parents often go out to sea for business, and she can only be taken care of by the housekeeper at home. She is still very eager for the outside world. Reinhardt smiled and looked at the other party. It's good to study medicine. Doctors are a profession that saves lives and heals the wounded. It is sacred. Since you want to come to the outside world, why don't you come to my warship to be a doctor when you grow up? The blonde girl was surprised. She didn't expect the other party to invite her. She lowered her head and thought. Following the other party can really realize her wish to see all over the world. At least if he followed the other party, he would not have to be afraid of pirates, and his safety would be guaranteed. Moreover, when he learned medical skills, he would be able to treat the injured Navy soldiers who were caught by pirates, which would also be a bit attractive to him. Pirates have harmed so many people, and the Navy bravely fought against them, and the injuries were minor. They might even die. She felt very happy to use her medical skills for such people. She replied with a smile. Okay, big brother, it's settled. When I grow up, remember to come to see Kaya. That's settled. Ryan nodded, feeling very happy. Once he got on his ship, the other party would not be able to escape. Kaya was very happy. She would go to this big brother's warship as a doctor in the future to treat Navy soldiers. Then she jumped back to her parents and excitedly told them the news. The middle-aged woman was unhappy when she heard it. Kaya is their darling, how can she be a doctor on a warship? It's not that she doesn't like this job, but Kaya can't bear such hardship. Besides, the Navy will fight with pirates, and it's so dangerous for a weak girl to be on a warship. She said earnestly. Kaya, give up this idea. Don't think about being a doctor on a warship. Kaya was immediately unhappy. No, this is my dream. Chapter 44 I'll pick you up when you grow up. The middle-aged woman looked very bad, but after all, she was her precious daughter, so she patiently persuaded her. Be good, listen to your mother, I'll let your father open a hospital for you, and you can be a doctor there in the future. Kaya turned her head away, not wanting to listen to her. The middle-aged woman looked helpless and looked at the middle-aged man beside her. Dear, you should persuade Kaya. Such a weak girl can't stand the hardship of going to sea, let alone on a warship. The Navy is going to catch pirates, and it's very dangerous for a girl to be a doctor on board. The middle-aged man looked at his wife and said with a smile. Dear, since it is the wish of our children, we should support each other well. As for the safety issue, I don't think you have to worry. Because Kaya will be on Colonel Reinhardt's warship in the future. She is so strong at such a young age. When she grows up, I can't imagine how strong she will be. There may be another heroic navy like GARP in the East China Sea. The middle-aged woman sighed deeply. She didn't expect that her dear not only didn't help her, but spoke for her daughter, which made her very helpless. Since the head of the family has said so, she had to agree. Kaya looked at her father happily. Father, you are so kind. The middle-aged man saw this and exhorted. Then you must study medicine well in the future. As a father, he was very happy to see his daughter become successful. At the same time, through his daughter's friendship with such a powerful navy, he probably won't have to worry about pirates for his business in the future. As for his daughter's safety, it is probably safer to follow such a powerful navy captain. When Kaya saw that her father agreed with her dream, her little face suddenly smiled. Thank you, father, I will definitely work hard to learn medical skills in the future. At noon on the second day after the banquet, the Navy soldiers had a simple rest, and the Navy soldiers who were drunk at the banquet last night had sobered up again. Reinhardt ordered the new voyage. At the moment when Reinhardt was about to board the warship, Kaya ran over and said goodbye to Rein. At the same time, he told Rein not to forget their agreement. Reinhardt would naturally not forget the agreement between them. Don't worry, I will come to pick you up when you grow up. Kaya nodded contentedly. Then let's put it this way. When you come later, I will become an excellent doctor. After sailing on the sea for a few days, the warship stopped at the port of Windmill Village. Now there is a group of black cat pirates on the warship, and they are basically pirates who kill without blinking an eye. Except for Zhang Jiao, who Reinhardt promised not to kill him, Reinhardt can kill the others at will. In this way, the condition that swordsmanship needs to rely on killing to improve the progress of automatic training is met. Reinhardt naturally wants to return to his hometown Windmill Village to have a good stroll and replenish supplies by the way. He and Nami went ashore, leaving the Navy soldiers to guard the warship. The two came to the bar in the Windmill Village. There were several guests drinking around. At this time, Makina was sitting behind the bar. Seeing Rein coming back, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Rein, you're back. Before she stood up, Reinhardt quickly threw himself into her arms, enjoying the softness with the fragrance of milk. It was still this mature and delicious taste. Makina's face was a little surprised, and then he relaxed again. Rein has grown a lot taller now, and boys still grow very fast. After not seeing each other for so long, Rein still likes to throw himself into her arms. Rein, didn't you follow Garp to be a Navy captain last time? Why didn't I see you wearing a Navy uniform this time? Rein should be unlikely to fail. After all, the last time I saw him fight with Garp's men, the strength he showed was something that even many adults could not compete with. If he can tie with Garp's powerful men, then there should be no problem in being a Navy branch captain. You have to know that Garp's men are not comparable to ordinary Navy men, they are all experienced warriors. While enjoying the milky fragrance, Rein explained the reason to Makina. Of course, it was to seduce pirates. Pirates in this world are generally stupid. Would someone who can drive such a warship be an ordinary person? But even so, they can still catch a lot of pirates. Maybe they know, but they are just reckless. They think they can make a fortune, so they don't take into account the danger. Makina was a little surprised to hear Rein's explanation. I didn't expect Rein to plan like this. It seems that he not only secured his position as a colonel, but also used incredible methods to capture many pirates. She had never heard of the Navy using this method. Rein also called this fishing enforcement, which was really bold and creative. However, this method is probably only Rein can use. Because of his strong strength, the pirates are not Rein's opponents at all. If it were other Navy, there would be casualties in the battle with pirates. If they encountered a powerful pirate gang, there might be heavy casualties. Even if they thought of this method, they would not dare to commit a crime. The Navy had to gather many Navy soldiers to capture large pirate groups. This is the only way to ensure victory. But in this case, they could not use such a method. She said in amazement. Rein, you are really creative. Rein smiled. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for being too greedy. Nami, who was standing by, saw Rein burying herself deep in Makina's soft spot. Does Rein like this part so much? Then he looked at his own, which was not comparable to Makina's. He felt sad for a moment. He couldn't help but cheer himself up in his heart. She will also have such a plump and soft body when she grows up. Makina chatted with Rein for a while before saying, Rein, wait for me to pour you and Nami a glass of juice first. Rein reluctantly let go of her hand. He found a seat with Nami and sat down. He waited for the juice to arrive. The guests who were still drinking around naturally heard the conversation between Makina and Rein. They couldn't help but whisper. Is this guy actually a Navy captain? You must be kidding me. No, I was there last time, and Vice Admiral Garp actually agreed to recommend this guy to be a Navy captain. Now it seems that it was successful, and a lot of pirates were captured. Oh, that's really exciting. A powerful navy is coming to the East China Sea. I believe the pirates will have a harder time in the future. Of course. Vice Admiral Garp will clean up every time he returns to the East China Sea. Now there is another powerful Navy captain, so the pirates can't have an easy time. Chapter 45 5 years later. After nightfall, Reinhardt and Nami stayed in the tavern to rest. Of course, Rein went to Makina's room. Makina looked helpless. This child really wanted her. It's okay now. He's still a child. If he grows up, he can't sleep with her anymore. However, Rein now looks a bit handsome and adult. He is still so powerful. I don't know how many girls he will fascinate when he grows up. She didn't worry at all that Rein would not be popular with women in the future, but she didn't know if he would be so close to her when he grew up. A week later, after buying a lot of daily necessities from the villagers, Reinhardt said goodbye to Makina. He had to send these pirates back to Rogue Town first, otherwise, there would be no place to temporarily detain the pirates. Makina didn't expect Rein to leave so soon. Knowing that the other party was no longer an ordinary child, naturally he didn't have much time to stay with her for too long. Time passed quickly and another 5 years passed. Reinhardt lay on the lounge chair in the Rogue Town Manor, basking in the sun leisurely. Next to him stood a graceful girl, Nami. She had already grown from a girl to a young woman. Girls in the One Piece world develop faster. The girl has begun to have femininity and a curvy figure. Although her face still has a little immaturity, it does not hinder her charm. At this moment, she was looking at Reinhardt beside her. Over the years, Rein led her to use the fishing enforcement method to capture most of the pirates in the East China Sea. Only a few pirates are still alive. Even so, they still live secretly. There is no longer the unscrupulous and random plundering situation as before. Now the East China Sea has basically returned to the situation before the Age of Discovery. The number of pirates has decreased dramatically and it is basically calm. All this is thanks to Reinhardt. Over the years, Rein has become stronger and stronger. Even Nami, who was watching his growth, was very surprised. His strength is really too strong. In the past, when encountering pirates, the other party could still resist. Now, from a distance, Reinhardt can cut the pirates' ships in half with one blow. At that time, the Navy soldiers on the ship were all scared. She was also very surprised. It is impossible for the pirates whose ships were destroyed to escape. They were all captured one by one. Although her strength has increased a lot by following Rein in hand-to-hand combat over the years, she can only barely compete with slightly stronger pirates. She is still too weak. In order not to become a burden to Reinhardt, she is still very eager for strong strength. She couldn't help but ask. Rein, how is your hypnosis training going? Can it stimulate my potential? Rein opened his eyes, looked at Nami who was looking expectantly beside him, and silently opened the system personal panel and started to look at it. Host, Reinhardt. Age, 16 years old. Constitution, 1786 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Strength, 1786 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Speed, 1786 points, 20 points for adults, automatically practicing. Sword skills are automatically practicing, progress is 38%, intermediate great swordsman is perfect. And the progress increases by 1% every 10 days. Navy 6 styles, shaving is automatically practicing, progress is 100%. Iron block is automatically practicing, progress is 100%. Paper painting is automatically practicing, progress is 100%. Moon step is automatically practicing, progress is 100%. Stormfoot is automatically practicing, progress is 100%. Finger gun is automatically practicing, progress is 100%. Improve 1% every 10 days. Top armament haki is automatically practicing, progress is 100%. High-level observation haki is automatically practicing, progress is 14%, and progress increases by 1% every 10 days. Hypnosis is being practiced automatically, with a progress of 61%. Overall evaluation, invincible in the East China Sea. Looking at such a gorgeous panel, Ryan was very satisfied. With such a strong strength, he is invincible in the East China Sea. In the past 5 years, his physical fitness has reached more than 1,700 points. This is equivalent to the physique of more than 80 adults. Compared to his physique 5 years ago, it was only equivalent to the physique of more than 20 adults. This is equivalent to 4 times stronger. I wonder how this body now will compare to the real monsters in the New World. He did compete with Garp, relying on his physical fitness and top-level armament haki to fight Garp on PAR. Although Garp did not fully unleash his strength, that would only be used in a desperate fight. At least he would use his full strength against a big pirate like Roger. Using his full strength against Ryan, who is not even an adult, is too bullying. Even with such a result, Garp was still shocked. There are so many strong people on the sea, but no one's strength can make him stunned. From this, we can see how strong his physical fitness is. With the top-level armament haki, it is simply a weakened copy of Garp. You have to know that Garp must have extremely strong strength to become a hero of the Navy. His extremely strong body and top-level armament haki are the source of his strength. Now Ryan has both of these. In a few years, he may be a perfect copy of Garp. He may even surpass the original. Ryan did not expect such a result. Now his strongest combat power is actually top-level armament haki. Although the sword skills training has also reached the intermediate great swordsman. The intermediate great swordsman is considered a slightly weaker first-class strongman in the New World. But it is not enough to compare with the top-level armament haki. What's more, his armament haki is still top-level and perfect, reaching the level of Garp. However, this makes his swordsmanship strength not only the intermediate great swordsman. With such a powerful armament haki blessing, his sword skills can even reach the advanced level. This is the horror of armament haki. In the world of pirates, fruit ability cannot determine everything. But haki can. Vice Admiral Garp defeated many vicious pirates with his top-level armament haki. He will be able to do the same in the future. Although he cannot compete with those who stand at the top of this world, he is still confident that he will not lose to the world's top powerhouses. When he saw the hypnosis in the second-to-last row, the progress of his training had reached 61%. He has not found a way to improve his training progress with this ability, so even if he has been idle for 5 years, his training progress is still only 61%. But now hypnosis should be able to hypnotize Nami to improve her combat power. Chapter 46 Hypnosis Training. Reinhardt looked at Nami and smiled. Come with me to the room. Try hypnosis and you will know. Okay. Nami's face showed a hint of joy, hoping that this time it will succeed. Even if she does not have a strong combat power, she does not want to be a burden, at least she must have the ability to protect herself. This is the duty of a secretary. After following Ryan to the room, Nami sat on the bed, feeling a little excited and a little nervous. Reinhardt took out the pocket watch from his pocket. He held one end of the chain and gently shook the pocket watch. Nami, you know the process, right? Nami nodded. After so many times, she still knew the process. She relaxed her mind and stared at the pocket watch shaking left and right. Soon she closed her eyes naturally. Ryan looked at Nami, who was successfully hypnotized, and gave an order. Nami, take off your clothes. Unlike the past, this time Nami really started to take off her top. When she was ready to go further, Ryan gave Nami another order. Stop it. Ryan was very satisfied. It seemed that hypnosis had been practiced to this point. He could actually make Nami do this kind of action. Quietly admiring Nami's beautiful body, she is so plump at such a young age. The women in this world are really extraordinary. They are simply a paradise for men. There should be no malnutrition in this world. However, he just admired it and did not do anything. Let's keep it first and eat it when it grows up. Next, Ryan ordered Nami to hold the Navy Standard long sword and wave it. Nami really obeyed the order, pulled out the long sword beside her, and then waved it. Even if she is unconscious, she can still pick up the long sword and wave it. This should be the subconscious knowing where the sword is. If there is no such thing in the memory, what will the other party do? Reinhardt had doubts about this. He stepped back a few steps, put the pocket watch in his hand on the table, and looked at Nami. Nami, pick up this pocket watch. Nami immediately stood up, walked to the table and picked up the pocket watch. Is this the effect of hypnosis? In the other party's subconscious, the pocket watch should be in his hand. But the other party did not act according to his memory, but accurately came to the new position of the pocket watch and successfully picked up the watch. Ryan was very happy. It seems that this hypnosis is not based on the memory of the manipulated person, but on his memory. Hypnosis is really a bit magical. Next, Ryan ordered Nami to start swinging the sword with all her strength. This is indeed Nami's usual full strength. But such training is usually done. It's just that it's not very useful for improving strength. Hypnosis allows the hypnotized person to release his potential in his body. He shouted, "Nami, faster!" As expected, Nami swung her sword again. This time, the speed was a little faster, and Reinhardt could still see the subtle difference. He could actually make Nami swing her sword faster. In a swordsman's duel, the speed of swinging the sword is an important factor in winning. Swinging the sword faster means hitting the enemy faster than the opponent. This can determine the outcome of a duel. It seems that Nami has really improved. In the following time, Ryan was admiring Nami's beautiful body while ordering the opponent to maintain such a speed of swinging the sword, and stop if he couldn't hold on. Although it was only a slight increase in the speed of swinging the sword, it had already exceeded the limit of the body. Even if Ryan could make Nami increase her speed subconsciously, he would not do it. That might have adverse consequences on the body. This is what Ryan didn't want to see. He wanted Nami to improve her strength without damaging her body. As for watching from the side, admiration is one aspect, he has seen such a body before. On the other hand, he is afraid that he will give the order and Nami will not stop. If she reaches the limit of her body and swings the sword beyond the limit of her body, no need to think, you know that there will be very terrible consequences. At the least, her body will not be weak, and at the worst, it will cause irreversible consequences. Half an hour passed like this, Nami's body began to shake obviously, and the sword swinging action stopped. Reinhardt's heart was relieved. It seems that Nami is still strictly following his instructions. Of course, accidents are not ruled out, so it is better to use hypnosis on Nami from the side in the future. Then he came to Nami's side, gently called Nami, and released Nami from hypnosis. As Ryan's voice entered Nami's ears, Nami gradually opened her eyes. When she opened her eyes, her face was a little confused, but suddenly a strong sense of fatigue came from her body. She couldn't control herself and fell back. Ryan came over to save her in an instant and put her on the bed. "I just used hypnosis to stimulate your potential for cultivation. Now you need to rest well." Nami's face suddenly lit up. It seemed that hypnosis was really successful. No wonder her body was so tired. "Ryan, how is the effect?" Ryan asked with a smile. "I let you practice with your body's potential, and it still works. Your body has been practicing with its potential for 30 minutes, and your body is already so tired. It seems that at the beginning, you can't let your body practice a lot." "Okay." Nami was not disappointed. As long as she could successfully tap her potential, she would have a chance to become a strong person. Although she could only practice for a short time every day, she was very curious about the effect. Ryan asked Nami to rest well. After all, she looked very tired. And he left, leaving Nami alone to rest. In the office of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Zhang Guo was processing documents. The current world situation is not peaceful at all. The age of exploration caused by Roger has taken shape. Not only did the evil criminals go out to sea to become pirates, but even some civilians started to become pirates, making the world a mess. The Navy's forces were simply not enough to deal with these people. Because there were too many of them. And some of the pirates were very powerful, and some even ate devil fruits. The generals could not be sent out easily, they had to stay at the headquarters to prevent the four emperors from attacking. Sneak attack. Vice admirals can be sent out. The number of vice admirals is not bad, and the world is so big, and there are so many pirates. It has little impact on the world situation. Not to mention that some pirates cannot be caught by vice admirals alone. And even running away is the right choice when they see them. Otherwise, important combat power will be lost again. Not to mention that pirates are like spring weeds, one wave is picked up, and another wave grows out. Chapter 47 Promotion. Faced with such a severe situation, the Navy can only guard important places, as for other places, they can't help. Thinking of this, Sengoku thought of a person, a captain of a naval branch. A reliable captain of a naval branch proposed by the unreliable Garp, Reinhardt. This guy is definitely a genius. He basically wiped out the pirates in the East China Sea when he was a teenager. Now the East China Sea is probably the most peaceful of the 5 major seas. The worst is definitely the New World, where there are pirates, and countless pirates fight for territory and resources. Since the troops are insufficient, they should be promoted to the Navy headquarters. After training in the East China Sea Navy branch for so long, he is qualified enough to be promoted to the headquarters as a brigadier general. He received news that Ryan was a swordsman who cut down pirate ships. If he had such strength, he would be at least a high-level swordsman. With this strength, he is fully qualified to be a brigadier general. He can even barely touch the threshold of vice admiral. But the level of vice admiral is not something that can be achieved by strength, but requires sufficient achievements. Even if he is a naval marshal, he cannot be appointed privately. Otherwise, it will cause dissatisfaction among other naval commanders and cause unrest within the Navy. This is not worth the loss. Just as Zhang Guo was thinking about it, a white-haired strong man pushed open the door and walked in, leaned on the sofa, picked up a bag of senbei, tore open the bag, and began to eat, talking while eating. Sengoku, what's the matter with you calling me here? Sengoku looked at Garp helplessly. Only this old comrade dared to give him such a face and eat in the office of the Navy Marshal. He smiled and said, Garp, I asked you to come here this time to promote Reinhardt to the headquarters as a brigadier general. What do you think? Garp stopped putting the senbei into his mouth and brought the guy to the headquarters. He only gave him the position of brigadier general. You know, when the guy was 10 years old, he dared to ask for the position of colonel of the Navy branch. A mere brigadier general probably can't beat him. Sengoku, I think it's okay. This kid is very strong and he hates pirates very much. But I think the position of brigadier general is a bit low. How about letting him be a vice admiral? I am indeed a famous teacher. I have brought out another vice admiral. Sengoku raised his eyebrows. Garp, I haven't promised you yet. Look, are there any 16-year-old vice admirals in the Navy headquarters now? If Reinhardt came to the position of vice admiral, he would probably be less than half the age of the others. Others have worked hard for decades to get to the position of vice admiral, but a young boy was directly airdropped into the headquarters as a vice admiral. Do you think others will accept it? Garp waved his hand. What's the matter? This kid is stronger than most vice admirals in the Navy headquarters. He may be the strongest vice admiral. He had competed with Ryan before. Before the competition, He thought that Ryan was a little arrogant and was about to give him the iron fist of love to make him face reality. But he was surprised by the sudden attack of the opponent. He was blown away by surprise. You know, that kid hasn't used swordsmanship yet, it's really just fists and armed color domineering. The speed is so fast, there is no doubt that he used the Navy 6 style shave. Judging from the level, he is almost catching up with me. Because I was not careless at that time. The only thing that could make me unable to react was the shaving that had been cultivated to a very high level. Later, when the official battle started, he used 70% to 80% of his strength to fight Ryan to a draw. Of course, he would not let it go. The punch that the other party hit him with was painful. In this case, he had to use all his strength to give the other party a love iron fist, but he didn't expect the other party to be so able to escape. After chasing for more than 10 minutes without catching up, he could only give up. Every time he thought of this, he felt a little pain in his chest. That punch really didn't leave any strength. Originally thought of as a good boy, now he is almost a ruthless man who can compete with me. Garp, have you forgotten that you are also a vice admiral? Can that kid's strength be stronger than yours? The voice of warring states made Garp brought back from his thoughts. Garp then realized that he was also a vice admiral, so that kid was naturally not the strongest. Haha, sorry, I forgot that I was also a vice admiral, but that kid's strength must be ranked second among the vice admirals. Even if there are people with equal strength, it is unlikely that anyone can surpass him. Sengoku was a little unconvinced. Garp was still not very reliable. Ryan's strength is definitely not better than Garp at this stage. If he can be on par with Garp in the future, it will be a blessing for the Navy and the world. Apart from Garp, at Reinhardt's current age, he is proud of the strength of a high-level swordsman. But this strength can only be ranked in the middle and lower among the vice admirals of the Navy. Garp, stop bragging. You underestimate the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Let's get back to the point. This is your man. If you agree, I will directly issue the appointment. The Navy headquarters needs such talents, and the world needs such talents. The East China Sea is too small, and the stage is no longer suitable for him. After that, he quietly waited for Garp's reply. Garp smiled. He is the person I brought up, but I have no right to decide his fate. You should talk to him yourself. He didn't care about this kind of naval personnel management at all. But if that kid came to the Navy headquarters, the days of pirates are not so good. After all, he hates pirates very much. Okay, Sengoku, nothing else, I'll leave. Sengoku was helpless when he saw the other party patting his butt and leaving. He originally wanted the other party to persuade Reinhardt to report to the headquarters. It seems that he has to come by himself. I hope Reinhardt is not someone like Garp who doesn't listen to orders. He immediately dialed the Den Mushi in the office of the Navy Colonel in Rogue Town. In the Colonel's office at the Rogue Town Naval Base, Colonel Sander was leaning on a chair, quietly sipping the brewed tea. He is now free from worries. The most important duty of the Navy is to capture pirates and maintain the safety of one side. Now there are basically no pirates in the waters near Rogue Town. Either they were caught, or they hid somewhere unknown. Those pirates who hid and no longer did evil, naturally, there was no need to spend time to find them out. At this moment, Sengoku did call, and he didn't know what the other party would say. He picked up the phone and said respectfully, Marshal Sengoku, I wonder what you are calling about. Chapter 48 Lieutenant General Position. In the office of the Rogue Town Naval Base, Colonel Sander was surprised. Marshal Zhangguo had just told him that he would transfer Colonel Ryan to the Navy headquarters as a brigadier general. This was really shocking. A branch colonel was only equivalent to a captain in the Navy headquarters. This promotion was 5 levels higher. He jumped 3 levels from colonel to major general and directly became a brigadier general. How much did Marshal Zhangguo think of Reinhardt to give him this position? Marshal Zhangguo was not worried about whether he could convince the public if someone of this age went to the Navy headquarters, which was full of talents, to be a brigadier general. He couldn't help but ask. Marshal Zhangguo, is it inappropriate for Ryan to take such an important position in the headquarters at this age? He naturally hoped that Ryan could rise step by step, and was also worried that he would be under great pressure. Marshal Zhangguo said lightly. You don't have to worry about this, his strength is enough. Come to the Navy headquarters for some more training, I believe he will have the opportunity to become an admiral in the future. Go and call him. Okay, I'll send someone to find him. Colonel Sander replied immediately. He was shocked by what Marshal Sengoku said just now. He didn't expect Sengoku to think that Ryan could become a future admiral. This was amazing. The Admiral of the Navy is a person who can be on par with the 4 emperors of the pirates. It is the highest combat power in this world. According to his usual view, Ryan is indeed very strong, at least much stronger than him, and should be a very powerful swordsman. But he has not reached the level of a great swordsman. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. I figured it out. There is no one in the East China Sea who is worthy of Ryan's full effort. Then naturally Ryan does not need to use his strength. This is really amazing. Soon after, Ryan followed the Navy soldier to the branch base office. Colonel Sanders saw Ryan and couldn't help but be more respectful than usual, and hurriedly handed the microphone to him. Ryan, this is Marshal Waring States of our headquarters. He called you. Ryan took the phone with a puzzled look on his face. What could this Navy boss want to talk to him about? I am Reinhardt. I wonder what Marshal Sengoku wants to talk to me about. Marshal Sengoku could feel the other party's youth just by listening to his voice. I am Sengoku. This time I want to promote you to the rank of Brigadier General in the Navy headquarters. What do you think? Reinhardt was speechless. Going to the Navy headquarters at this time? This was a bit against his wishes. In the East China Sea, he had money, beauties, and status. Going to the Navy headquarters, he had nothing. He was only a brigadier general. And there were a bunch of vice admirals and generals above him, so he had a lot of freedom. He could go on missions, but he had to do it voluntarily. In the East China Sea, if he was bored, he could go out to sea to catch pirates according to his own wishes. There was a bounty for catching pirates and reporting them. In the Navy headquarters, it was useless to catch pirates after working so hard. With so many eyes watching, he couldn't do anything. He worked so hard, but there was no bounty. This made him very uncomfortable. Although he hated pirates, he had already slaughtered the pirates who killed his predecessor's family. Not even a dog was left. Now, he would not take the trouble to capture other pirates unless they committed a crime in front of him. Moreover, his strength was still not good enough. It was estimated that his current strength was only at the first-class level, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the top level of the 4 emperors of pirates. At this stage, he had to hang up well, and it was best to raise his swordsmanship to the top level of the great swordsman. His observation haki was also raised to the top level. Only in this way could he compete with these invincible 4 emperors of pirates. Moreover, his hypnosis was able to tap the potential of the hypnotized and improve their strength. He must bring Nami with him to the Navy headquarters. After all, she was a power bank and a pillow. But her strength was too weak, and she needed to be trained for a while at least. What have you considered? Marshal Sengoku's voice rang in Reinhardt's mind. Reinhardt said with a smile. Sengoku, I refuse. In the Admiral's office of the Navy headquarters, Marshal Sengoku was full of disbelief. How could the other party refuse? Don't you think your brigadier general rank is not enough? He could only think of this reason. There were only a few small pirates left in the East China Sea. Even if Ryan left, they would not make any noise. The East China Sea Navy was enough to catch them. Since the other party hated pirates, they should come to the Navy headquarters, which was the center of the fight against pirates. Reinhardt smiled. Marshal Sengoku, this is really a factor. At least give me the position of Vice Admiral. Sander on the side was stunned. Rein is too bold. What kind of position is a Vice Admiral? There are only a few people with higher ranks than them in the Navy headquarters. When a Vice Admiral comes to the Four Seas, he is directly the highest commander and can mobilize all resources. To put it bluntly, just like when Garp came here, he had to serve him respectfully. Marshal Sengoku frowned. He dared to ask for such a high position, which made him tremble in his heart. Thinking back to when he was 16 years old, he probably hadn't become a pirate at that time. Thinking of this, Sengoku laughed wildly. This made Colonel Sand on the side stunned. Marshal Sengoku did not rebuke Rein's arrogance, but laughed instead. You have to know that Marshal Sengoku has experienced so many ups and downs, and what big scenes he has not encountered. How could he laugh so wantonly, always calm and composed? In the Admiral's office of the Navy headquarters, Sengoku's eyes were bright. Rein, this kid, really dared to ask for it, so arrogant. He is at least a Vice Admiral, does he want to be an Admiral? An Admiral is a position above 10,000 people in the Navy. He was not angry at the other party's arrogance, but found it very interesting. Since the other party has such a bold idea, he should have the strength to match the position. Is it true that Rein has the strength of the second Vice Admiral in the Navy, as Garp said? He stopped laughing and said to the microphone. Are you sure you have the ability to be a Vice Admiral in the Navy? If you are not capable enough, you will be kicked down, or you will die in the pirates. Reinhardt was not panicked at all. With his current strength, even in the New World, if he wanted to run, no one could catch him. Unless he wants to die, it is obvious that he will not do that. Marshal Sengoku, I really have the ability to be a Vice Admiral of the Navy. Okay, if you are confident, then I will give you the position of Vice Admiral of the Navy. But I can only give you a chance. Whether you can sit firmly depends on yourself. When do you plan to report to the Navy headquarters? Sengoku wanted to see if this kid was as powerful as Garp said. If he can't convince the public, just demote him to another level. Young people always need to be suppressed well before they can grow. Chapter 49 Improving Nami's Strength. Colonel Sanders standing aside was dumbfounded. Marshal Sengoku promoted Rein again. Now as long as Rein reports to the Navy headquarters, he can immediately become a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This made him very envious, but he still knew his own limitations. Even if he was given such a level, he couldn't sit firmly. Strength alone is not enough. But Rein is possible. He feels very honored when he thinks that another Vice Admiral will emerge from the East China Sea rogue town. Rein fought for the East China Sea Navy. But Rein does not plan to report to the Navy headquarters now. Marshal Sengoku, this report may be postponed for a few years. Sengoku's face changed when he heard it. Good boy, the position of Vice Admiral is given to you, but you still refuse to come. He said angrily. Reinhardt, this military order. Aren't you afraid of being punished by military law? Reinhardt smiled. I'm really not afraid of this. If I am punished by military law, I will not be a navy. Originally, being a navy is convenient for obtaining the whereabouts of pirates, and then killing pirates to improve the progress of automatic swordsmanship training. But this reason cannot make him obey the orders of the Navy's top brass. At most, it will slow down the progress. Besides, there are so many pirates in the Rogue Town prison. Even if he is not a Navy colonel, if he goes to kill a few pirates, is there anyone here who dares to stop him or cause trouble for him? With his prestige, no one dares to stop him, not even Colonel Sander. Reinhardt has caught so many pirates, Sander will naturally not cause trouble for Rein for these trivial matters. Marshal Sengoku did not expect Reinhardt to say this, and his forehead wrinkled immediately. As expected, he is a person brought up by Garp, and he is as troublesome as Garp. But Garp never said he would quit the Navy. The guy on the other end of the phone is different. From the tone of the other party, it is very likely that he will quit the Navy. If the other party quits the Navy, it will be a great loss for the Navy. After all, the other party is likely to become the backbone of the Navy in the future. Such a person will not be let go by Sengoku. It is normal for geniuses to have some special requirements. You can postpone the time, but please do it as soon as possible. The East China Sea is not your stage, the Navy headquarters is. After saying that, he hung up the phone. For geniuses, he was still willing to give them some privileges. Seeing that Sengoku was so easy to talk to, Reinhardt felt that he really deserved to be called a wise general. He seemed to think highly of himself. I believe he has a certain understanding of his life experience and strength. Colonel Sander on the side smiled. Congratulations to Colonel Rhine on his promotion. No, it should be Vice Admiral Rhine. Don't forget to come back to the East China Sea in the future. Without you, I'm afraid the pirate forces in the East China Sea will revive again. Rhine waved his hand and said, I haven't been to the Navy headquarters yet, call me Colonel. Don't worry, even if I go to the Navy headquarters in the future, I will come back from time to time. I will never allow pirates to cause trouble in the East China Sea. After all, there are many people he cares about here. Sander felt relieved in his heart. The East China Sea is lucky to have such a person to protect it. After leaving the office, Reinhardt returned to his manor. By the way, he looked at Nami and found that she was still resting. It seems that the method of fully tapping potential is really very physically demanding. The next morning, the sun shone on the window, and Nami opened her eyes. At this moment, she felt that her body was not so heavy. Then came a strong feeling of hunger. After eating a large portion of food, she felt satisfied. Looking at the bones on the table, she was suspicious. When did her appetite become so good? Could it be that hypnosis allowed her to train to tap her potential? Her face was pale. Xi, eating so much, does this mean that her strength has increased? Rest for a while, wait for the food in the stomach to digest. She picked up her sword and walked to the yard, wanting to see how her results were. At this time, Reinhardt was leisurely basking in the sun in the yard. Nami hurried to Rhine's side. Rhine, my strength seems to have increased. Rhine opened his eyes and looked at Nami. Then you can show me. After hearing this, Nami stepped back a few steps to avoid scratching Rhine, then drew out the sword in her hand and swung it. Using all her strength, the sword swung quickly. Nami felt a little strange, that is, she swung the sword more easily, faster, and more handy. Rhine's hypnosis really worked. Relying on hypnosis, she is no longer a burden, at least she will not distract Rhine in battle in the future. She happily sheathed her sword and came to Rhine with a smile on her face. Rhine, it really worked. Your hypnosis really works. Rhine naturally saw that Nami's strength had increased a little bit. She was also happy for her. In this dangerous world, only strong strength can protect oneself. Nami's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to say, Rhine, continue to hypnotize me for training. Reinhardt smiled. Okay, but before that, you'd better take a shower first. Training should also be faced with a good mental attitude. Nami then smelled her body after realizing it, and it really smelled. It seems that she didn't take a shower yesterday. It's really terrible to appear in front of Rhine like this. She hurried to the bathroom in the manor. After Nami took a shower again. Then she came back to the yard. Rhine, I feel that my mental state is very good now. Rhine looked at the pair of bright eyes and the wet hair. The whole person's appearance has changed. It seems that Nami is indeed ready. He stood up and took out the pocket watch from his pocket. Follow the previous process, relax your mind and look at this pocket watch carefully. Nami did it decisively, and soon closed her eyes and was hypnotized by Rhine. Seeing that Nami was hypnotized, Rhine subconsciously controlled Nami again, asking her to use more strength than usual to swing the long sword, and stop when her body could not bear it. This is both the basis of swordsmanship and the training of the body. The body is the foundation and the top priority. Without a strong body, swordsmanship is just a castle in the air and a bright moon in the water, which is good looking but useless. Chapter 50 Nami's Strength Improvement. Nami was waving her sword vigorously, while Rhine was resting on a chair. He didn't need to practice so hard because he had a system. He just needed to pay attention to Nami. Prevent accidents. After all, hypnosis hadn't been used many times, so it was hard to predict what adverse consequences it would lead to. At this stage, Nami was actually like a guinea pig, testing the shortcomings of hypnosis. Nami Rhainera naturally had to observe carefully to prevent Nami from having any accidents. After several months of hypnosis training, Nami's physical fitness had improved significantly, with greater strength and faster speed. The foundation of sword skills was more solid, and now she swung the sword as if she was using her arms. This made Nami very excited. Rhine, thank you for your hypnosis. Without you, I might still be a weak chicken now. The improvement of strength also changed her temperament, and she felt like a master. Rhine looked at Nami and said with a smile, "Since you are my secretary, it is only right that I improve your strength. I will take you with me when I go to the Navy headquarters in the future." Nami was a little surprised when she heard this. "Rhine, are you planning to go to the Navy headquarters?" Fortunately, he said he would take me with him, otherwise Nami would be very disappointed now. Rhine then realized that he seemed to have not told Nami about this. "I forgot to tell you that the Navy Marshal Sengoku has invited me to the Navy headquarters as a Vice Admiral. As my secretary, you naturally have to go with me." Nami's originally happy mood was a little disappointed when she heard this. Her strength has just improved a little, at least to the level of elite soldiers in this Navy branch. However, if she goes to the Navy headquarters, the Navy soldiers there are the real elites. I heard that the soldiers there have to do daily training in the boot camp. Do 2000 push-ups, climb a rope 100 times, and run 200 laps. It sounds scary. Thinking about it again, Nami felt that she could not do such training at all. I don't know if she can adapt to such an environment. As for Rhine, of course she is not afraid of such an environment. Rhine will only become stronger. In the past few years, Rhine has become much stronger every month, which she can feel when she stays by his side. As Rhine gets stronger, Nami doesn't know how strong Rhine is now. I always feel that Rhine is basically playing with pirates now. Rhine saw that Nami looked unhappy and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go to the Navy headquarters with me?" Nami shook her head quickly. Although the Navy headquarters is a huge test for her, she still wants to follow Rhine. "I still want to follow you, but when I think of the elites in the Navy headquarters, I feel a little uncomfortable with that place." Rhine smiled. "I thought it was something else. With me here, no one can bully you. Besides, you forgot that I can hypnotize you. I will improve your strength." Nami finally reacted. Her own strength will be enhanced, and it will take a lot of time to have hypnosis. Only Rhine is willing to spend so much energy to train her. This touched her heart so much that she threw herself into Rhine's arms. Rhine stroked Nami's hair. It was great to have such a power bank. As for the other party's concern that it is not suitable for the environment of the Navy headquarters, this is not a problem at all. He has been observing Nami while using hypnosis for the past few months. It can be said that there are no side effects. Nothing can understand the limits of the body better than the other party's subconscious mind. Just remember to order the body to stop when it can't bear it. The only disadvantage is that it consumes too much physical energy. If the hypnosis training time reaches the maximum tolerance of the human body, it will take more time to recuperate. In addition, the appetite will be 2 or 3 times larger than before. Of course, the food you eat is energy-rich. If you don't replenish your body's energy, the hypnosis training will quickly reach its limit and stop. So you must eat energy-rich food for hypnosis training. Otherwise, you can only wait for the body to be naturally full of energy for hypnosis training, but the natural filling process is estimated to take several days. If you don't do hypnosis training for several days, it can be said that you have not tried it. You can't eat ordinary food. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat on the market are not good. It replenishes energy too slowly. Ryan usually goes out to sea to catch sea kings for Nami. The energy contained in sea kings is definitely enough. Even in this East China Sea, there are still a lot of sea kings. As long as Ryan puts bait on the hook and throws it into the water, it won't take long for marine life to be caught. Although there will be big fish caught occasionally, it doesn't matter, this is also a great tonic. After fishing for a few hours, you can harvest a sea king. It takes a warship to carry a sea king back to the shore. One is enough for Nami to eat for a long time. Ryan hypnotized Nami and trained for a few more months. In the previous few months, Reinhardt hypnotized Nami to do basic physical training and basic sword swinging movements. There is no doubt that Nami's physical foundation and sword skills are very strong now. The foundation is solid. The next step is to teach sword skills. Sword skills are still needed to defeat the enemy. Ryan not only gained powerful strength from the system, but also various insights and experiences of sword skills. In addition to the battle with pirates the day after tomorrow, it can be said that he is full of experience. Ryan can instill all his insights, experiences, and combat skills into Nami's subconscious. This is much faster than practicing by himself. With the addition of foundation and experience, Nami's current strength is estimated to be at the level of a swordsman. The strength enhanced this year is more than the past 5 years combined. From this, we can see how strong Ryan's hypnosis is. Although this is due to Nami's own growth. She is very different from the Nami who could only run away in the original book. Now she looks very heroic. Maybe this is the change brought by the strong strength. Now the Navy soldiers look at Nami with new eyes. Before, there was Reinhardt to take care of her, and Rain led them to capture so many pirates. Naturally, they would not look down on the little follower Nami, but now it is different. Since Nami revealed her strength, they sincerely admired her. In their eyes, Nami's strength will advance by leaps and bounds, maybe her talent has awakened, just like Colonel Reinhardt. She is a genius. This makes them very envious.